welcome to the 2025 Demacia Cup, covered here by the LPL English. Hope you're having a great day. I'm having a good day. My name is Llama77. I'm joined by the handsome fella beside me in Bloxer. Bloxer, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so glad that we get some more LPL on our screens. I mean, Thunder Talk LGD, it would have been the most exciting matchup at the end of last split, but we're getting into the new year. This is the warm-up for 2026, and these teams, they've made some changes, and they should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, obviously some big roster moves around here, some moves from BLG and JDG. So two very big names in the overall LPL scene. What can you tell me about these four players?
I mean, this is really exciting what we've seen moving around. BLG's obviously the big news, right? Moving off of Harmwell Life after he's been there for 3 years. He's had some great success with them. Moving over to the LPL and let's see, right? BLG, they've had a bit of a weird time where 2024 was so good for them. And 2025 was weird. It was up, it was down, it wasn't having the best time. They kept swapping junglers, it worked for a while, then it would stop working, they'd swap a jungler again, right? That was the big storyline. This move is massive, not just because of what it is with Viper coming in, but also who they were losing. Elk was having a great time as well, so that's really just massive, game-changing in terms of that move.
Yeah, I think some of the bigger names you talk about in them, but also for some of the academy players that kind of swapping regions from place to place, this gives them a chance to kind of settle the roster before you actually get into the real bulk of LPL play. This is kind of a tryout period for what you really want to see in the successful terms later on.
Absolutely, and I like the fact that we got some of these big explosive moves. I love the fact that JDG decided to change everything around because it was bad towards the end of the split. I mean, I personally would put some decent blame into the mid lane, which is, you know, why they've decided to make a couple of the swaps around that they have done. But it will just be exciting to see a JDG revamped after what happened to them last split. But yeah, you're absolutely right. As much as we can focus on these teams, the big names, these big swap arounds, there are some big swaps all across. I mean, you've got some players that were doing really well at the end of last split that were exciting. They were the big part of their teams. Moving on, 1XM from Thunder Talk going over to LNG. That should revamp that roster. That obviously means that Thunder Talk have had to rethink their entire roster here as well. It means a lot of movement we've got. And this, as you said, right, is the warm-up between what we had last split and going into next split. We're obviously still on the same patch that we had before. Not everything else has changed, but it's that beginning to shift towards 2026.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what Keshi is able to do. You talk about a name moving up to the top lane, kind of swapping around what the actual name is from just the personal name over to an actual gamer tag, but it's something that you have the backing, you have the team, you have the academy roster that you were a part of, and now you get to be part of something maybe bigger. This is the format, though. As we start with the Demacia Cup, it's 3 different stages and lots of fearless, lots of best of 3s, and lots of really, really good League of Legends action.
Yeah, I mean, as always with the LPL, right, the way that the format works, always pretty confusing, right? We had a wild ride during 2025. I mean, from just getting 3 best of 5s and then you're probably knocked out to the insane group Nirvanas that we had before. This one's a little bit simpler in the stage 1 group stage, then the stage 2 group stage. The most exciting thing for me is the fact that we've got game 3 blind picks coming in and we get our better teams injected later on into the tournament.
Yeah, you get some of those auto buys later on. So, you know, there's benefits and there's downsides. I think escaping some of the scuttlebuss down at the lower ends in stage 1 is nice, but also getting to warm up. For the teams that do escape stage 1, this is going to be their first look not only at, you know, getting some really good competitive action, but on our brand new patch. Otacon, everything else just chucked out the window and no longer there.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting. I mean, looking at the changes coming, I really like a lot of them. The only one I'm a little bit dubious about is the fact that the game's getting a little bit faster at the start. I thought that 1 minute 30 was fun, right? It allowed everybody in your ranked games to nip to the toilet, grab a drink, you know, and not miss too much. That's going to go away. I wonder how many people are going to get leaver penalties for that. But more importantly for the competitive scene, what does that change when it comes to the invades that we were seeing previously? What does that change for how you set your lanes up? So much as well being done towards just trying to squeeze lane swaps out of the competitive meta in every way, shape, and form they possibly can. What that's going to change, we'll have to wait and see.
I'm excited to see for LGD as well because they've already actually played a matchup. Just yesterday, they were able to pick up their first win in stage number 1, albeit it did go to all 3 games. So we'll see if that is a similar source today for Thunder Talk. This is actually the first we're going to be getting to see of them. And you'd have to imagine for LGD, if they win here today, they're almost already guaranteed a spot moving on. Again, top 2 move on from each of these Group A and Group B from stage 1.
Yeah, this is really important, these matchups. And you've got a lot of teams that, you know, we haven't seen in a bit or didn't have the best times going through the last split. OMG, obviously, one of the teams we're going to see later today, didn't get to play split number 3. They were one of the teams that got knocked out after split 2, come bottom of group. Nirvana just got you removed, which was, yeah, a little bit rough for them. It's really important getting through this stage as quickly as possible. You want as many 2-0s, you want to be coming in as good a form as possible, because Demacia Cup, as much as we're saying it is a little bit more of a for-fun tournament, it's still a warm-up, and it still does indicate what teams are going to be good, at least for Split 1.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the past winners, so many big names you feel like coming from the past and being able to showcase their talents early on, and then later on be able to replicate that. And this is also something from a player side. I'm not saying every player is going to play selfish, but if you're someone that says, okay, if I can perform really well and I can get a BLG to get eyes on me kind of before the season starts, if they want to make changes, if things aren't working out for them, all of a sudden that's your gateway to show your best performance of the entire year.
Absolutely. I mean, you see it all the time, right, in the LPL, where teams do not stick with the same roster they had at the start all the way to the end unless they're very good. There are a lot of changes that happen between the splits, that happen even during the season, which is just really exciting to see. And you're right, you just want to be showing up as big as possible. It's also a bit of a different look for some of these teams depending on how much your roster is intact from the previous split. This is your first proper competitive experience with a lot of these teams together. For a Thunder Talk, as we've been talking about, yeah, they had a couple members down in the academy rosters playing together, but beyond that, it was pretty much everybody, disparate parts, all pulled in together. You've only got one remaining member in Feather. That's a big change, and you're really trying to get yourself gelling, see what's happening, see if you're actually going to be able to have as good a year as you would hope to, right? Because Thunder Talk, they were very exciting at the start of last year. Demacia Cup last year, they played really well. The lane swaps were a big thing. That was a big part of what was going on. 1xN, their very exciting bot laner, was really fun. And it looked pretty good for them through Demacia Cup, and then they came into Split 1, and they dominated. They were really good. They managed to win a best of 5 versus BLG, send them into the losers bracket, which was pretty fun. But the year got worse and worse from there, so they're really looking to have a bit of a reset, and this just could be another nice start for them.
Yeah, and I think to point out one of the things, or pull from one of the things you said as well, it's somewhat of not only the first look you get, but also some of the first playing time you're going to get as a team on that competitive stage. When you talk about the communication factor of slotting in new members, obviously language, not necessarily a problem as somewhat we see in like the Americas region when you have players transferring in from others, but when you have players that have never played together, who's going to be that in-game leader? Who is going to be that step-up player? And it's going to be exciting to see.
Really will be. So we'll have a quick look at Thunder Talk's roster. As we were talking about, right, Feather, the only remaining member coming back in. Everybody else right here is going to be new. You've got a couple of people coming in from the BLG junior team in the LDL. That is going to be Haru coming in from there, and I think it was Keshi as well also coming in. So they have been pretty exciting. Keshi specifically has been drawing my eye. He looked really fun down in the junior leagues. He was really exciting, a very aggressive player, loves his Fiora, loves his Gwen, loves taking it to his opposition, which should be really fun to see. And obviously you're going to bring in Junhao from Ultra Prime. He was pretty good. He wasn't the most exciting player for them, but it wasn't an Ultra Prime that had a particularly good split anyway, so fresh surroundings might do a hell of a lot for his career.
Yeah, and that combination, as you mentioned, the mid lane and top lane duo coming over together, that could be a really big factor in seeing how well they play together, but also around the rest of the team. Let's jump over to our other team in LGD here, and what stands out to you on this 5-player roster?
The first thing to note, of course, is that Xiaoya is Savior. And Savior is Xiaoya, so don't get confused by thinking, oh, they've swapped around bot lanes. They haven't. That bot lane is exactly the same, and they've kept Sarsing up in the top lane as well. Sorry, Sasa up in the top lane as well. So things have been pretty much the same. They've just swapped out their mid and their jungle at this point. And I think this makes a lot of sense. This was an LGD that were pretty good last split. They felt like they had the bones of what needed to get going, but they were held back by mid and jungle just not working out in the same way. So I really like that they have brought Hung and Tanguan in, because these two, as much as they haven't shown us anything recently, again, it's a change, it's a fresh scene. The only thing that gives pause, of course, is that both of them have come from teams that didn't get to play in Split 3 because they were eliminated in Split 2. Hong coming over from OMG and Tanguan coming over from RNG, those rosters were almost legendarily bad, so that doesn't, fill you with confidence. But again, new surroundings, new players around you, and the bones of this squad are already very good, so injecting this fresh blood in should do something for them.
We've already seen Hung give them some wins with that Jace jungle, and talking about winners, let's take a look at some of the past winners for the Demacia Cup. It's been an event that's been reoccurring, and getting to see some of the different ideas of what teams want to put forward in their rosters. So I'm excited to see who can walk away. Obviously, there are so many stages that we have to get through before we even think about getting to crown a champion, but it's still an exciting preface to this.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a tournament that for the past couple of years, BLG have been very, very good in. They've kind of been able to overall dominate. Last year, AL were able to win that one, so it's overall, it's shown you very much who the best sort of teams are going to be. But hey, it looks like we're going to be heading straight on into the draft. Let's go.
Love it. Jumping straight on in, and we're jumping in with some bans. I think Thunder Talk may have watched the series from yesterday and saw that Jace jungle and really do not want to deal with it.
No, I mean, I can understand at this point being like, no, there's no point in allowing this one to go on through. We're just going to immediately take that one off of the board. I wonder how much top lane bans are going to come in. I'm not surprised at all to see the hover on towards this Rumble going away. But beyond the Rumble, are we thinking that you want to keep Aatrox in? It's a flex at the moment, can be played in the jungle, of course. Are you really wanting to allow your opponent's top laners to just take over? Because the top lane meta has been getting more and more exciting, I think. We spent a long time with it just being tanks up in the top lane. This past year, tanky top laners, they are in sometimes, but they've not been the overarching meta. It's been far more about beating your lane opponent and giving your jungler another place to look.
Yeah, for Thunder Talk, they must have only looked back at the Game 3 VOD from yesterday, because 3 of the champions that were played in Game 3 from LGD, the Jace, the Varus, and the Orianna, all taken off the table. So a little bit scared of that, as here is our final take off the table as we hop into selection. Now, as a reminder, we're playing Fearless for the first 2 games, and then if necessary for Game 3, we'll jump into a blind pick. I know you expressed your love for that.
Yeah, it's something, all right. It is going to be very exciting to see how much that's really going to change. Obviously, you expect the answer to be majorly. That's a big difference in the way that you are thinking about things, and it's a big move away from pure Fearless like we had the whole of the last year, where everything is about trying to save a good champion till later or take away a good champion from your opponent. All of a sudden, that doesn't matter. That is going to be potentially very exciting, but for now, it is going to be that Yunara first. And the Kiana coming in as well. The Kiana's been really fun recently. It just changes the way you have to think about playing the game. All of a sudden, choke points are not your friend. You cannot try to engage in any of these choke points, and that can make playing around these objectives very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, giving yourself some jungle control, you add on top of that the Rise for a little bit of mobility from the overall team. And, Kiana's not necessarily one of my favorite champions because I'm a top laner. I wouldn't dare touch jungle. But, from the early days, Kiana being one of my favorite, it gives you a lot of engage. And you were predicting the Aatrox. There it goes. It will actually be Thunder Talk selecting that.
And not super surprised to see that one locked in. It has been incredibly strong recently, and because you can flex it around, it just gives you that extra little wrinkle to your game. It allows you a little bit of an easier time during this draft phase. Now, we have been seeing, for the most part, bot laners and supports being taken in the second half. We've mainly been seeing our junglers, top laners, and mids being grabbed during the first half, so the fact that you've already grabbed yourself that Yunara does change that up a little bit. It flips the script there. They are going to lock in the silence, so you are pretty much guaranteed to end up with that Aatrox in the jungle, where it is stronger at the moment. For the other side, for LGD, do you want to try to match alongside the ADC? I would be very surprised if they do. I think you just want to take yourself a top laner right here. The Ambessa, it makes sense. This is a pretty risky composition so far, though. LGD, they are very much interested in the all-ins, on just trying to get into that backline, get on top of this Yunara, and just rip her to shreds. If it works, awesome. If it doesn't, this is going to be pretty tricky to play.
And I'll say, For Mbessa in solo queue has found some success, but in professional matches, I feel like that ultimate is somewhat easy to dodge, and like you mentioned, a little bit riskier of an overall bruiser pick. So that's the first set rounded out. We'll move into the second set of bans here, and as you mentioned, going to be targeting more towards those supports here if possible. I do like the Taliyah ban, a lot of engage. You talk about some of those global ultimates as well to kind of close the gap, wall a team off in a fight is just very, very powerful.
Absolutely, and I wonder if we're going to see something like... I was going to say something like the Azir, but obviously that one's already taken off the board. So a lot of these control mages have already taken some pretty significant hits. The Orianna still going to be potentially strong if you want to go that way. Teams have also been looking more towards the Mel, and yeah, we're going to hover onto that one and take it away. I'm so happy that this champion's been coming back in. I know a lot of people don't like the Mel, and for good reason. It's pretty annoying. As somebody that doesn't play a champion when they're these skill shots you can reflect, that's a lot less of a concern when I'm playing versus her. And I think in competitive, she's really fun, again, for the just zone control that you can lay down and how much it changes the way you have to think about approaching these objectives.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, you get that ban, but on the other side, a lot of target towards the AD carry role. I'm a Misfortune hater. I think you miss one Misfortune ult and you basically lose your team a fight. What are your thoughts on Misfortune?
A man after my own heart. I have spent the entirety of the last year hating on that champion. I despise it. Yeah, you can sometimes find the correct composition to make it work, but everybody has to play for you, and if you don't hit that ulti, it's useless. I'm very, very, very glad that you agree that this champion is not it. The Smolder are going to be locked in instead, so we are going to be moving more towards that late game scaling, see what you can do right there. Not particularly surprising, Xiaoya and YCX. They did like to sit back a little bit and try to just farm up as much as possible, then explode onto the map. Part of that, though, felt like they weren't having any success in the other lane, so you just needed your bot lane to be stable. You needed it to sit a little bit back. They like to get aggressive when they had the lanes to do it, though, so this is just going to force them into that slightly more passive look. Lulu locked in. I love the fact we've got Lulu Yanara, and I love the fact that in the meta now we're not just getting engaged supports, because we had a full year of engaged supports and not too many enchanters. Lulu Yanara, when you've already got the front line that ThunderTalk have, I really like the start of this composition.
Yeah, this is just a really good front-to-back composition. You've got the Lulu that can not only buff your bot lane if you so choose, or can go for somebody else, especially having that charm on the Ahri, can start up that team fight, can give yourself the front-to-back that you truly need with that Scion, and I think it's going to be exciting to see what this final pick is on LGD's side. They've got a lot of not only engaged tools with the Kiana, with that Rise to get in, get out with the Realm Warp, and they're going to lock it, aren't they? Or are they just trying to trick us?
I mean, it is a signature YCX pick, but I would expect it not to be the Pyke, as fun as it would be, as much as watching him play his champion would be awesome. Yeah, I think the Nautilus makes a lot more sense. It is overall going to round out this composition a lot better. And so looking at these two compositions holistically, right, ThunderTalk, I really like what they have. You've got great front line, you've got some different avenues of engage. You've got hard commit engage, you've also just got throw out a charm, see if it hits, then we can potentially start the fight. You've got a lot of survivability added onto your Inara as well because of the Lulu. I think overall, this ThunderTalk composition, it looks really nice to me.
Yeah, I like it, and I think on the other side, there are some good things about having a Kiana, and obviously you're going to have a pretty strong overall bot lane. The question is going to be, can the Smolder survive to a point where it scales up to be powerful enough? You mentioned those breakpoints on the overall stacks. I think it's going to be important for the team to kind of protect the Smolder overall. You have the tools to engage, but if you take a bad early fight, that could really scale the ThunderTalk composition to a point where you just can't team fight it with the Smolder early on.
Absolutely, you're in a situation where you are kind of locked out of really trying to get overly aggressive bottom side. Obviously, you say that. You then do see teams still try to lean in a little bit towards getting these Smolder some extra kills early. It's just harder to do. With this overall composition, I think they are just going to try to sit back a little bit. The thing I really want to see is how much of this Rise is going to be getting aggressive, getting ahead, because we see it far too often where you pick Rise and every single Realm Warp is defensive. It's, oh, I need to get out of this potential kill, I need to save a teammate, and that is useful, that is a part of the kit, but what you want to see is this Rise getting aggressive, moving the units in, potentially getting you a flank out of your support, out of your top laner, changing the landscape of the battlefield is what I want to see here.
I'm super excited to see how these compositions battle, and for LGD, it seems like a difference of an overall composition from what they were picking, just trying to slam Jace early in yesterday. But it's all decided out on the Rift. It is game number 1, Thunder Talk, LGD. Let's play some League of Legends.
Let's go. Super, super exciting to be jumping on into this one, and there's high hopes. I think there's really high hopes, and this is the joy of the start of the new year and beginning to feel like things are changing. Any of the issues that you had previously as a team, it doesn't matter. That's beyond you. That's somebody else's problem, and for a lot of these players, this wasn't even your problem at all. This was on a different team. You get a fresh start right here, and to be able to really tread new ground for your team is just such an exciting look. Obviously, like you said, we've seen LGD before, but for Thunder Talk, this is the first that we're seeing of this new look roster, and it's one that's got some pretty high expectations to live up to.
It's going to be a fun one, and I'm especially excited to see kind of how this mid lane battles, because there is some exciting stuff down bottom. A good early trade taken from LGD, and this is similar back to yesterday. They were giving themselves enough leads in their lanes that it spiraled into the rest of the map.
Absolutely, and if you can just take over immediately in this bottom lane, that's going to be a big thing for you right here. Obviously, with the Smolder, that's not a lane that's looking to get as aggressive, but talking of getting aggressive, Hong immediately going to jump in and just steal away that Gromp. I mean, he just gets away with it, right? He just gets to walk straight back out with that one, and there's nothing that you can do as Junhao.
I mean, that one's tough, too, because the Qiyana, especially if you can give it all that versatility, it has the ability to roam, it has the ability to flank, and it definitely has the ability, as you mentioned in draft, to cut off those slight corridors that are through all of the jungles. So we'll just head back up to the red side here and start their clear.
And the Qiyana's really interesting with its early pathing because you get a lot of different options. You can get super aggressive like we just saw and try to steal something away. You can be really annoying and invade, but you can also just kind of power clear with it, look to get to that level 6, and then once you have the Supreme Disturb talent available, then you can start trying to go in. As we've been talking about, right, choke points are going to be really big once we get into these later game skirmishes and team fights, but for now, I think both of these junglers more going to be looking to get their way to their first resets, come back out onto the map, and then potentially go look for some ganks. Bot lane could have been a potential gank option right here. I like that Ryan and Feather, they're just going to get themselves a little bit of extra safety, get a little bit of a ward down, because you really don't want to just be running into your opponent jungler right here. Although, this could be a little bit of payback. Don't think it's going to come through. No, Hung just going to be able to walk that one out.
It's a little bit of good damage, but red and blue buff secured up here from the Aatrox, and will set themselves up for a rotate down almost towards some vision, just hovering around at the moment to make sure to see if this rise gets low enough that maybe a potential dive could be coming, but just sticking around for trading scuttles. They're not going to actually scuttle, as the Crab's namesake does say.
No, not quite going to come on through. I think it's interesting to bring up mid lane right here. These mid laners are gankable at the moment, but obviously once you get the level 6s through, that's going to be a lot less the case. Now, looking to go in a little bit. He is recalling on a ward right now, but it should not change anything. Teleport back in, coming through from Xiaoya. They are actually going to try and engage, just delay this reset. That actually really does hurt, right? That is a big delay for being able to just get that initial reset through. I mean, Hong is already taking his next set of camps, right? He hasn't reset either. He doesn't want to at this point. It's a small thing, but it could become massive later on.
I mean, just that extra 20 seconds could mean an extra gank, could mean a start of the spiral for LGD, as clearing up top here is going to be the way that the Qiyana goes, and maybe just trying to hover across that top lane against Sion. Very, very tanky, but bot lane a little low here. Walking into it. Early damage from the Smolder over top, and it's going to be the Sneeze that gets the damage. Shield taken down, and first blood to Xiaoye. They're going to get both.
Okay.
It is going to come at the cost of YCX, but a 2-for-1 to the Smolder.
Still, that's going to be Feather picking up that kill. Not ideal whatsoever. And yeah, as much as Smolder is very weak early on, Nautilus certainly isn't. And Yanara's not that much stronger at this point into the game. That's just a misplay, a bad bit of decision making right there out of the bot lane of Thunder Talk, and giving those 2 early kills over to the Smolder is massive. That is going to accelerate Xiaoya towards those item breakpoints so much quicker.
And that is going to be pretty tough as well for the opposing bot lane. You mentioned Feather picks up the kill on that end of the team fight. It is nice to at least get something back, but boy, they're going to have to walk back as well. No real issue on the pushing minions, going to be pushing straight on into each other, so maybe we do it again.
Yeah, I mean, why not at this point, right? You're going to be able to come back to base, and you've got yourself a pickaxe and a longsword, and you've already got your cull stacking up. You're in a very strong position. And they're just going to go in once again, and they know, I think... Yeah, they should know that Junhao is right there in the pit, at least hovering around, but they don't care. They've got their jungler in the area.
A little bit of danger overall, but it looks like the Rise will get back to safety, so a little bit of an early break point is about 300 gold differential. They're going to try and chase down the Aatrox here. It is an escape from Junhao and gets out to safety. Scuttle Crab, maybe plus Dragon could even be claimed as the Aatrox is going to back.
Absolutely. And this early game, as much as it's only a couple kills going over back and forth, right, has been very interesting just from a pure pathing perspective and seeing what these junglers really want to do, because I was kind of expecting them to get a little bit more aggressive early on, and we've seen multiple times now where both Hung and Junhao have kind of stood there, has thought about, you know, we could go in, we're in the area, this could be a counter gank opportunity, but not really found ways to fully get involved. They're getting very close to level 6 now. Hung actually is going to tick that level 6, so he's going to be in a very strong spot when he comes across Junhao right now.
As that ultimate is going to pop it with the Love Heart. No love lost here. Bashes him to the ground. Doesn't matter if the Ahri's in the area. That's a Qiyana first kill to them. Third for the team. And they want even more. Luckily, the Ahri has the escape tools.
And that's what we wanted. Tanguan, beautiful to just get involved right there. Aggressive with that Realm Warp. Not using it defensively. Using it to go... get involved and get a kill onto the enemy jungler. Just as we were talking about how these junglers had been a little bit reticent to actually start fighting, immediately getting involved. And again, in terms of where you would have wanted the early gold to have gone if you were LGD, it would have been top lane. It would have been jungle and it would have been bot lane.
Catches him with the execution here, but this is a tanky little Scion boy. Pops the shield and a little bit more trading as the extra heal cut goes on through, so... just some wet noodles slapping each other, nothing to see here.
Yep, and it is just going to come through for the resets and the lane swaps. Ryan, Feather, they're going to head up towards the top side of the map. A pretty interesting time to actually take this full reset through, because you do still have that first Drake available, and it is going to be a Hextech. Hextech, the best individual Drake to get for the most part, something that every team can make good use of, every champion can make good use of, and by swapping your bot lane up to the top side, you are completely conceding that as even a possibility to play for. That is going to be recognized here by LGD, and Hung just going to start this one up, should be able to secure it nicely for the squad. But now, because you do have your bot lane towards the bottom side of the map for LGD, you are conceding a little bit of pressure around these grubs. Be interesting to see if Thundertalk are going to recognize that and go straight towards them, or if they're going to give enough time over for there to be some sort of fight around these grubs.
And you would imagine for Thundertalk as well, getting those grubs and just trying to scale into these early game fights, force yourself to be able to get a better Rift Herald later on, is ideal. I want to talk about the pathing as well from Hung for a second, who waits on that first take of the dragon, gets that kill on the Aatrox, and then that opens up the doorway to get the dragon the second time. And it looks like LGD in the area, but the Qiyana's down bottom river. They're just going to let them have it.
Yeah, I mean, you needed to sprint straight from Drake up towards the top side of the map, and even then you wouldn't have had guaranteed information that Junhao hadn't already started those grubs, and you would be too late to be getting there. So it makes sense not to just fully index into running up there from LGD, but it does mean that that initial set of objectives do get split. Obviously, with the first 3 kills going over to LGD, picking up as many of those objectives as possible is important for Thundertalk moving towards the feet, but also just in terms of having that overall pressure, it is really nice for them to have been able to pick up those initial 3 grubs, because now, anytime you're getting close to the towers, that's going to be pretty useful, and you've got yourself a Scion. Scion loves to just sit in the side lane, take down towers, and the quicker he's able to do that, the more pressure he's going to be able to apply.
But you also don't want a Scion from behind, and for right now, it is about a 1.3k gold lead to LGD, and a lot of that gold isn't in the top lane, so a Scion isn't behind yet, but that Qiyana is looking scary. 1.1k ahead, just going wherever they please.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, right, you've already got that first item completed, and you are just going to be in the correct spot to completely and utterly take over the game. The fact that Profane Hydra has come in, 10 minutes? I mean, he had it at 9 minutes into the game. Super accelerated onto the map. It should be first items coming through pretty soon for the majority of champions. You can see Essence Reaver going to be completed, as well as that Blackfire Torch for Heru coming in. So he is going to be dealing some pretty decent damage. That does give you that extra level of skirmishing ability on the Ahri. You nearly need to use that, though. Again, we haven't seen overly aggressive aggressive plays in terms of actual skirmish fighting. There's been a couple ganks, couple of interesting moves, but nothing too much in straight up 3v3, 4v4 sort of situations. That's where Heru has now come online and would really like to exploit that.
Yeah, I mean, getting some of those front-to-back team fights, especially early, and especially before that Smolder starts to scale up, but that Essence Reaper, the mana on hit, always so powerful, especially for how expensive the kit is overall, and no real trouble here for Sasa, who is just going to deal with the rest of the wave. The rest of the cavalry are coming, looking to try and take down the Aatrox again, and if you stick around, buddy, you might next be the prey.
Absolutely, but he does have several friends in the area, so it looks like Zhonhao is just going to be able to walk away from this one. Be very surprised if you look for anything too aggressive right now. Dive not really on the cards. These teams posturing, looking to get involved a little bit, and you see that Tongyuan trying to get involved, walking up, seeing if maybe he was going to be needed to realm warp on in, but that's not going to be the case. And instead, these teams just going to go back to farming, as you kind of expect from them, until the next big objective spawn, right? 1 minute 30 until we get the next Drake on the board. A while until we get the Herald as well. This Drake could be really impactful though. Something you do not want to allow for Thunder Talk is for LGD to just start Drake stacking, because you allow that, you allow them to get the first 2, maybe 3 Drakes, and all of a sudden, you just have the tempo fully in your pocket as LGD, which is exactly what you want when you have a Smolder.
Kiana's coming around. Hung is looking for an angle on this one, but may just look for an invade up top or some vision clear out. So it is going to be the blue buff take, as Aatrox nowhere really in the area to try and contest this. So full control of the map, 1.5k gold lead over to Hung. And, you know, as you mentioned, those 2 Drake stacking would be nice, but I think if there is any silver lining in giving your opponents 2 Drakes, I think that at least it's not a Hex Tech or an Ocean Soul. You know that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's something, but I don't know. It still feels bad, right? If that's the silver lining that we're really looking to try to play around, that really hurts. And it's even beyond that, right? What I'm talking about with the tempo is not just, hey, we can get the soul. That is obviously awesome, but if you take the first 2, especially first 3 Drakes, you then don't have to take the next 3. You don't care. You can just spend that time getting as many stacks into your Smolder as possible, getting your Smolder as many items as possible, getting your Ambassador ahead, your Kiana can continue with the pace that you're at. It just gives you so many more options. If you feel like you're in a good spot, you can just take it and go for the soul. It just opens up the map to you that much more, and as Thunder Talk playing from behind in Drakes, it leaves you scrabbling to try to keep up.
And especially with a Kiana that can just make plays everywhere and anywhere. 1 turret play going down up to the top lane, and Keshi doing some of the job. We talk about Keshi and some of the spotlight on them, but right now we've got to send our spotlight down towards the river. Drake has spawned here, and it looks like Thunder Talk trying to posture first.
Yeah, I mean, Tongyuan right now looking like he's just going to try push through this top wave and then potentially teleport on down. He is going to pop the teleport now, but it does mean that LGG are going to be second to this objective.
Jumping in first, Supreme to play will go, and it stuns out everybody, but the execution grabs them in and yoinks them back. It's already a takedown here of the health bars down to half. The Scion, the front line, has already disappeared, and LGD have come for their bounty. They'll take their Drake and head out for even more.
That's just bullying right there. I mean, LGD, they get their second, which usually gives you a pretty bad spot around the Drake, but it just doesn't in this situation. And beyond that, yeah, you're going to have to teleport back into the mid lane because there was no way anybody could have just walked on around LGD. They get full control over the mid wave for this as well. And just overall, a really well-executed set of plays. That's the joy, right, of having this combo where nobody wants to stand near a wall because there's a Kiana, but also just standing in a clump away from the wall gave you a beautiful opportunity for Zazie to just go in, get a big ulti off, and just wreck that team fight.
Trying to sneeze on their opponents. That's how the game state you can tell so far ahead. Xiaoye says, I'm a level 10 Smolder, I'm playing 1v2, and I don't really care that you're in my face. And you know, you talk about the Kiana there in that fight. Really good job to play patient. Using that ult first, they get the collapse, they get the Drake, and now at 15 minutes, they've got more than a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and almost all of it, to be fair, is set right now on Hung. He is incredibly strong at the moment. Right now, not super reflected in terms of the items. Both have the first items completed. Got a little bit extra with the serrated dirk, but you have to imagine that Hung right now going to be sat on a decent chunk of gold. And when he takes that reset through, will just continue to get further and further ahead. You've also got yourself into a good spot where your Rise already got that Roa stacking up. 2 stacks on that as well. Getting well on towards that Seraphs as well. That's going to be a very tanky Rise overall, which is going to be nice to play around, gives you the extra little bit of tankiness you need when you're surrounded by a couple of squishier carries in the Kiana and the Smolder. As much as we talked about during the draft phase, how we liked what Thunder Talk had drafted for themselves, it feels like they haven't been proactive enough with the composition to really get it online yet.
No, and it feels like LGD, this is not what they drafted for, was to go aggressive, but yet there has been moments, and they have taken advantage. It will be Hung trying to go in here, trying to find something as the Smolder all alone towards mid lane, you would think, but it's all just a bait to try and get them in. Big burst of damage, just straight up to the face, and there goes a third of your health bar.
And that's not something you want to lose right now, because you are beginning to posture around this Herald. And Herald could be huge right now with both of the mid lane towers still up, with nobody having been able to really take down a tower at all. Grabbing this, getting yourself that guaranteed tower will be really, really nice. For the minute though, LGD do seem a little bit worried to step up to it too quickly. They're going to get themselves control over the midway first and continue to just make it scary to step up. I mean, I love this from the observers, right? Look at the darkness you're potentially trying to step into right now. You do not know what is waiting for you in this brush.
They don't even care about taking the Rift Herald right now. They'll eke it out for just a second, but YCX gets back to safety before anything too hairy goes down. All the while, it is Saci who is just obliterating the bot lane outer turret, and now the rest of the team will pull the trigger on the Rift Herald. If you're Thunder Talk, you have to go somewhere. You are losing both ways here. Your Ahri cannot hold off this Ambessa, and it looks like they're going to be too late to both fights.
Yeah, I mean, this is just bad from Thunder Talk. This is exactly what we were hoping they would have fixed with all of these roster moves, with everything changing on around. Thunder Talk, they just sometimes stared at their opponents and waited, which was a real departure from what they looked like during Split 1. Because during Split 1, the thing that they were best for was just going in. Right now, they look scared. Now they're going to try for a little bit of an engage, but again, it's onto YCX. That's the second time the initial engage has gone onto the support.
Just the hook is all that's used. Maybe they catch him here. The Aatrox, they use everything to jump him, and they're going to try and chase down the Smolder.
Oh,
Not
no!
a lot of resources in the area. Missed, and the sneeze back obliterates the health bars. But this is a 2v4 with no more resources in the backline. LGD toss away 2 members' lives.
There we go. They hear us talking about how they're playing a bit scared. They're not stepping up enough and just go flying on in. It's not just that initial non-committal engage that gets put into YCX this time. Instead, they go all in, try with that Scion ulti too, and that's the difference maker. You now get enough damage, enough CC to be able to actually lock down YCX. And then that aggression coming on through, trying to get the kill. Good fancy feat, of course, to dodge away from the charm. But it's just not enough in the end, because I do get it. I get this situation right here where you smell blood in the water. You're like, I'm a Kiana who's super strong right now. I can definitely go in and I can make this kill happen for my team. Unfortunately for Hung, not quite the case. Wild Growth is a hell of an ulti, and it does just enough to be able to preserve life.
And honestly, I think that one's just tough because at face value, that's a 3v5 for LGD. You traveled out to grab the wave in top lane from your Rise, and sure, Saci grabs the outer lane turret from bot lane. That's a nice bit of gold to your Ambessa. But at the same time, again, at face value, you are down 2 members. Your Smolder is not that strong.
No, this is not the sort of situation where you want to just be relying on the Smolder damage right now. Once again, everybody going to be trying to jump Xiaoya. He's having to turn tail, and that's just going to expose YCX again.
Junhao popped the ultimate and is on the chase down here, the World Ender, giving them the super rockets to boost forward. All the while, they are losing structures all around the map. Now, for Saci, you probably have to get out here as the cavalry is coming once again. Good news is you've got Hung right in the area to make sure things go your way, and all the while, they're going to start up the Drake.
Tongyuan, yeah, gonna start this one up, and there's no real response right now. It'll take a while for a Rise to do it by himself. He is on vision as well, so you do know that this is happening. Do they think that this is completely off vision? Because, yeah, this is a leisurely stroll right now from Junhao, walking on over.
Oh.
How much does it have? How much does it have? Yeah, I mean, oof. Although,
Okay. Hung is here, and they're just going to burst it down
Fine.
for free, so... Hey,
Okay.
5k damage on it does enough, and they've got their third Drake. By the way, it is Mountain Soul, so shields available.
Yeah, I'm baffled by that play. A little bit, right? I understand why you've started that one up as Tonguan. Cool. Makes sense. Why does nobody else respond from Thunder Talk? You send Junhao in to potentially try to steal it away, which I get that bit too, but with no extra support, he's just completely and utterly by himself. There's no way that you're going to be able to respond if any other members of LGD do, and now you've given away those 3 initial Drakes. One of those win conditions we were talking about for LGD earlier, immediately coming to fruition, and now they're in such a good spot to be able to dictate the pace of the game.
I mean, even with them trailing in kills, they're up over 2.5 thousand gold at this point, a lot of which is in their power positions, in their Smolder and in their Kiana. I mean, you talk about Saucy, though, doing a really good job of breaking down some of those outer structures. They still have this Rift Herald. They can hold on to and maybe even take down mid-outer. That would give them so much control over the course of the map, especially with a Kiana that's already dominating.
Absolutely, and it's the sort of situation where you get a kill out of Thunder Talk, and then they just don't do anything with it. They don't decide to go and turn that around into an objective, try to push for a structure. They kind of just sit back, take some resets. They're not really trying to push the envelope forward in any of these situations, which is just a little bit unfortunate. It's something that Thunder Talk are going to have to iron out if they want to go far in this tournament. And LGD, as much as they lost a couple of kills, they've been able to retain control over this game. Still 3k up. Now, a potential jump right here onto Tonguan. He's going to be able to get back over the wall, though, and should be able to rejoin his team. And now, it could be a big skirmish right here around the Atakan.
Already using the heals as well to get them relatively healthy. 16k HP on the Otacon, nothing to scoff at here at 22 minutes. However, the sneezes from long range and what Smolder can do is just wait. Hold you away. This is a straight up 5v5. The Kiana is looking for a deadly flank. Now, with the damage coming out here early, the Otacon's gonna get pulled away. But at this point, Thunder Talk, you're not the ones that want to be tanking this. Look at the health bars, already chunked down from their front line. Sion is only 2/3, and all the while, Hung is going to trade away. So no flash here. Thunder Talk choosing to not engage. Instead, they're just forcing away with the wave and then back off into nothingness.
Yeah, I mean, that's a step up, have a look, see if anything can happen, and then walk away. If you take too many resets right here, though, you are just going to end up conceding this objective. Charm, once again, going to be landing on YCX. He's been taking the brunt of these engages. And that was 3 members taking a reset right now, but LGD, they don't technically know that. They aren't certain about where everybody is, and this could be really risky, right? You've now taken this reset, that's 2 items completed onto a couple of these key carries, and they're going to be able to walk back down towards spending this gold, now getting a second go at this team fight could be huge.
I mean, the toughest part, though, is, again, just the map information. They don't have access directly to the river, and with all of those outer turrets destroyed, LGD with a ton of space. However, Hung totally back, so this could be something where maybe the timing works in your favor for Thunder Talk, and you just go.
And they are absolutely the correct decision to do this right now. You can see it's going to be a little bit of a mid versus top fight, and that takes a couple of the key members away from this big skirmish down towards the bottom side. Going to get down below half health, but now you are going to be able to get back through.
Mom called in, 6k HP, and jumping early on the Sion, who's half, and a nice hook delivers! But it's YCX who takes it too far. Already a member down, but do they have the damage? Otacon bird down from LGD. From the front line, the Abessa is destroyed! World Ender activated. The talent is supreme, but the health bars are still good from Thunder Talk. They've got the damage. Do they wish to go into the Smolder is the question. It looks like not. Sion is the only thing they get alongside the Otacon.
Oh boy, I mean, yeah, you at least do manage to get away with the Otacon in that situation, so LGD, that is something, but that was a disaster of a team fight for them. Just not landing any of the big ultis that you needed to have hit. I mean, look at the beginning of this fight. You can understand why you go in right here. Depth charge does land, and then the hook, but it lands onto the Sion, and immediately while grow Sion, you are not killing that member. And then you see, once again, who do you manage to land that public execution onto? It's the jungler. Again, a tankier member who's already gone up into that ascension, so you're just not hitting. And then this was the cherry on top at the end of that fight. Just the complete miss of the supreme display of talent. You can't teamfight like this. You cannot afford to have teamfights go like that as LGD, not when you're in a situation where you are so far ahead. There's still 4,000 gold in the lead. They should be winning teamfights right now.
They're getting objectives. That's the only recourse. They have yet to lose an objective other than the grubs, and the biggest one of them all, the soul on board. And ThunderTalk a little bit slow to get here. They're going to try and target down YCX, but the Drake is gone. Hung smites it away, and LGD has got some big shields to work with. The follow-up fight could be dastardly as well, with so many ultimates still available for ThunderTalk. Just trying to hover in the bush. An Ice Hook will start it off, and the Scion loses half HP. Trying to desert to the hills, they'll go into car mode, but it looks like LGD wants more. Depth charge misses the second time, and shields are up. Both teams back off.
Everybody just going to be able to run back away. And that was a very aggressive look, right? That was everybody from LGD trying their absolute best to get that aggressive look forwards. But like you said, those are Mountain Soul shields going to come online. And that's just so much extra health you're now burning through. A Realm Warp as well. Going to bring a couple minions over towards the Baron. And this is going to be started up right now for LGD. They've been all over the objectives in this game. Is there anything ThunderTalk can do to stop this one?
They use so many ultimates just trying to escape away, and it's an early burst down. It's taking YCX down to half, and they'll take it down from Kiana. Display has got him, and it's the Rise who takes first blood out of the fight. The chase down is there, still frontline available, and this time they just force them into the canals of the jungle. For Keshi, all they can do is try and run away as LGD jumping on another. They've already got two. YCX taken down to a dangerous amount of HP, but it is just ThunderTalk who have lost everything in this game, and they'll lose their Scion as well.
Damn, I mean, this has just been a real look from ThunderTalk that their macro is off. They've been late to so many of these objectives. Every single time it feels like Junhao is trying desperately to get into the pit to look for a steal and just hasn't been able to do so. The gold lead that was sat at about 4k just a couple of minutes ago has exploded out even further. Reset's going to come on through. Third item's coming through. Fourth item's well on the way for a couple of these key carries. And this game is all but one for LGD.
All they've got to do is the cosmetic effects and take down every structure standing left. They got the gold lead very early on, and again, it was on the correct members. It was on Hung, who continues to make phenomenal plays. We'll get another look at this one, but I mean, the basics of this fight, you just don't have any sort of vision. The Aatrox tries to go in with the big ultimate, but doesn't find in any angle to try and smite it. So even over the wall, after that happens, half of your front line is gone. A lot of your damage is gone with losing that Aatrox, and then it's just a chase down.
Oh, hang on, wait, picture in picture. Okay, this is just going to be very aggressive right here from Sasa, and I do not think this is going to work out for him. Nope. Indeed, that is just going to be a kill going on over, and now you're stuck in a 4v5. That should put a dampener on the push coming through during this Baron power play.
Can still go down bot lane and still have a 9,000 gold lead with that Mountain Soul, so you would think the shielding will be enough to get them through this fight. The question is going to be, how much do you have left for ThunderTalk? How much can you try and defend this base? And for LGD, are you looking to end right here? Or is it something where you were just chipping away, okay with a smolder range, going in from Keshi with the ultimate? They will catch YCX. So all of a sudden, it's a 5v3, but a launch over the wall catches two, and it's big for LGD, who equalized the fight.
There we go. Finally, you're going to see Hong and Xiaoya actually just open up and rip through people. 3 items completed. Stacks reached by this smolder, and that's the kind of damage that you can do. Really unfortunate for ThunderTalk, because that was a nice engage from Geshi. That was a good start to this play. Now, can you get back away? Flash gonna get away from the charm. Don't know it's gonna matter in the end. No, I mean, the Ahri just does way too much. You just keep walking up and pressing W.
Again, what you trade for, though, will be an inhibitor, surely, as the finish off coming through, and there might even be a better collapse. This is all damage all day. Already used the charm as well, so here's the jump. Trying to hit with the big numbers, and it won't go. It is takedown after takedown, skill shot after skill shot, and LGD put 2 more in body bags. Inhibitor's already there. A nice little missed ultimate will fly to the side and give the Scion a haircut. The chase down could be there, though, and LGD does not need to overextend.
Yeah, they need to turn tail and run. Take your resets once again. You are in complete control of this game. As much as there are moments right now with ThunderTalk being able to find moments to try to get back into this one. We obviously missed what it was that put Sasa so far into the enemy lines. to give that kill over, but yeah, at some point it is just a little bit of a wallet diff, being down the Soul, being down the Atakan, defeats all of the big objectives other than those 3 grubs taken so early on in this game. It has been pretty much domination from LGD, and it's a real problem. What we wanted to see out of Thunder Talk was just some more proactivity. We felt like they had a composition that could get aggressive a little bit earlier on, try to punish the fact that Smolder should be weaker, but other than over-aggression in the bot lane after that moment, Thunder Talk, they have just allowed the map to be pushed around by LGD.
I mean, they've just had so much control. I mean, it sounds like a broken record, but sometimes the broken record is playing the best part of the song, and it is all Hung all day, who are now looking to try and end the game with the teammates of LGT. Again, it is a best of 3, so not over if you lose game number 1, but definitely a tough comeback.
Absolutely, and hey, this LGG roster, they looked pretty good with what they had last year, and now they've got a couple extra pieces that they've not necessarily improved upon, but just moved around. Another engage into YCX, he's going to be fine. Is their turnaround, because Mum does a lot of damage at this point.
Yeah, connected on to 3 members of the backline as the Smolder's mother comes in big on the damage. The question following, though, without inhibitors, especially in that mid lane, how do you deal with the super minions flooding your base? The Sneeze will go over and hit nobody, but it's another inhibitor taken. Double coming into the base. And it feels like now for Thunder Talk, they don't have vision, they don't have space, they're down in gold, they're down in objectives, but still, they've got this heart of gold ready to fight. The Sneeze over top of the wall doesn't take anybody.
No, but if it does a ton of damage right now. But to be honest, the person who's doing the most at the moment is the Rise. It is going to be Tangyuan. He's been so strong at this point, right? You've got 4 items completed, and it's a couple of the more defensive items, and then that Death Cap, just the cherry on top. He's going to be ripping through people.
And they're just going to go in. I mean, why not? Supreme display of talent burst down. Yep. They just have the better wallets. Already the 80 carry falls, and they will slice and dice one more down. The Mbessa undefeated. As such, the red side seems here in the Demacia Cup. Sion tries to escape with their life and made just such, but this is game 1 done. LGD will start off the series with a bang.
Absolutely, they do. They're going to look really strong right here versus a Thunder Talk that just couldn't get their feet under them. Proactivity, not quite there. LGD 1, Thunder Talk 0. And going into game 2, there's a lot to change. There's a lot that you want to move past, I think, from Thunder Talk. For LGD, that was very competent overall, right? A couple of moments where maybe you got a little bit overly aggressive. I think YCX got himself caught 1 or 2 too many times, but that wasn't game breaking, and overall they were all over the map in a way that Thunder Talk just couldn't keep up with.
And I feel like Thunder Talk, we were both mentioning it, I feel like that's what they were trying to pick their composition for, was to get active earlier in the map, to find some of those Aatrox big moments where you could get that Aatrox so far ahead. And, I mean, there was a moment where Thunder Talk had the goal difference in their favor, but after 5 minutes, it was just a scale straight down, and that damage chart is a little scary.
Now that is not an LPL gold graph, right? That is just a straight dip down into hell right there for Thunder Talk. There's the moment where, like, you're like, oh, it's kind of keeping even. We're 20 minutes in and we're not that far behind. And then, no, 25 minutes hits and everything falls to pieces. You see in the end, Xiaoya does a ridiculous amount of damage. But overall, that game was not so much about Xiaoya until the very end. That was Hung. Hung was all over that game. Really impressive look from the Kiana. Just to bully out Zhenhao, who had a horrible game for himself. 6,000 damage on the Aatrox isn't necessarily game-breaking if everybody else around you is doing great, but it's just what was happening to him early on. Losing out on that kill in your own jungle early, that's pretty bad. But even beyond that, in straight-up farming efficiency, he was down 40 CS 15 minutes into the game. That's an untenable position.
Yeah, and I mean, when you talk about Hung, what they were able to do was steal so many of those resources away from their cohort on the other side of the jungle, and the pathing was phenomenal, the team fight's even better. Sure, there were a few missed ultimates here or there, but this is their first game of the day, and for LGD, not only does this improve them to 3-1 on their overall win-loss differential in just 2 days, but also one more game win would almost guarantee themselves a move on to the next stage.
Which is massive for these teams, right? We've been talking about how Damasia Cup is this interesting mix between a kind of for-fun tournament, right? You've got a couple of teams made up of players that don't actually play in the LPL overall, are just here to have a good time to show off their skills, but also this is the warm-up for the LPL. This is the last look we're going to get these teams before LPL proper starts and we get to really digging into these teams. This is the time to have a bad time as well for Thunder Talk, right? Oh, we have been way too inactive during our time during the Demacia Cup. We know what to work on going into the LPL split. All of this is fair. But also doing really well, that's awesome. That's what you want to be doing. And for LGD, how good they've looked in this game is massive. Now, they obviously struggled a little bit more yesterday, so maybe Thunder Talk just not the strongest opponent they're going to end up facing. But picking up these initial 2 wins, like you said, that puts you almost guaranteed moving on. And that's what you really want because you get to start facing even better opponents. In the next round is when we start getting joined by more of those top-level teams.
Yeah, and getting a game against a top-level team could completely change your own mindset, could teach you things as a player that you may have never known, even if it's just something very small, laning against someone so good on the other side. And, you know, for Thunder Talk, it's going to be interesting to what they go to in game number 2, because I feel like both of us agree. They drafted exactly what they wanted. They had the win conditions. They just didn't have the time to meet them because they didn't have the resource pool to battle against them as well. So it's going to be interesting to me to see where they go. And the toughest part is, the question is, do you still focus on the bans from yesterday? You still know that LGD was dominant with this Jace jungle. Is that another 3 bans straight out the way and they can basically pick whatever they want?
I think you do have to just keep taking it off of the board. You don't want to be facing that one, but clearly Hung has just proven to you that he can beat you with something else. A very well-deserved MVP in this first game for him, and if they can keep this rolling, if LGD can make this second game look like the first one, it's going to be a very quick series for us, and we're going to be on to the next set of games. For Thunder Talk, during this break, objectives. That has to be the thing you're talking about most, right? Draft yourself a more early game focused jungler so that you can get involved in these objectives, because giving away everything, bar those grubs, is just not good enough.
Yeah, you've got to take better fights. You need to strategize? That's the word, across all of your team fights and be able to get the job done. Thunder Talk needs a win in game number 2, but before we head there, we're going to hit ourselves with just a short little break. Don't go too far. We'll be right back on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. Stage 1 of the Demacia Cup, getting into its bittersweet moments. Thunder Talk Gaming had their big selection in draft in map number 1, but just could not find the win or their win conditions. It is on the other side, LGD. They've got the first W, and they've got a chance to close out the series in a sweep. You're joined here with Llama77 and Bloxer up here on the desk. Bloxer, your initial thoughts after the victory?
I mean, coming out of that one, very impressed with LGD and the way that they were able to overall take control of the map. Obviously, Hong, he gets himself that MVP, well-deserved in that game, completely took over on the Kiana, but it was overall just a really nice team win. As much as I said, A, YCX got caught out a couple too many times, A, Thundertalk didn't punish them, and that's a Thundertalk problem, but B, it was just continually drawing the Thundertalk members in, and he was finding some good hooks, some good depth charges, he was making things happen. For Thundertalk, not the best start to the Demacia Cup that you could possibly have asked for. The big problem is not losing teamfights, it's not things going wrong in the laning phase, it's just inactivity. And that's something that we don't want to see from Thundertalk. It was one of my favourite things about Thundertalk when they were good at the start of last year, was how proactive they were. It felt like somebody would decide we're fighting, and instantly the other 4 members of Thundertalk would descend and just kill whoever it was. Even if they weren't technically as good as some of the other players they were up against, their pure commitment to fighting made them fun to watch and gave them an edge versus some teams. If they've lost that spark, it's going to be hard to see how Thundertalk are really going to take back over again.
Yeah, and it felt like they had everything they wanted. They had that Aatrox in the jungle that felt it could adapt to so many different scenarios, but just didn't get off the ground early. And again, credit to Hung, kind of stole away some of those resources from the Aatrox to make sure that it didn't become into a problem. Also, talk about neutral objective fighting. They didn't lose a single neutral objective other than the grubs that they basically traded a dragon away for. And there were some skirmishes there towards the end where it was 2,000-3,000 gold, where if they had lost it, could have really changed the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a situation as Thundertalk where if you get involved a little bit earlier on, this problem doesn't spiral out of control. You don't lose the initial 3 Drakes, and now you have to go try fight for the 4th. That being said, it wasn't even like they got to the 4th Drake on time. They got to that Drake late, then they managed to get to Baron late again, and it just completely broke that game over. Even if it was trending towards an LGD win before that, that was the moment that really broke things.
And for me, part of that was the vision control. I mean, going back to Hung and what they were able to do, it wasn't only just stealing resources from the jungle, it was every time I go there, I'm going to drop a ward. Now I know where the Aatrox is. Now we've cut off your vision line from the entirety of the river, and both of those 2 fights, as you mentioned, the first one on the Dragon end, they had to enter from mid lane because they didn't know where anybody was. The second one, they tried to enter from their own jungle, and it's so scary because they have that Kiana, so you're walking up very slowly, and then you send your Aatrox in as a missile to try and find just a random smite on a 1v5. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but the team fighting just wasn't as cohesive either. Because of that Kiana, they weren't able to just play front to back with Sion other than just a few times. Yeah,
it was a really tough composition to really be trying to play into, and I felt like Thundertalk didn't execute on their composition as well. This is not majorly unexpected though, right? As we've been talking about, this is a Thundertalk who have brought a lot of players up from the lower level, from the LDL. It will take some time for them to really be able to gel, right? We want to see a little bit more. What I want to see is a bit more from jungle, obviously. Junhao really does need to step up, and Junhao was one of the members who has been in the LPL previously, right? He was on Ultra Prime last split. It was a 3-7 Ultra Prime during split 3. They weren't great. I mean, was really my read on how he was able to play last time, but, you know, he had some fun moments. I would love to see him pick something up that's more proactive early on into the game, right? As much as you have taken quite a lot of early power out of it, the Pantheon was something he was really good on, something you could potentially look towards here, if not the Vi, the Xin Zhao, the Jarvan, any of these champions that can get involved early on and make it so there's no way your opponent can just bully you out of your own jungle. A 40 CS deficit, 50 minutes into the game, you can't be doing that.
No, you can't be giving that away, and I think giving some power to some of your other positions as well. I was hyped to see Keshi in this series specifically and what they've been able to do in the past, but you kind of just give Keshi the Scion. We don't really get to see their skill overall, so I wonder if Thundertalk will flex more to that, if they try and put more onus on their solo lanes rather than necessarily their jungle. Or, I mean, they could buy back into the jungle, but the jungle has to be able to do more around the map to affect some of those solo lanes and give them extra golden resources.
Absolutely. Someone I feel like we didn't really get to see too much from was Ryan as well. He's the member that they promoted up from their internal farm system, right? He's the member that came up from ThunderTalk Jr., and he was very quiet in that game. He never really got to get going. We saw that they tried to get a little bit aggressive early on. Yanara, Lulu, you think maybe you can get aggressive early on into the Smolder, but it definitely didn't work out, not in the situation they went for it. And then from that moment on, it felt like he was never actually able to step up. The reason I bring him up is not just because he's an internal promotion, which is always fun to see when players come up from the lower levels of the same team and move on forwards, but also, and we're going to keep bringing him up, especially because I loved him, 1XM was so cool. 1XM was the bright spark in what was an overall pretty mediocre year from ThunderTalk, and when he got going, he was so fun, and he felt like any game could potentially have been won because 1XN was in the game. But, he's gone. I want to see something similar from Ryan. I want to see him pop off in the same kind of way, because that would give you, again, another lane to potentially try to look towards in these games.
And I think the tough part, again, for them was just, you had the correct idea, but you take a weird early fight at level 2 that kind of sends everything off the board, and sure, you get a kill, but it falls to Feather, and it doesn't fall to your AD carry, and then every single lane it felt like it started behind, other than really the Scion, who really can't affect the game in such a way. Sure, he can be a big tank, but he's not going to be the one doing 50,000 damage on the other side, so every member on the other side from LGD was able to create different plays. That synergy, the communication was a big factor for me too. LGD looking like a complete team. Maybe that's just because they already have a best of 3 under their belt from yesterday, but overall, they were playing really well as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, exactly, and this is exactly what you want to be seeing, right? You want to be coming into Demacia Cup with some of those initial wrinkles ironed out, and then you can keep on pushing that forwards. It was a win versus ZSM, and obviously ZSM, one of those teams that's brought in, they're technically counted as streamer teams, although we've been having an internal debate as to whether or not that's entirely fair to talk about. It's filled with some pretty dang good players, and some names that you'll recognize, definitely, if you've been involved in the LPL at all. So beating them is nice, and the fact that they've actually been able to pick up that initial win is good. It was a 2-1 though, and as we said, right, they really didn't feel particularly good. In that game too that they lost, it was like, wow, you guys have really just slowed the pace of the game down. They need to step up the pace, I think, and they did certainly in this game. If they can keep that pace high, that is going to be something nice to see. LGD versus ThunderTalk, if this is a 2-0 win for LGD, I don't feel like anybody looks at that and particularly blinks at it, particularly goes, oh yeah, that's a surprise.
The interesting thing too is that big differentiator is your overall win-loss, right? A 2-1 can really change things if LGD finds their way to lose this series and then is only at a net 0. All of a sudden, things definitely sort of change. But for ThunderTalk, this is their first best of 3 in the series. They're going to change things up in their overall bans. It is the Varus still confirmed, but the other two a little bit different.
Yeah, gonna be taking away the Zyra and the Poppy right here, which is very interesting. Also, ThunderTalk instantly going to be slamming down onto that Nico, and I gotta be honest, I do kind of love it right here. That can technically move around. Eric can play it, but Feather, that was his best champion. Last year, whenever he got the Nico, it felt like he would explode onto the map. They could get 2v2 kills bot lane, they could get involved everywhere else. Also, it's just a tricky thing. Anytime there's a Nico in the game, right, it's just that extra level of mental pressure that you have to be thinking about for everybody else. Count your minion waves, make sure the ward isn't walking at you suspiciously, right? It's just an extra thing to be thinking about.
Yeah, and especially in such of these early games when the environment is tense, that's something that can just slip the mind, but it's something that can completely change the overall course of the game. We've got the Wukong locked in on the other side for LGD. It is going to be the Misfortune, which I know neither you or I really love as that combination, because Wukong's not really as tanky as you think, so that combination can get very, very volatile very quickly.
That being said, right, it is one of those compositions where when it works, oh boy does it look good. You can just evaporate an entire squad straight off of the map. Now, you haven't set this up fully right now where, you know, you're particularly worried because of that immediate slam of the Nico. You don't have to worry about a Braum coming in to kind of wreck your plans there. You aren't really expecting to see a Pantheon after he had all of his clear speed gutted out of him, right? That's more of a later stage pick, best of 5, game 5. You kind of need something to play. That's where you can go towards that. Instead, it is just going to be that Xin Zhao locked in. We'll see what the final lock-in will be. You expect something aggressive, right? A hover on towards the Kai'Sa makes a lot of sense to me right here for Ryan, because you can step up in this matchup. Yeah, there you go. It's going to be locked in. The combo between getting just stunned down immediately by Feather, and then you step up a Cathian Rain, that's a quarter, a third of your health early on, just immediately chunked out, and if you can repeat that 1 or 2 times, that lane just, you can't stay in it for LGD's bot lane.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty big. It gives them a lot of tools. Again, this is a similar S composition towards that last game where they're trying to give themselves overall tools to affect the map with a bot lane that can bounce things back up with some mobility. On the other side, the Taliyah, no surprise, you get the really strong seismic shove, you have the ability to control lane, and then with that wall, so good if you can use it correctly at cutting apart the opposing team.
Absolutely, and you are also in a situation, right, where being able to just chuck down Unraveled and say, hey, John, how do you actually want to go in? Are you sure you want to engage onto this play? I don't know that you actually want to. That can be really fun, and I do really like the wall in this situation. It's that extra level of survivability for the Misfortune. There's now another wall in front of her that she can ult over. That can really help too. We're going to move into the second round of bans right here. Both teams have been able to pick themselves up ADCs, but there's a little bit of a split between what everybody has, and surprisingly, no top laners picked during the first round. That's very rare in the current meta. Top laners usually slammed right at the very beginning. Let's see if there are actually going to be top lane bans coming on through, because so far, neither team's really thought about it too much. You take away the Rumble in the first round and nothing beyond that.
Yeah, Rumble gone as well. We're going to take down the Assassin and some of the looks from that down through mid. On the other side, banning away some of the engaged supports from Thunder Talk, notably the Alistar. I wouldn't hate the Nautilus, but they're kind of bouncing between that, the Rel, the Leona, and honestly, all of them are pretty good options, but with the Wukong as well, you want something maybe a little bit tankier. The Rel is going to be the eventual choice.
The Rel is that classic combo that you get alongside the Misfortune, right? You just get to jump in, Magnet Storm, pull everyone in. I'm surprised to see them hovering on towards a potential Nautilus ban. That would have been a wasted ban, considering that he was already picked in Fearless and you now can't pick him. It's not quite the blind pick of game number 3 yet. Instead, it's going to be a complete pivot away from one of those engaged supports, straight up into the Karma. And I do like that as a combo, because the Misfortune bot lane, it can be pretty strong in the individual 2v2 if you pair it up with a lane-dominant pick. Well, the Karma is one of the premier lane-dominant picks, and all of a sudden you flip the script of what could have been a strong bot lane for Thunder Talk is now in favor of LGD.
And it also means you've got a lot of really good engagement tools around you from the mid lane in the Taliyah. You've got the Wukong that can rotate down and really help this bot lane accelerate with an early dive. On the other side, we've got the Syndra locked in with the Cassante. So once again, we won't necessarily get to see the assassin side of Keshi, but it's another sort of brawly tank from the front line. But I think the Cassante gives you a little bit overall more nuance to be able to affect the map.
You're saying that Cassante isn't an assassin? I think he functions like an assassin, personally, right? I have played in some games versus him where my ADC was there, and my ADC is gone. No, you are absolutely right. It isn't that full aggressive look that we were really excited to potentially see out of Keshi. That's what he was known for in the LDL, but, you know, it makes sense in this situation not to go towards it. And it will be an Udyr last pick. Now, Udyr top lane is something that it's been around. It's been something that is kind of a later stage counter pick usually. It has an interesting matchup top lane into the Cassante. It's something you could actually really try to bully onto, and potentially could be a lane you want trying to play around. Something I feel like Wukongs need to do is get a couple kills early, get involved as early as possible, but it can be very hard for a Wukong because you don't actually have any CC till you hit that level 6. So you're relying on your lanes having something to be able to give with you. The Udyr gives you both a ton of damage and a little bit of CC too to really be able to just make the life of your opponent miserable. I do wonder if it could be a bot lane start to work up towards the top side.
Yeah, I mean, so many different options as well now that you've got the Udyr. You talk about the lane bully. This is a little bit different, but somewhat spices of similarity from LGD in that game number 1, where, again, you're looking towards that kind of mid-range 20-minute matchup where you have so much of your solo lanes out and ahead. I think the biggest question is the mid lane. I mean, you've got 2 really big mages that are going to be dueling against each other, and 2 that both had a good game. I would argue that Haru had one of the best games of the losing side from Thunder Talk and has a chance to really affect things. If you can get this Syndra going, it can be scary as it scales up.
I really like the Syndra in this situation. It's just such a good nope tool, right? Oh, the Wukong's jumped in? No, you haven't. Go away. It just stops a lot of those initial engages. The only thing is there's not as many champions that want to just jump on top of you right now. hang on, we jump straight in and there's immediately going to be some action.
No break necessary, and already trying to capture some damage from the Udyr side, so we'll push them away. No necessarily big eventual results, but we'll grab some information and drop a ward.
Yeah, I mean, jumping out of that loading screen directly into some action, not gonna be something we're potentially seeing next year with all of the changes coming on through, but for now, get to have some early game shenanigans. Like you said, nothing too much is actually going to happen from that. So where do these junglers decide to start? Because early jungle pathing last time was not massively impactful for the first camp, and then all of a sudden you manage to get into the opponent jungle as hung and just pick yourself up a kill. That changed things immediately. These junglers are going to be starting on separate sides of the map, so we could potentially get to see some interesting things.
The idea kind of hovering over that bottom lane as well, just making sure they're safe in that initial engagement. Karma's so good from that level 1, able to connect first. YCX had a relatively good game in game number 1, but was playing a much different style of champion, zoning them away here from the wave, and they're going to get that ward destroy plus some gold.
Yeah, absolutely. It was pretty good overall, right? There was no situation in that previous game where I was like, wow, LGD, any of their players are making some big mistakes right here. For Thunder Talk, it felt like it was more the macro than individual mistakes other than in the jungle. I think that's the way that first game really went in my mind, and so being able to change that is going to be really important. Again, we're going to have to keep watching what these junglers actually get up to. For now, it's just going to be the initial set of early clears as we watch these mid laners take good chunks out of each other, and yeah, this is what can happen when you're into a Syndra early on. Heru just bullying out his opponent.
Trying to go for the launch and doesn't find it, and it will be, like we said, very interesting to not only watch these two, but see what they do to affect the entirety of the map. Obviously, Taliyah has that wall to rotate very quick to some of the other lanes, but at the same time, you also mentioned that these are two mages that if they lose their flash, it could cost them dearly with two junglers that can dive, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. You really don't want to be losing out onto those defensive tools early on. We'll have to see if there is actually going to be some early aggressive ganks into the mid lane. I'd be a little bit surprised, right? Unless you present a very juicy opportunity step way too far up. Mid laner ganks have become a little bit more of a rarity in the most recent time. That being said, juicy target is indeed what is happening in this mid lane. First, it was Tongyuan getting very low, and now Heru, again, because he hasn't taken that reset, is just getting chunked out. But you get to sit quite far back as a Syndra, so should be okay overall. As we flip our attention down towards the bottom side, and this is what we were talking about, right? Beforehand, before you pick yourself up this Karma, this should be a brilliant lane for Thunder Talk. But the second the Karma comes in, this is miserable. You just get pushed out constantly. The amount of poke that a Karma can lay through, you just cannot compete as a Nico.
It is just overall losing counter picks, and you feel like a really good overall draft, I think, from LGD. Not only do you get to bully this Cassante, you get to bully the bot lane, and you get that possibility of accelerating yourself into a great position once again. For Heru is going to use the teleport to get back to mid lane here and try and battle against the Taliyah. It looks like Taiwan did already use their teleport, so we'll be a little bit slower walking back.
Absolutely, and hey, you say counter picks are important. Red side came in today 7-1, they're now going to be 8-1. So far in the Demacia Cup, so it does very much look like Red side is the stronger of the two at the moment, but it shouldn't be this much stronger, right? It shouldn't be LGD just get to counter in every single lane, but it does feel like they have been able to do that as we watch just the push right now. The only thing this means is that Hunk doesn't really have a lane to gank. Unless he's looking for a dive, all of his lanes are pushing in at the moment. Maybe mid lane if he potentially wants to try there, but you're going to be very reliant on hitting a seismic shelf to actually get that gank off. Might just have to sit in his jungle and farm up to level 6. Not the end of the world, not too bad, but you do have to be careful to not fall behind as a Wukong because the champion just gives you so very little later on.
Yeah, you fall behind early, and it feels like you're falling behind for the entirety of the game, so definitely don't want to do that for LGD. A much different game state, though, at 5 minutes here, as although they've got a little bit of a lead generated from that bot lane push, the rest of the map is somewhat solid altogether. And for Thunder Talk, I'm excited to see where they want to really stake their claim on their first neutral objective.
And neutral objectives were the big thing in the previous game. Thunder Talk really just allowed those to run away from them so much. Now you've got yourself Zhonghao onto a more aggressive champion, right? with the Xin Zhao, you should be able to compete early on. You should be able to skirmish into a Wukong. You should be able to potentially look for a couple more of these ganks, especially once you hit that level 6, right? Just getting yourself aggressive early on is going to be critical. But once again, LGG, they are just going to start up onto this Drake. And at the moment, Zhenhao is just going to be topside. And there's no real response that you can get here.
Yeah, there has been a swap activated, so we've got sort of the reverse lanes right now. Top laners dealing with their bottom lanes of the other side opponents, and it looks like no real contest coming through. We'll see if Junhao wants to try and engage on this, but it looks like without mid priority, this is really tough to walk up against. Maybe looking for the wrap, but I think Tangguan knows there is a Xin Zhao in the area.
Yeah, no real way to get too involved in that situation, and you're going to step up, potentially look for a gank, not find it, and then lose out onto the Drake as well. Obviously, losing the first Drake isn't the end of the world, but it just fill us with a little bit of worry, right? Because we know what happened in the previous game. This matchup, unfortunately, not just happening completely in isolation. Top lane is going to be overtaken by the bot laners. Now, this was a much quicker take onto that first Drake, so it's not synced up with the Grubs. So you've now got a minute until the Grubs come through. Moving your bot lanes up towards the top side is going to give you that extra manpower for a potential fight around the Grubs. And I feel like Grubs in this game could be pretty important. You've got yourself top laners who would love to sit in the side lane and just push onto towers. And we saw how important it was that Sarsi was able to push onto towers in the previous game. Every single time it looked like Thundertalk were maybe looking to try for a flank, try for a fight, go for something at all. Sarsi was pushing onto a tier 2 and they had to pull back to send someone to go and deal.
And I mean, look at even the basic trades. Gets in there with the Blazing Stampede, is able to pop the Iron Mantle and utilize that shielding advantage. So right now the look is good. Still the Udyr trying to bully out that Cassante. No kills on the board at 7.5 minutes, and incredibly, the control mages in mid haven't really found a way to differentiate themselves either, so the biggest lead is down through that bot lane duo who have rotated up to cover top lane.
Yeah, and to be fair, that is a pretty sizable gap in the CS at the moment. Of course, you've got an extra wave now to be catching right here as Ryan, so not the end of the world. He should be able to make this a little bit closer, but it does just mean constantly getting pushed under. The rotation is going to come through that much quicker from LGD. Hunting forwards, looking to potentially find a pick. They're not going to find that, so they are just going to start up these Grubs. Now, do you respond right here as Thundertalk?
They've got members in the area through mid, but once again, this is just a straight-up vision problem. Already the first goes to LGD. They're burning down the second at 1.5k. Now their Udyr is down in bot river,
TP.
so this could be a good one. Steel goes out, gets the catch through the pit, but will use the clone to just escape out, and nothing said. So 2 will go for LGD. I don't know that they'll look to contest the third, and no blood spilled.
And now, nobody is able to teleport straight back down towards the bottom lane, so you're just giving alone time with these plates over. The only person with teleport is here, currently getting ganked. Inharu should be able to get away. Yeah, is just going to be able to slide back underneath his tower. But look bot lane. I mean, I hope we pan back down there. How many tower plates has Sarsi been able to grab?
It is already 2, and make that 3 after...
Not quite the third. Wait.
Not quite.
Oh, that's so close.
It's
that's so
inches.
close.
Give him the one plate, man. He needs it. The Udyr's already fed. Give the bear some more. And there is some help coming down, so maybe not going to get it. But every lane, as we said, starting to falter. LGD, this is exactly what they drafted for.
Yeah, exactly. You have got yourself some powerful individual lanes, and then you're looking for these team fights to come off of the back of that, right? They are risky team fights. Anytime you've got yourself a misfortune, you're kind of looking for that perfect moment of setup. That being said, though, Xiaoya, with how far ahead he is in terms of CS, how much he's been able to just kind of chill in this game, grabbed a couple of tower plates as well a few seconds ago, so he's even further ahead in gold than he would otherwise be just from the CS let gap. He doesn't even need to get that big ulti off at this point. Right now, they're far enough ahead that a competent team fight with a good couple of bounces coming through, he should be alright.
They're starting to lose everything here. Already, Hung getting in, stealing away, and will actually gift him over to... Hung actually will take them away from his own teammates. So they'll rotate back for the Scuttle Crab here, and a minute and 30 or so left to go until Drake number 2. That's the real breakpoint you mentioned from game number 1, and as it's looking like with the vision right now, especially spread through that jungle side of TT, they don't have a lot of space to try and go for that Drake.
No, once again, Thundertalk, they've got some decent defensive warding, and they do have a control ward in the pit, but there's nothing offensive. There's nothing that they've been able to push into their opponent's jungle, which is not the case for LGD. LGD are going to know where members are moving around in their jungle and be able to plan accordingly. A vision gap like this is really rough to try to overcome. 45 seconds now until the next Drake is going to spawn. What can you do to actually step up? You also have to keep in mind, right, Akeshi teleported to that previous play and was able to get one grub for his team for the bother, whereas Sasa did not teleport, so they have got that teleport advantage right here.
And especially with the executability on the Udyr, you have to watch out from Taguan. Does dodge the initial takedown and will dodge the one becomes lightning as well. So not as much damage as they would have liked, and they'll continue the push in bot.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you can do, right? 2 grubs in the back pocket, and you can keep stepping up. That's just going to be the immediate bullet time coming on through from Xiaoya. Not looking for the kill, you know that's not going to come through right here, but it's all about just keeping this pressure up, right? You're weaving it in between the constant mantra cues coming on through, making it so difficult to step up in the face of YCX. Xiaoya pops the ulti, and you can just keep this pressure up. It's not going to take too much health off, though, so it probably isn't going to force a reset out of the Thundertalk bot lane before this objective. If they do reset, though, yeah, it is just going to give you that little bit of extra time.
0 kills on the board, but a 2-kill goal lead, or a 2K goal lead, rather, for LGD. And they are looking to push all the way for this second Drake. Now, a slow rotate in from Junhao is coming, but the question is, do they have the timing for this one? Because 4K down to 3, you've got the Syndra in place to try and maybe land a stun, and maybe over the wall it could be there for the steal. Here we go.
He steals!
And it is stolen away. Junhao does it and gets out to live to tell the tale.
That's such a rough play right there. Getting over with the blast cone, stealing it, flashing back out over the pit, that's all well executed. But again, it's just kind of some mistiming out of Thundertalk. It sours the play for me, because there's no need to be coming out the play like that, right? Especially not for the second Drake of the game. You could try Skirmish for that one. You could try look a little bit more straight on. Still, once he does get into the pit, once you've committed to this course of action, it's just a mistime, right? 20 HP going to be left. Really unfortunate for Hong that he isn't able to pick that one up, but Junhao does a great job of being able to take it away and walk that one back out again. And Thundertalk, they avoid the Drake stacking that caused them so many woes in the previous game.
And hey, it's the favorite solo Drake to take. You'll get a Hextech Drake to add to your collection here, but LGD still going to be ahead on the overall feat collection. Just one away, one more neutral objective will do it for him. And the question now being, where do they look to on the map? Because you used 2 really big flashes at the end of that dragon fight, or fight that could have been, and now you don't have those tools in case a team fight brews.
Yeah, exactly. You're now losing out onto a couple of big things. Engage right here from Hong. He's looking for a solo kill.
Cyclone activated, and there it is. It is Hong who, game after game, has found the assassinations and finds the first blood for LGD.
And that looked way, way too easy right there. Just a little bit of disrespect from Haru to step up in that situation. Even tries to pop the ulti to maybe deal enough damage to make Hong step back, but just not going to be the case. And that's an extra gold going over to Hong. The first kill of the game. We've got first items coming through for the majority of champions at this point. Going to be massive that you've got yourself that Trinity Force completed for Hong. He had a great game number 1, but what we were talking about in the previous one has come to fruition again. Massive CS lead that we are seeing here in the jungle, and you just can't be playing like that. Massive CS lead bot lane too. I mean, Riot and Feather have not been able to step up to the wave at all.
I mean, those counter picks this red set continues to succeed, and you saw it there. 8 turret plates is the take from LGD in this initial 15 minutes. They are trailing to another successful game, and the problem is for Thundertalk, again, just the ability to make plays they're starting to lose. Because of the damage and where the turret plates were taken, those outer turrets are starting to become weakened, and especially this mid-outer turret being only half health, one good push can take that out, and then you lose all momentum for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. So, gonna potentially get another big fight right here around the Rift Herald. LGD, they have stepped up to the pit first, not necessarily going to start the objective first, are just going to get a good chunk of damage off onto Hung. Top laners both have TPs if they want to get involved.
No flash on 3 critical members across the rift. Hung doesn't have theirs, but also the jungler on the other side, down to 2.5k. Now they'll try and engage from the side, but that thing is already gone. Rift Herald claimed for Thunder Talk. Is there a follow-up fight? Well, we'll see. Scuttle Crab available, and maybe it is a true time to scuttle over it. It is a look. Saucy holding on to the ultimate. It is going to be trying to defend that mid lane turret as the wave was pushed on in. Neither team looks like they want to fight. Hungry for it, but still, 1 kill is all we have on the board.
Yeah, things just continue to peter out. Whenever these teams really look like they're going to engage, nope, just going to step back again. LGD, I do understand in that situation. You have decided not to blow the teleport off of Sasa, but that does mean he has to walk up from the bottom lane towards your top lane fight. Yes, Udyr is one of the faster champions that you've got. He does get there relatively quickly, and you do now have a teleport advantage, but it does just mean you can't compete for that Rift Herald whilst it is still alive. Instead, they're going to look for a play up onto the top lane. Just not going to have enough damage to really be able to take out this top lane tier 1 tower. Bot lane tier 1, though, is very, very low right now. Keshi just about going to be able to fight to keep that one alive, but it is a hair's breadth away from falling.
I mean, you're going to lose somewhere, right? You can't keep all 5 members everywhere at once, and they just piece you apart. LGD pulling them apart like a good grilled cheese, and that's damage on every single one of those outer lane turrets.
Absolutely it is, and yeah, it's another game where Thunder Talk feel like they're just being pretty passive. They're not looking to get involved early on, which is kind of crazy when you've got yourself a Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao should be getting a little bit more aggressive right now, trying for a play, but unfortunately he just ended up with all 3 lanes getting pushed in, losing. The only one that was a bit more even was mid lane. In fact, mid lane, the only one that has a little bit of a gold lead at the moment, only 300, and that pales in comparison to the 1,000 and 2,300 that jungle and bot lane are down respectively.
I mean, it's just been dominance. You talk about a Syndra that has fallen behind. You talk about a Kai'Sa that isn't there, and I don't know that necessarily you can stop this Taliyah. The wave has already disappeared. The earth is already unraveled. They're going to try and pop Rift Herald up towards top, give themselves a little bit of something back. Udyr is here to try and chunk it on down, so it's still that 1v2. Health bar down to half. Reinforcements are here. Has the ultimate in the back pocket. Bullet time comes out, and damage is good. But it's not enough to take the kill. All the while, LGD takes something else, and it's your Drake.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to pop the ulti for ulti combo top lane, which isn't going to be the end of the world, but it does just stop you taking that top lane tower. So your Rift Herald, you don't get any kills around the fight for Rift Herald. You don't manage to actually get a full tower with it either. You've also used it top lane rather than mid lane, so it's just a slightly less important tower. Still, now going to be an engaged bot lane. Keshi running for his life.
Yeah, this is a tough one to escape out of, even if you are the Cassante. Gets the flash and escapes on a 5th of the HP. Now the re-engagement is there. Reinforcements have come, and the bot lane of LGD is just not here. The follow-up damage is good. They will blow up 1, and they've found their first kill of the game. For Thunder Talk, it's well executed, but again, the push on the other side of the map, they only get the 1, and the Udyr just trying to steal away the other. Eventually does get back to safety.
Yeah, just about going to be able to jump away from that one. That's really nice from Thunder Talk. A good punish, but LGD, they just got a little bit too aggressive. Didn't think about the fact that Thunder Talk could rotate more members down into the bottom side of the map. Now, is that going to cost LGD massively in this game? Probably not, but that's the sort of thing you very much need to clean up going further in this tournament, as they will want to. Better teams certainly will punish you very, very hard for this, and this is just Cassante Gaming, right? He's so low, but the all-out just about going to give him enough to be able to get away from that one. And then in this situation, it's really unfortunate, but as a Taliyah, right, you've not got any of those mobility tools that your Wukong has to jump away, and it's just going to be a nice quick kill. It was also grabbed by Ryan, so that's exactly who you want that gold to be on. He's getting closer now to that second item.
That break point is a big one. However, right now, the backbreaking thing is the 3,000 gold lead on the board for LGT, and the gold lead in those critical positions, especially on the Misfortune. You mentioned it, and I have mentioned it, where it seems like the champion at points can be, if you miss an ultimate, you'll lose the team fight. But if you're this far ahead, the team fights can feel cohesive, especially with how good the rest of your lanes have been playing, especially with how much control you have over the map. Otacon has spawned up top, Drake in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. These teams, they just don't want to fight. They just don't want to get involved, which is kind of crazy, but at the same time, as LGD, there is no pressure on you right now to make this game happen faster, right? Yeah, your opponents do scale decently well in some places, but not majorly well in others, so you are going to be fine later on into the game, and you're just getting these massive CS gaps, right? Most of that 2,300 gold is just CS coming on through, and then all of the tower plates you were able to grab pre-14 minutes. There's no reason to accelerate the pace of the game as LGD. For Thunder Talk, you have to. It is critical that right now you find yourself a big fight, and the Atakan is a great objective to go play for that. How many throws did we see from teams massively in the lead around Atakan this year? It felt like every series had one.
I mean, it's just such a high health objective that it feels like you always overestimate the time you need, and Seismic Shove is just going to miss just a bit on Haru. It's going to be a stun the other way. Do they have the catch? It's a lot of damage here, and a burst down of YCX down to a 5th. The nice redemption comes on through. Bullet time plus wall is good, and that turret is all but dead. But what does the follow-up fight look like? It's a nice chunk down, but maybe the damage from Udyr might have gone too far. They send in the jungler. It's a 1-for-1 jungler for jungler, but the follow-up damage and gold is just too good. The dive in, Haru is sniped away, and the Udyr is on a tear. Xiaoye had saved a special present for them in the back pocket, and it was a rocket of bullets.
Oh yeah, Tangyuan just making that play happen right there. Really nice seismic shove to get a couple of extra kills, and that's going to be a pullback from LGD towards the Atakan, grab the objective on the back end of that fight. Thunder Talk, they finally do try to get a bit more proactive, as we had been asking for, and so nearly get themselves a kill onto YCX, but the turnaround was massive. The fact you already managed to blow the flash away from Haru, and then you just run them down. Sasa right now on his Udyr has looked so good.
Absolutely. And I mean, as well, the fight started with a really nice wall, but the problem for Thunder Talk was truly they didn't know where they were being attacked from. They had zero vision in their own jungle to even try and escape out. And LGD took full advantage of that. They've got the Atakan, they've got the flowers, and they are 2 drakes away from finding themselves into a better one, and our screen disappears into the blackness. They didn't want to see the horrifics that LG was doing on the side.
We'll just jump back into a replay and we'll have a look back at what it was that we had seen in this team fight. This Pop Blossom I thought was going to change the course of the fight. It looked really, really good, but it just doesn't land onto any of the key backline members. They're all able to dodge away. And this chase down and then this seismic shove flash, seismic shove bop back onto Haru is just so well executed. And it allows you to get that final bit of damage as well off onto Keshi. Now, once again, Drake fight coming on up, and this time Thunder Talk have arrived well in time to be able to tangle.
However, the angle is bad because they've got a Wukong ready to kick down the back door like the FBI. In they go. The Udyr is found.
Oh, it's nice.
And so is the Wukong. The clone's there. The bullet time over the top. They sandwich them in between their damage. Survivability is there. Still a 5v5. The takedown actually from Hung makes it a 5v4, and it's damage back. All of a sudden, the damage has disappeared. They need to work off of Xiaoye, and the good news is they've got the follow-up from the Udyr. Finally, the Cassante will fall. The Kaisa goes down as well, and in a messy 5v5, we get just 4 deaths.
Yeah, and LGD, it looked like a really good fight for them initially. The flank should have worked out far better than it did in the end. But unfortunately for Hung, he's just not particularly tanky at this point. You spoke about it during draft, right? Not a champion that's as tanky as you really think. You can get baited into feeling like he can go for those big flanks, and he gets the good knock-up on the Cyclone, but immediately evaporates before the teamfight really has a chance to start. Unfortunately for Thunder Talk, these initial quick burst teamfights are good for them, but the slow, longer, extended teamfight at the end just ruins everything. Watch. Over the wall, gets a good Cyclone off, but immediate reaction to be able to get that Scatter the Weak off. Stun up, immediately kill the Wukong. And at this point, you look like you're in a really good spot, especially now. All out, pulling back the Talia. You're in a great spot in this teamfight, but, and we said it before, and we're going to keep saying it again, right? At this point, Sasa is just a beast. He is walking at your backline, and he doesn't care.
There's a member dead, and it is a mid laner. Haru,
Haru,
out of the replay, just gets blown up. I think that's a product of just, again, not having vision.
Yep. Not entirely sure what it was that happened there, but oh well, I guess that's just going to start up the Baron right now for LGD, and now Thunder Talk trying to step into this down a member.
No flash on their jungler as well, so Thunder Talk will try and do what they can. Walled off is said jungler. Finally, the shield will come through, but it is just 3v1 gaming, and they've got control of the mid wave as well. LGD is doing everything correct and is on pace to sweep out this series, especially now that they're starting up the Baron. Thunder Talk is sticking around without a jungler. The good news is Haru has respawned, but doesn't have teleport.
I don't think you can even step up right now. No, you can see Geshi just standing in the way, bodyguarding, body blocking, making sure nobody can even compete for this Baron. And that is going to be another big objective picked up by LGD. They're on Soul Point. They've got Baron. They had Atakan as well. And they are in great position to 2-0 Thunder Talk in their second game of this Demacia Cup.
And that would put them in such a better spot. 4-1 on their overall match score, a +3 differential, and with 2 wins, you've almost guaranteed a lock in the next round. But still, League of Legends, you've got to finish it out on the Rift, and there are still a lot of structures standing for Thunder Talk, and they're going to have to use those to defend here this Baron push.
Absolutely. We'll see how the split is going to go, if it's just going to be a 1-3-1, or if we're going to get something a little bit fancier coming on through from LGD. Right now, they're just looking to straight up body their opponents, and that's big damage already coming down onto Zhonhao. He's going to have to turn tail and run, even taking a little bit of extra on the back end from YCX, and just pushing him so far back. This tier 2 tower is going to be in the sights, but you've got to keep in mind that it's not really about this push here. It's about how many people are needed to stop Sasa from just pushing through by himself. Him plus the Baron buff, he can wreck these waves. He can wreck anybody in a 1v1 as well.
And a level 16 neuter. I am scared of it if I am Thunder Talk, and unfortunately, your poor little Syndra is trapped behind the wall, has to use the flash as the bullet time is traded out.
That's the second time we've seen that exact same play as well, coming out from Tonguan, and really nice for him to be able to wall that one off. Xiaoya decides to use that bullet time a little bit later on. I thought he was going to immediately pop it, then I thought he wasn't going to pop it, but finally comes on through, and that's now the second time in a row where Haru has had to blow his flash on cooldown to just get over the back of the wall. The combo working beautifully, and that is going to result in that top lane tier 2 tower falling.
That is the first turret taken in this overall Baron push. We'll see how many more LGD can get. They've got about a 7,000 gold lead with 3 Drakes as well. If they don't close it out here in the Baron push, they've got another Mountain Soul to look forward to on the other side of this fight. They'll send in their Udyr first, and Keshi can do nothing but watch as the second tier turret will fall down. The mid lane inner turret ready to fall as well, and with the damage, one more cannon minion shot should do it.
And this game feels like it should be very much over. A 10,000 gold lead here for LGD. They're going to potentially look to compete for this bot lane tier 3, but it's just going to fall right in their face.
Oh boy, just run at him, why not? The Udyr ready to go with the Storm activated, the Glacier slowing down everybody around him, and an inhibitor takedown as well. Baron 20 seconds to go, diving in, Sasa will try and find the backline, but a bad trade puts them down to a 3rd HP. The healing good from Karma to get them back up to half, and it's a 2 inhibitor take from LGD. The Baron online for 5 more seconds, and it looks like they're just going to reset this one.
Yeah, we're just going to have to step back, walk away. You can't finish the game off right now, but it is just 29 minutes into the game. And the most important thing, 40 seconds until this Drake is going to come through. Look at the item differential that you've got. That's 4 items fully completed right here for Xiaoya. Around 3 and some scraps. He's so far behind. He's a full item in terms of gold behind. 3.8k at this point. The saving grace here, the potential option for Thunder Talk is that there are a couple of very big shutdowns available. If you grab that, a couple of towers maybe off of the back of a disastrous fight for LGD, and that will go a hell of a long way towards making this 12k gold lead feel a little bit more manageable. Still, it's going to be a long shot, and it's going to take a lot for Thunder Talk to be able to pull themselves back into this game.
I think one of the toughest things is they don't have Haru's flash, so coming from behind here, this one could get awkward very quickly. The bubble popped around the Udyr. They're going to try go all in. How much can Sasa hold off as the rest of the team tries to burn them down from the brush? A solo from Xiaoye will try and take down the rest of the Drake's HP, while the rest of the team bunkers it down. Mountain Soul gained. A fight for their life, a fight for their series, and the health bars just disappear under the cyclone. Every single player gets involved, and LGD, they don't miss on red side. Undefeated 4-0 on red side in 2 days, and they'll bring their second win to the team's Demacia Cup start.
And there we go. This is what LGD wanted. They wanted to build off of what was a pretty good split 3 of 2025, and now they're looking even stronger right now. Xiaoye, he's stepping up beautifully. And what an overall good team win right there out of LGD. That's the sort of team win that you look at and you go, yeah, nobody was dead weight. Nobody wasn't a big impact player in that game.
No, and it felt like a completely different style of game where you go back to game number 1, they get a couple of jungle picks, they get a bot lane double kill early on. That really swayed things, but it was solo efforts, and I really like that they were able to hold on to red side, get some really nice counter picks to be able to win lanes and show us what they can do from a leading position rather than going for those jungle picks.
Yeah, why not? This is the thing. This is the thing with the way that LGD played a lot of this game out. That won't necessarily work versus a lot of other teams, but in this game, why not? You don't have to keep pushing the envelope forwards. You don't have to keep trying to increase the pace of the game when Thunder Talk are so happy to just sit back and concede the game to you. This is a second game where Xiaoye has been able to outdamage his lane opponent by almost 3 times. He's been all over this one, and it's been pretty disappointing to see out of Thunder Talk, right? We have to give LGD their flowers, but it didn't feel like they were particularly challenged at any real point in either of these 2 games.
Yeah, and I think for Thunder Talk, there's obviously lessons to be learned. This is obviously your basically first best of 3, reining in some of the new year and what you're trying to build off of. So I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned, but I think that proactivity is somewhat tough on your first best of 3, where you're dealing with new team members. You don't know how well everybody is going to gel, but LGD just said, we don't care. We're going to send our team fights, we're going to win them, and we're going to use our global ultimates to the best of our advantage to Talia wall after Talia wall, earn them team fight victory after team fight victory.
Yeah, it was really nice to see, and it's really rough from Thunder Talk because you had what was an overall draft that it could work, right? It's not the most proactive draft, but it could be if you try to make it play like that. You could have had some options in a game where your top and bot lane are getting pushed in constantly, and we don't see a single gank come through. Your opponents are sat underneath the tower. We watched the bot lane step up, press bullet time underneath the opponent's tower, and there's no threat, there's no worry. You're not thinking, oh, can I do that? Do I need to worry? Do I think that someone, Zhenhao hopefully, is going to step out of the brush and get involved? Well, the answer should in every situation be yes. But playing with that little respect was warranted because LGD didn't have to worry that a gank was going to come on through. It just wasn't. You also lost that game with Feather on one of his best champions from the last year on the Nico. That's pretty bad as well. It just didn't feel like there were any particularly bright sparks right here. Maybe mid lane. Maybe mid lane was looking better. But the bar is low.
I mean, it felt like as well, the neutral objectives were some of a side quest, a side story to the entire thing, but throughout today, LGD was able to flex those neutral objectives where, sure, they were already up 3 Drakes, that Mountain Soul didn't actually matter, but that was a possible moment for Thunder Talk to reset there at the end and try and gather themselves, and no, they're thrust directly back into another fighting position, and that's exactly what they were doing all day long, and not only were they controlling the neutral objectives, they were controlling the vision. I mean, Thunder Talk never had a chance to see.
Yeah, Thunder Talk, they really are just going to have to go back to the drawing board. I'm not writing this team off. These are young players who have only just come up to the LPL level for a lot of them, right? You're not expecting them to gel immediately, and as we always talk about, right, Demacia Cup, it's this interesting mix between very much matters and very much doesn't. It's not the end of the world to have a bad Demacia Cup. It doesn't mean that you are going to be bad. It doesn't write your story here in December of the previous year. But we do just want to see that little bit extra from them, and if they're able to just pop off a little bit more, play a little bit more proactive, that would be really exciting. It would give you something to really look forward to as a Thunder Talk fan.
I think for Thunder Talk, obviously their stage 1 is not over. They still have 2 more matches, but with a single round robin going 0-2, is very hurtful, although it is somewhat of a forgiving format where the top 2 teams of each group do make it out, so there are always chances for them. For LGD on the other side, I mean, the best they could possibly be feeling. I mean, they go 4-1 over 2 days. They are now 2-0 in the overall win condition, and if you get a better win, that just helps you out further down the line.
Absolutely, it does. For LGD, they are in a great spot. That doesn't guarantee them getting out of this group, but it does basically everything that you really want. Only losing that one single game yesterday is going to haunt them a little bit, but I don't think it's really going to change everything in the end. This is an LGD that looked pretty good at the end of last split. They bring in a new jungle, a new mid lane. Things are looking even better, but what really excites me about LGD is the fact that it's not just that the jungle and the mid lane looked good, although they definitely did. That was really good games, especially from Hong. But it's the fact that Xiaoya looks amazing, and Sasa had a couple of really big moments in both games. Everything seems to be firing on all cylinders for them so far.
Excited to see how these teams do end out shaking up, but if you guys at home want to actually support our project here at the LPL English, make sure to check us out over on Ko-fi. Give us all of everything and make sure to support everything our broadcast does, because not only do you get access to early content and unique on-site interviews for special subscribers, but you also get to support an LPL English product. So if you have any extra dollary dues, give us a Christmas gift for Christmas.
That would be very, very appreciated. It was brilliant to be able to bring you this all of last year, and we're super excited to bring you the product again in 2026, so any little you can give would super help.
We appreciate all of you. We've got 2 more best of 3s left on the day. It's done for Bloxer and myself. We've got 2 brand new casters hopping on the desk and 2 better matches after this one. Thank you all so much for watching LPL English, and we'll be back in just a short while.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the coverage of the Demacia Cup of 2025 here on LPL English. We've got our second series in our second day of games. ZSM, our streamer team, taking on OMG in their first gameplay of the 2026 season. My name is Graves and I'm joined alongside Foles. He is not holding that pose. It's a bit of an image. This is just an image as he's having some technical difficulties on the camera end, but this guy is going to be delivering you guys all the color casting knowledge for these next two series. Foles been challenger in multiple regions in the mid lane, and now you're going to be bringing that knowledge here to the LPL. How are you doing today?
Doing very well, Graves. Thank you for asking. It is an absolute pleasure and honor to be here alongside you. Ni hao, annyeonghaseyo, hello world. Let's get this show on the road. We got a couple banger teams on our hands here, and I cannot wait to see who comes out on top tonight, this morning, any given time.
Yeah, you know, it's night, morning, depending on wherever you are in the world. Regardless, time for Demacia Cup. I know we've had some technical delays between our first series and now. So just a bit of a reminder, if you are just hopping in for this second series of the day, of what the format is for this tournament. We are currently in Stage 1, where we have the 6 teams that were participating towards Group Nirvana of last year, alongside ZSM and FRK, our 2 streamer teams. These guys are playing in a single round-robin best-of-3 group stage with the top 2 participants making it on over to Stage 2, where they will join teams from Group Ascend. That is the 6 teams that did not finish in the top 2, but finished in the top 8 overall of the LPL in the summer split. They'll be playing in a 5-team single round-robin best-of-3 group stage, with the top 3 performers in each of those groups moving on to the knockout stage. So a lot of time to get over to the eventual knockout bracket and crowning the champion here, Foles. But we've got still some fun games, and these teams really trying to make their mark and make a statement before the true LPL season begins.
And Grapes, lucky us, because we have what can be considered as both of the streamer teams on our docket today. And I'm not sure if that is the correct categorization for them, as some of these players, you know, are pretty recognizable from their previous stints in the league. You know, we've got some pretty heavy hitters up there, much better than the previous Demacia Cups, and we get to cover both of them tonight to see what they can do up against some of these LPL teams.
Yeah, I mean, we saw ZSM play yesterday. They played 2 games, but they only they were not able to win either of them against LGD Gaming. The game score was technically 1-2, but there were some FFs involved. And speaking of, it's probably a little bit of the reason why we're having some of those internet issues again. But taking a look at their roster, top to bottom, Ala, Ning, Fofo, LWX, and Southwind. All these players have participated in the LPL. 4 of these 5 players have made it to Worlds. 2 of them have won Worlds here, Foles. And so when you're looking at just the sheer firepower of the names on this team, certainly there. It's just the question of, are they fully banded together? Have they been scrimming? Have they been practicing to make enough of a dent here in the Demacia Cup?
And that's exactly what we've been going back and forth about, is just how good some of these teams are. And ZSM here, I am really liking what I'm seeing here. You know, some of my favorite names here being Fofo and LWX. I mean, some of these guys have really had a good memory in my mind in terms of seeing them play, and so I really expect good things from them, you know, tonight. And you know, in this tournament, I know a lot of people have their doubts about how hard some of these teams might try, you know, given that, you know, this is just sort of a one-off thing, playing in the Demacia Cup, not fully being in the LPL. But I contend these guys are going to give it their all, and if you ask me, I think these guys have a really good chance of putting on a show for us tonight.
Yeah, you know, they showed a little bit of fight against LGD, who now are sitting atop of Group A in the first stage of the tournament. So, you know, they had their work cut out for them to start things off, but we'll see if they can turn things around today against OMG. Let's take a look at OMG's roster here. And this is the first time that we've seen this organization here on LPL English in quite a while, Foles, because this team, again, was one of the 2 teams alongside RNG last year who were unable to qualify for Split 3. They were one of the 2 teams eliminated after the conclusion of Split 2 by finishing in the bottom 2 of Group Nirvana. So they made a couple of swaps around with their roster. They keep 3 of the 5 members of their starting lineup from 2025 in Harry, Starry, and Moham, but then they bring up their Academy jungler in Rayo and also bring over Haichao from LNG.
And so as we were talking about before we went live just now, we are really, really interested in this Rayo character, this guy coming up from the OMG LDL team. You know, OMG, as a matter of fact, also having the player Juhan on their roster, aka Juhana from Korea, from LCK, formerly the DRX sixth man, you know, alongside Pioshik. But OMG here in the Demacia Cup choosing to field Rio, a very fascinating choice. We're going to be keeping our eyes on him this series, see if there's a reason why this player is their starting jungler for this tournament, alongside a fellow good roster here. You know, I think that some people might have their iffy feelings about this roster, you know, particularly with the likes of, you know, keeping Harry, Starry, and Moham, but I really have a good feeling about this Moham guy just from having played alongside him and seeing him in action. And I think DK really did him dirty by not giving him the time in the spotlight that I think he frankly deserves. And so let's keep our eyes on some of these players and let's see how they can do up against the streamer team tonight.
Yeah, one thing you're going to learn about Fulls, played a lot of Korean solo queues. So when you see a Korean player in here, he's going to have some thoughts on him. Definitely high on Moham here, even though he had some struggles at the end of 2025. And very excited to see the return of this as we head into Champ Select. We've got Fofo, I believe, with a very interesting background on the green screen. We're going to dive into that as we continue to go alongside in the draft. But it's OMG on the blue side, ZSM on the red side. Red side's had a lot of success so far in this tournament here, Fulls.
Yeah, and the first ban coming out from the blue side being Azir is truly a shocker in my eyes. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's the best champion in the game, and you should be first picking that every day of the week. And so perhaps that's really saying something about OMG's mid lane position there, maybe not wanting to go ahead and first pick that. So we will see what they go ahead and lean towards here with that B1
you know,
first
Haichao
pick.
definitely had some games on the Azir last year, but perhaps is one that wants to be attached to very specific champions as we go along, at least through the first couple of games of this series. A reminder to everybody, the format in the Demacia Cup, when you get to a deciding game, that is a game 3 in a best of 3, game 5 in a best of 5, goes back to full blind pick. So we're going to have Fearless for the first 2 games, but if we go to that decider, all bets will be off, and it looks like for Haichao, he's going to be able to lock in that Orianna in the B1.
And especially with Azir already being out, I can kind of see what they're going for here, just picking simply the best S-tier mid laner on the table. You know, Orianna is just the stock standard mid lane who's offering you absolutely everything you want in terms of early game prio, wave control, team fighting, just a really immensely strong character. Let's see if they can pair that alongside with the shockwave delivery system.
See what the response is here for ZSM, though. They've already locked in the Yunara for LWX. Not a champion that was really around when he was, you know, doing some really great things into the LPL over on FPX, but surely has had some time to perfect it and be able to have some good experiences on it. It's going to be matched alongside an Aatrox. Now, we've seen this obviously in the top lane for many a year, but this is suddenly a jungle pick with the recent changes going into patch, I believe, 25.24. So certainly going to be a big factor here, likely going towards Ning, as we see a Zehen also getting locked in for Harry alongside that Wukong to round out the first rotation.
Now, Grapes, I gotta be completely honest with you. Those 3 picks from the blue side are all completely S+ tier champions, especially with Wukong and Orianna pairing up with one another. It's almost like a TFT buff when you get those 2 characters. You just have an automatic team fight, snap engage, Thanos one-shot at your disposal. You know, with the Zhen being picked as well, answered by the Camille. It's very interesting to see how that matchup's gonna unfold up there.
Camille locked in to try to match up, I presume, into the Zehen up in the top lane. Not 100% sure, of course, as we continue to move along into the second phase of bans. I mean, Ning has played a lot of Camille back in the jungle back in the day, but that's definitely not really a pick that you can run in this big year of 2025. So would imagine that it's Aatrox jungle at this point and Camille up in the top lane. Still looking for Fofo's pick in the mid lane as we head into that second phase of bans. Moham going to be targeted here. Something that I think we noticed from Moham back in 2025, he really only plays a very specific pool of champions very, very well. When you take him off of things like the Rel, the Leona, the Braum, the Nautilus, things start to go a little bit downhill, so I'd imagine that ZSM want to try to target support here.
Now, Grapes, this is the LPL, and this is the Demacia Cup, and so if I were to troll a little bit, I would say that Camille does have some flex pick potential in the support role. Now, do I think that's going to happen? Absolutely Absolutely not, but I do think it is very interesting to see that they lock in their top laner with the Aatrox already showing, therefore removing that flex potential with the pick. But Aatrox is just so powerful, you should snag him up any chance you get. Him and Ambessa with those recent jungling buffs, those two characters are ones to watch out for in these series tonight. So we'll see what ZSM wants to go for on the R4 here. They could really use some magic damage, perhaps answer in the mid lane.
Still a lot of options available, although they are targeting Fofo's champion pool. See if the cat behind him has anything to say about it as well as we get into that second phase of picks. For OMG, we're looking really for the bot lane at this point, and in my opinion, the bot lane was the standout here for OMG last year. You talk about Moham, he had some inconsistencies, but I really liked what I saw from Starry back in 2025, and if he can get back to some of those peaks, maybe he is somebody that can really bring some new life to this OMG roster. But it's going to have to go up against a Syndra, which is never a good sign if you're an AD carry player.
Yeah, and I'm so glad to see the Syndra locked in there. Really quick B4, B5 from OMG with the Aphelios Alistar. But I will harp on the Syndra one time. I think this character is criminally underpicked. I mean, everybody's out here first picking Orianna. Why are we not first picking Syndra as well? This character does everything Orianna does, just in a slightly different way. A very effective character in the mid lane, and I'm glad to see that we getting it picked in the first series and now getting it picked again tonight. I think this character deserves a lot more recognition, a very powerful champion, and we got the drafts fully completed now, Grapes. I frankly haven't made my choice as to which draft I prefer. Have you seen anything here I might be missing?
Well, I do want to redirect your attention back to the Orianna, which was the first selection of the draft, obviously. One of Haichao's most played champions, I think, throughout his career. And just look at all the different angles that he has to use that shockwave. You can, obviously, you mentioned the Wukong engage from Rayo, but now you have Moham on an Alistar. You even have Harry on the Zehen who can jump in there with that ultimate, become unstoppable, and become an easy landing spot for that shockwave. And when you take a look at the opposition on ZSM, not a ton of tanks. I mean, you have some bruisers, obviously, in Ala and Ning, but definitely a big ability for that shockwave to obliterate the backline. So I'm curious to see if OMG are going to be able to utilize those compositions, or those combinations, I should say, in the right way to be able to take advantage of what I think is a pretty good draft for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned that, as a matter of fact, because Moham, in my head, I consider him to be one of the better Alistar players, if not that being his very best champion. And so if we're having Moham on the Alistar, possibly being able to set up for some big-time shockwaves, some big-time engages, this is really going to answer the question for us, Grapes, is Moham cut out to perform well in the LPL? He's got a really big position in this game to set up some engages, to really be a difference maker, and so a lot of eyes here, I would say, on Rayo and Moham. Moham for the primary engage, Rayo for being his LPL debut, guys. This is Rayo's first ever game in the LPL, and so I think our absolute spotlight should be on him, as a matter of fact.
Had some time in the LDL on OMG's Academy team. Now getting a chance with the big boys in this debut against a number of players that he probably idolized growing up in his ZSM, legends in the Chinese League of Legends space. We'll see if he's able to capitalize alongside his historic organization as we get ready for Game 1.
On to the Rift. No Gyos tonight, as we're all doing this remotely. This is not necessarily in a big stadium for the Demacia Cup, unfortunately, but that does not mean it is not just as hype and awesome seeing these players come back out and see what they can do against some of these youngsters. You could consider that, the streamer team could be some unks, but these guys, they're going to see what they can do.
I mean, this must be a cool experience for some of these younger players, right? I mean, you think of somebody like Starry, Rayo, people that don't have a ton of experience getting to play against some legends in the space. I mean, again, Ning and LWX both having won Worlds, and you wonder with the call-up of Juhan to be a part of this OMG squad as well, if that can help them out as well, get a little bit of experience into the room for OMG. And they definitely have a lot to prove, not necessarily just as players, but also the organization, right? I mean, Bulls, think about just the history of this team back from like 2012, 2013, where they were going to World Championships, all the way down to not even participating in the LPL last split. You know that this organization is one that wants to be great at this point and get back to those glory days, and we'll see if this is the roster to take them there.
Yeah, the LPL is just such a competitive league, having 14 teams with pretty much star-studded players across the board to even make it into the playoffs and make it far, make it to Worlds, to do any sort of damage in the LPL. You've got to not just be good, but you've got to be great. And we're up against some prior greats here on ZSM, so if you want to be great, this is exactly the best chance you're going to have to showcase your greatness.
Take a look at some heavy dueling up on the top side of the map. Get our first look at Zehen, at least on today's show, or at least between me and you fools, for the top lane experience, trying to build up some of that determination, make sure he's available to get that revive. As Fofo trading well with Haichao in the mid lane as he's trying to get that shove out. We see junglers clearing on opposite sides of the map here with Rayo, maybe trying to make an impact towards the top lane early.
Now we see a few things in common here. We see both mid laners glowing orange, and we see both top laners taking Grasp of the Undying. And so the standard meta nowadays, especially for the mid lane, is to always take that triple tonic rune. It's just so effective, particularly on Syndra of all champions, actually, because once you get that, well, actually nowadays at level 6, that elixir is extremely powerful ever since the buffs, but at level 9, you're getting the additional skill point, and for a champion like Syndra, that's honestly a cheat code, because you're getting 5 extra orbs as we're trading very heavily, leveling up.
Harry really, really wanted that Canyon minion. Going to cost him a lot of his health bar. He does still have the teleport to get back, and with Rayo showing on a ward, means that Ala cannot go too far ahead. Remember, you might see at the top of your screen, Ala did have to reset and use that teleport to get back to lane, so winning that trade makes a lot of sense. And he should be able to crash this wave in and at least cost Harry a few minions.
And now you can tell that this is not Harry's first rodeo on the Zhen, because he fully brazenly walked up for that auto attack to heal him, knowing that he was safe and knowing that he could do so, testing his limits here. Wukong is being a bit pesky here for this Raptor, stacking up the Conqueror. Let's see if ZSM can thwart him from making this happen. It's going to be a smite fight, I think.
It's won by Ning. Small disturbance at the very least here for Rayo to cause some chaos into the enemy jungle, and allow for Haichao, most importantly, I think, to get that push and get a reset in. Already having burned his teleport, needed a little bit of help to make sure he'd be able to get back to lane safely without losing a number of a CS. Take a look around the rest of the map. Things still relatively even across the board. I know our last game, I know it's seemingly ages ago, Llama and Blockster were complaining that there wasn't a lot of action happening at the start of it. I hope that we get a little bit more of that here in this first game of this second series.
We've seen some blinking health bars. We've seen some recalls forced out. The closest we have seen was Harry really cutting it down to the wire there with his HP, but, we haven't seen anything too threatening. Frankly, I really do like that attempt there from Rayo on the Raptors. He had nothing to lose there with his camps respawning and everything to gain. Unfortunately, it is a game of increments, and so you really want to be getting those incremental advantages, winning those smite fights. But I imagine he's going to have some more chances later in this game, perhaps some other objectives to smite that might be worth a heck of a lot more. And so we'll see if he can make his debut match go a little bit more in his favor as this one continues to transpire.
Definitely opportunities aplenty for Rayo, especially if he is, the intended starter for OMG going into the 2026 season. We don't know 100% at this point, but a good sign at the very least that he is starting things off in Demacia Cup. Again, the first game that OMG has played in an LPL setting since at least Split 2 of last year. Showing some confidence in a young player like that, and hoping for upward trajectories for a lot of these guys as we go throughout the season if they want to have some level of success. We see Dragon being started up by Ning and ZSM, and with Rayo on the opposite side of the map, looks like nothing will happen in terms of a contest, and maybe just a focus towards clearing out those camps, maybe looking for another invade.
So I would say with having the bot lane range advantage, the Lulu into the Alistar, that should net you the prio to get the first Drake. But I would like to also give some props to Fofo for the way he's played his initial laning phase. Lulu flashes out.
Yeah.
Willie, I think he's dead here, Graves. He's not looking too hot.
Already has burned that flash, and all of a sudden, the attention for OMG turns to LWX, who has to use the flash of his own. So 2 summoner spells utilized for just the heal and the ghost for Starry and Moham. Really nice trade in the 2v2.
Yes, Starry really knowing the power of that gravitum gun, slowing them down like crazy, almost as if he
They're
has
gonna look
the
for another
bullet
one. They
frozen
know
mallet. They
no
might
flash
even
for
want to
LWX
dive.
to use the barrier, but it's not enough. First blood going into the hands of Starry on the Aphelios, and on the top side of the map, we see a World Ender being burned by Ning as these junglers are going at it as well. Second proc of the Cyclone just used to clear out some of the Krugs, but now Rio has to be careful because Ala is coming over, has a hook shot in tow, has to use that W to get over the wall, make sure he is out safely.
Rayo getting some revenge there for that earlier Raptor smite, stealing away the Krug, getting the Aatrox flash trade. We definitely take those as Wukong, but you know, we're wanting a little bit more for ourselves, perhaps to actually get the kill or, you know, to force the Aatrox out of the map entirely. But, you know, Camille just being there with so much proximity means that you can't possibly stay much longer. He uses his next W to get back out and ensure his safety back onto the map. Redeploying here to the bot side. He's going to eat up these camps, and let's see if there's any other things that are going to happen here as the grubs begin to spawn.
You'd hope that if you're OMG, you get some priority around the top side now, given that, you know, the bot lane Hardy has given up that dragon. We see Ala once again still here around the top lane as those grubs are now available, and Rayo pathing towards the top side of the map with, of course, his blue buff spawning in less than a minute. But it looks like that's not really the prerogative of either of these teams right now. And all of a sudden, OMG's bot lane is feeling confident after picking up that kill for Starry.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if we switch up any of the lane assignments here. You know, it has been pretty standard to send the AD carries top lane, you know, right around the grub spawn. We did miss the first few windows to do so. So it'll be, you know, it'll be interesting to watch to see if that's something they're going to go for here, you know, maybe on the next cannon wave, or if Wukong can just do this on his own. It seems that, you know, ZSM might just be none the wiser.
Or maybe they do know, because they see Ning now running around looking for a potential invade. I thought maybe they could go for a dive with Moham still level 5, not having that unbreakable will, but with both bot laners having flash, looked very risky to do so. See one grub taken already for Rayo, but now Ala has shoved the wave in, on the top side of the map and could be looking to make things a little bit dangerous for the Wukong, but in a 2v1 situation, not going to happen with Haichao having a really nice push up into the mid lane. It's just going to be all three grubs going over to OMG.
So I will say something, Grapes, and I'd like to call it the jungler's dilemma, because as you see here, Rayo, he does get the grubs for his team, and as good as that might seem, and as, you know, favorable as that might come across, you know, every jungler I've ever played with, they always say, please, please, don't ask me for a gank. Don't ask me to start the objective. Just let me do my camps. Let me do my full clear. Let me do my rotation. And he completely skipped his camps to do those grubs, whereas Aatrox was just eating up the whole time. So we'll see if that advantage Aatrox was able to get is going to outweigh those grubs.
Getting caught out again. Remember, LWX still doesn't have flash, but he does transcend to make sure he gets a little bit more damage here. That red-white gun, though, for Starry is becoming dangerous. And take a look at the CS gap down here at this point, full. Starry's up over 30 CS over the Yunara.
You know, I had not noticed that, but that is absolutely extreme. We should not be seeing a lead of this size, especially given the drafts that we have down here. That could very well be the player diff, if I may say, but you know, I wouldn't count LWX out of it just yet. He's got a lot of minions under his tower. He's got a Lulu to work with, and an Aatrox who still has that XP lead thanks to Wukong committing to those grubs, and so we'll see if Aatrox perhaps can help him out with this.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think that maybe there's an opportunity for Ning to go for a gank, but Rayo was there at just the right time to dissuade any of that, make sure that it would just be a 3v3 situation against the red-white gun Aphelios, which would never really be a good sign. This is what we were talking about earlier on before we got started with the draft here, fools, with Starry, the bot laner for OMG. I thought he was probably one of the team's best players, despite a lot of their underperformances last year. Was able to get ahead in a lot of situations, but maybe some struggles closing games out in certain spots. That's going to be something that we continue to watch both in this series and throughout the year, because obviously Starry's been able to generate a lead here alongside Moham, but we'll see if he's going to be able to hold it and, you know, deliver in those team fights against a player as experienced as LWX.
Yeah, we have a huge advantage building up there for Starry in the bot lane, and not to undermine this pretty big advantage from Harry here in the top lane as well. You know, these these are the kind of leads that you build these up. You get the Grubs as an objective. You allow Wukong some time to catch up to Aatrox, and, come 15, 20 minutes, you're simply just ahead, So we're going to have to see if ZSM can kind of hit a strike of their own, a punch of their own to kind of equalize this game state a little bit, being down 1k gold here. And if this Aphelios is left, to scale at his free will, then they're going to absolutely have some problems come knocking on their door later this match.
The scaling for OMG certainly is there. Zehen, Orianna, alongside that Aphelios, of course, can pack a punch against a lot of the squishies that ZSM, again, have on their team. Very curious to see how those 5v5s do end up unfolding, but it is an equalization of the Dragon counter with Rayo picking that up, and now they're looking for a dive on the bottom lane towards Fofo. Moham has the Unbreakable Will, going to use it immediately as he jumps in, and it's all too easy in the bottom lane. Rayo picks it up, nice shockwave from Haichao as well, and it's 2-1 OMG.
And Syndra is just cooked there. It's really difficult to play those kind of situations out against a good Alistar there. You notice Moham with the pump fake, with the hesitation, not immediately committing the headbutt pulverize or even just the headbutt into Fofo there, because he knows what that Scatter the Weak can do to thwart him. And so just with that patience there, waiting for the right timing, Fofo not having a good way to flash out of that one, that's just a free dive, and frankly, if that's how it's going to look, ZSM should have had a little more preparations to begin with.
Now you suddenly look up here at the gold lead, Fulls. 2,500 in favor of OMG. Just these small advantages, both in the laning phases as well as just the execution around some of these dives, have resulted in the team being very far ahead over their stream team opponents. And again, one of those situations, Fulls, I know we were talking about this before we officially went live, but despite all the names that you see on the right side of your screen, it's the LPL upstarts, the teams that have been scrimming together, have been really preparing to make a statement in 2026 that are currently having the upper hand.
Yeah, and I mean, if you just even look at the player cams, that does kind of give you a bit of a picture here. We've got dancing in the background, and we've got all sorts of fascinating things going on, whereas on the OMG side of things, those guys they're together, they're beside each other. If Nocturne ults, it doesn't matter, so that's just kind of a big difference maker here for, just that camaraderie and that, that teamwork, that synergy, if you ask me. They've probably been working together for a much longer time.
Hey, you know what? At least our streamer team's giving us some content with the fun backgrounds, at the very least. As maybe Southwind going to be some content for OMG, as he already had to burn both of his summoner spells and once again got knocked up by Moham. But with Ning back into the area, going to make sure that Southwind's going to be able to stay alive. But Moham still hunting for a sort of engage. Going to get spotted up by the control ward, instead head to the top lane where Haichao is crashing a wave and going to eventually take that tier 1.
This is really bad news for Syndra to lose both of the outer towers. It just means that she has not much safety here in these side lanes. That is a big weakness of the Syndra. You don't have an escape tool. You don't have phase rush. You're just a sitting duck now in those side lanes. Champs like Wukong, champs like Alistar, they thrive in those environments. And it's going to be very difficult for Fofo to keep up with Haichao at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, Haichao, again, a player that we saw some highs and some lows, to say the least, in 2025 when he was with LNG. Even in years past, spent 2 years with LGD before, of course, going over to the other organization. Having a good time against Fofo. Again, a player that has been legendary both in the LMS/PCS and here in the LPL. Having a good time, at least in this early game, as Rift Herald has been started up by OMG. They should be able to take this one unless Ning comes in for a steal, and he does! Dashes over the wall, says thank you very much, and flashes right out. The eye will not go over to ZSM, but at least you get some style points.
That is a huge W for Ning there. And, I was going to outline this kind of theme of the match I'm seeing here, which is just that ZSM is slowly bleeding. However, Aatrox, on the other hand, he might have a blood well of his own, and he's just been slowly generating gold and XP. And if you see there, it says 11 to 9 grapes. That smite gives him a huge XP swing, as a matter of fact. And so this Aatrox could be a force to be reckoned with and might just be what ZSM needs to come back into this game. He could be able to carry them on his back.
Yeah, you hit on it. As soon as we went for the grubs, right? As soon as OMG went for the grubs, Rayo sacrificing his clears to go for the objectives. And we even see that with the beginning of the Rift Herald fight. But Ning, of course, keeping his farm in mind, now has a 30 CS advantage. The only one of the carries on his team that is at least even in gold with the opposition. And that's with 2 towers, again, of course, being taken by Team OMG. So Ning going to have to be a big factor in this game as time goes on. He's no stranger to carrying in the jungle, obviously, so we'll see if he's able to do that here.
A very respectful flash from the Orianna there. We see Aatrox with a bit of a face check, but trust me, this champ does not go down so easy, so he's totally allowed to be doing this. In fact, he can even mess with this Alistar a little bit. Yeah, I tell you, Grapes, I tell you, this Aatrox, this is going to be a pretty big problem for OMG. You know, they do have some tools to get through him. I mean, frankly, if Starry can just tap him for 2 seconds straight, he will die, but it's easier said than done. You know, he can go from no HP to full in no time. So here we go.
Look at an engage being started up here by Rayo. They have Hai Chao on the flank, has the Shockwave in tow. When will they utilize the ultimate? Instead, it's ZSM collapsing on the OMG mid laner. Shockwave only finds a Lulu, and it's all it to shut him down. Mohan pops the Unbreakable Will. They have red and blue guns here for Starry, and he's flashing forward to get a double kill, but he's immediately taken down by Fofo, who still has the Unleashed power in his toe. Rayo picks 1 kill back up as finally the Zahen has arrived to the party, and we get a 2v2 on the top side of the map into the alcove. ZSM goes, Fofo taken very low, charge forward here, but it's matched by the hook shot. Harry takes down 1, but now Rayo is in trouble as All is now running away in a 1v2. Should be a quick turnaround here for Harry. He still has his flash, and knock up not going to be utilized, and we have a pause after a chaotic team fight on the top side.
And the pause comes in, and, you know, that's probably a good time to pause there as a player, you know, after what just happened to you guys. Because, you know, you had a very, very advantageous, stable, slow game, and things just went chaotic in a heartbeat right there. Did not see that one coming with a huge fight breaking out, and they were even still able to, you know, keep that as a favorable fight with Zahen nowhere to be found. So very, very impressive fighting up there in the top lane, you know, for OMG, and ZSM's chances are looking slimmer by the minute, so may as well pause to get some reprieve.
Yeah, it ends up being a 4v3 for OMG by the end of that fight, but you got to give some love to some of the old men over on ZSM, right? They still got some hands. They were able to make some stuff happen. Ala with a great engage to make sure that Starry was unable to fully dish out that amount of damage. And you see he's still hovering around here, maybe looking to pick up a little bit of farm. It's crashing underneath the tier 2, but the team fighting skills are still definitely there for ZSM, but they are just now very far behind in the gold department, and we'll see if they're going to be able to come back from this one.
So I tell you what I think went wrong there is just that Aatrox, as we're probably about to see right here, just was not quite able to operate, you know, as his champion wants to. He was kind of left stranded here in the middle of a lot of damage coming his way. You know, he wasn't able to proc the Sundered Sky or to drain tank anything there. He was just obliterated. And the rest of this fight was sort of a foregone conclusion after that, you know, especially with Starry making a pretty cool looking play. But, you know, I think Fofo wasn't a big fan of it, and maybe Starry could chill a little bit. All things considered, it is favorable for OMG. We're going to want to see Aatrox have a better fight if ZS is able to keep up with them.
Yeah, and Fofo had a really good fight there. Eventually does go down, obviously, but being able to one-shot Starry, who went for a very aggressive play, is certainly a good sign. Starry, though, certainly going to be a problem. I mean, you saw what he was able to do with just that flash ulti combo. If he was able to get a couple more auto attacks off, might have been just a completely wiped fight. But the positioning obviously going to continue to be very important in that regard. See some more trading, some more face checking around this mid lane. At the Dragon was taken by OMG during that replay, during that downtime. So now a 2-1 lead in that department for our blue side, for our LPL representatives, as they now still hold their gold lead of around 2.5K.
Yeah, looks like we've got the Otacon spawning in the top lane here, and that's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very advantageous for OMG because they do still have their tier 1 top tower standing, meaning that they do have some territory, which is absolutely theirs and theirs alone up there. So that's going to give them some ways in, you know, especially with their gold lead, with their item leads. You know, they're going to be able to control this area, but as any recent League of Legends viewer knows, if there's one way to completely throw a game, it is the Otacon.
Oh, wow, that blind for Moham just Oh, look what I found. I found a Lulu. Hex flashes over the wall, knocks Southwind back into the enemy team, and that's a 4th kill picked up for Starry. And now the Otacon can become the topic of conversation, as it's already been started up by Rayo.
And that's going to complicate things severely for ZSM, not having their Lulu to help their carries survive, to help them play this fight out. And at this point, you just got to concede it or give it away. Aatrox might try to smite it, but I'm not liking his odds here.
He's had a couple of steals. Can he do it again? Shockwave, though, finds 2, combined with a knockup from Moham. And Fofo's already down alongside Ning. The Otacon getting secured by OMG. And LWX now has to run for the hills. A double kill picked up for the Aphelios as OMG destroy that fight.
A complete wombo combo of spells onto 2 there from OMG, just completely erasing them from the rift with no absolute inputs or counterplays that could have been made. Really beautiful stuff, starting with that shockwave from Hai Chao, followed up beautifully by Harry and Rayo. You love to see it as we get to take another look. There's just no way to step up without your Lulu here.
And just the immediate response. I mean, that's the difference here, right? Between an LPL team and maybe some of these streamer teams, the amount of coordination and communication that goes into some of these games, whether all the scrims that they've been playing or just the time that they've been spending together. As soon as one engage is hit, everybody on OMG goes in, and that is the difference in allowing for Ning and Fofo to both get dropped instantly there in that fight.
So we've got no neutral objectives up for a little bit here. So probably the next most important thing is going to be this mid tower. And ZSM, of course, knows that. So they send as many champions as they can to come control and defend this area. And there is one thing I will point out that ZSM can perhaps use as an advantage or a way in. And it's the fact that this Aphelios has pretty much no survivability at all. No barrier. You know, no shield bow, no Lulu, no nothing. His Alistar has heal, that's it. And guess what? Syndra has the double magic penetration items. So, once he gets this 100 ability power, or sorry, this 100 stacks on the Syndra passive, he's going to be able to pretty much entirely 100-0 Starry. And so Starry's going to probably want to find a way around that. You know, they don't even have a locket. It's just a redemption. That's not going to come down on time. So if you're ZSM, your way in here is to find an engage onto Starry, be it Ale, be it Ning, and have Fofo scatter him. You know, have Fofo unleash his power onto him and erase him from the rift.
They have angles to do so, but Ala was just spotted out by that ward placed. ZSM looking to try to break open this mid lane tier 1 as you do see the rest of OMG kind of sparsed out, sprawled out across the rest of Summoner's Rift. Zehen pushing towards the top side. We see Hai Chao, of course, on the bottom side. So not a ton that ZSM is able to get there as their gold deficit continues to grow. Over 4,000 now. OMG are in the lead. And they're looking good here for their return to the LPL. Again, remember, Fulls, we haven't seen this team since the second split, since before MSI.
It's a very steady look that we have being shown here, you know, with the 2 players coming in as well. You know, the synergy looks to be pretty good, but it seems that ZSM is able to respond to this play here. He's teleporting, and Ale must have felt that he was under more threat than was being shown there. And, you know, the LPL roster, you know, bringing back 3 of those same players from last year, it looks like, you know, they've got a fair bit of synergy built up. You know, they've got a pretty huge lead here. I would say that in order to win this game, you're going to need something like the Chemtech Soul or a really nice ace from the Baron. It's going to be hard to close this one out, I will say, though. So let's see if they're able to be clean at this stage of the game.
It's always the difference here, separating the good and the great teams, how you can close things out after you have some sort of lead. Again, we've seen many situations in the LPL where Starry is able to get really far ahead, but the team is unable to close things out. I remember, I think it was a game against like BLG or something in the starter split too. Starry was playing Jinx. He ended up being like 10-1, and they ended up still losing the game. Hopefully not a similar situation this time around, as he has been very, very far ahead at this point in the game. 3 items already, or his 3rd item, I should say, in the works. 6-1-1, almost 3,000 gold ahead of his opposition, as the 3rd dragon has been secured. And now OMG maybe looking for a play. Pull does not land onto Southwind, but still be in some danger with all around the area. Looks like not going to be the case. And LWX has to flash away.
Yeah, As LWX there, you really not want to be caught going the fast route there. A bit of a shortcut taken, losing his flash, and that is actually extremely costly if you're going to be against a Wukong, an Alistar, and an Orianna, with everybody having flash available at their disposal. So LWX is pretty much a free target, a free walking bag of 300 gold right now if he's ever to enter any sort of dangerous territory whatsoever for the next 5 minutes.
And so now the Baron dance begins. No major objective on the bottom side for another 4 minutes until, of course, that soul point comes up. And so at this point of the game, both supports, both junglers, everybody really has to be focused around the top side of the map. I feel like OMG have the damage to burst down this Baron if they so desire. With Starry so ahead on the Aphelios, now having that Lord Doms alongside the Infinity Edge and the Collector, but maybe too risky of a fight at this point. We'll see how dangerous they want to play it, or if they just want to stall things out and make sure they scale up in time to claim this Chemtech soul instead.
Now, if I know ball, then this crit cloak in Starry's inventory is probably going to become an immortal shield bow, and perhaps this Kindle gem from Alistar could become a locket or a Knight's Vow, and those are all things that's just going to make Starry that much harder to kill. So I would say that Fofo and his unleashed power is sort of on a timer here to kill Starry before he gets that 4th item in, and before that next dragon spawns, because once those things happen, I would say it sort of just becomes out of reach. And so AL is going to have a hard time jockeying for position here with the vision disadvantage and with the characters they have without face check potential.
Oh, jumping in again. This time onto Ning in the Raptor Pit, but he stays alive with the World Ender and the extra healing combined with the Wild Growth. Teleport comes in from Harry, but they're not going to continue the engage. Instead, they burn the jungler's flash, they force into low HP and the ultimate. That means it's time to go to the Baron.
We know what happens. Red, white, start the fight. Aphelios has the guns. This Baron is not long for the world if OMG has anything to say about it. Ning, no flash to steal.
They found the Aphelios, but in goes Rayo with a 2-man Cyclone to try and re-engage. Moham already goes down, but it's Harry to pick up one, and it's Starry to clean up the rest of the fight. The ultimate comes down here for Harry. They are able to take Ala down. It's 3 for 1 in favor of OMG, and they'll go right back to the Baron Nashor in his nice mittens and take him down.
And that's going to spell disaster for ZSM here. You know, with bringing that point up of Fofo being the only way to one-shot Starry, that being sort of their last sort of way back into the game. It does not happen. Fofo is forced to execute the Alistar, and there is just no way this Aphelios can be slain otherwise, and therefore there is no hope for ZSM in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, just the immediate engage back onto LWX. Was caught out initially by the Cyclone, he flashed away. And then Harry said, okay, you can come back right here with the pull that he has in the W. So making sure that LWX was out of the picture. And then, of course, Fofo really wasn't able to do too much in that fight. Gold lead now up to over 8K, or almost 8K, I should say. As some of the finishing touches of game number 1 going to be started here by OMG.
I can only wonder how that fight may have looked if LWX had his flash, and we're going to wonder the same
Moham
thing again.
He's just been a wizard this game on the Alistar, taking LWX down for the 4th time this game. Hex Flash is his best friend in this game number 1. As without an AD carry, it will be much more difficult for ZSM to try and save this game 1. Harry fighting a 2v1 at this point, but he's going to be joined by the side of Haichao. Both forced to use that ultimate as attention will be now drawn to this mid lane wave.
Yeah,
LWX
LWX
able
just
to
not
shut
having
down Rayo.
any way to survive. And
now here comes
their long
all with the hook shot combined with the Wild Growth, but they're unable to find a knock-up. See out of the week lands onto Harry, but with that determination stacking up, would be risky to go for a full engage onto the Zehen. And so all that depth is going to do is delay this game, drag it out a little bit more, but OMG still in firm control.
No smite to claim the soul, so if you're ZSM, it's green light, it's all forces ahead. You must slay this dragon by any means necessary, and let's see if OMG even wants to try to stop them. It appears not.
So a small win here.
That's on Rayo, if you ask me.
For ZSM, yeah, Rayo getting caught, maybe going a little bit too far forward in that fight around the bottom inhibitor. somehow got caught in a position where Fofo was just able to press Q a couple of times on him, maybe throw that ulti out, and take him down for 1,000 gold shutdown. So the Syndra is very far ahead, and I will say here, Fools, Starry not going for the shield bow with that crit cloak, instead going for Runons. Looks like he is building towards a Guardian Angel to wrap things up, so eventually will be able to withstand one of those unleashed powers, but for now, still an opportunity here for Syndra to do a little bit of that 100 to 0ing.
Yep, Aphelios, no flash, and it looks like Syndra's is coming up slightly beforehand. He is building his way towards a huge power spike of the 4 core, being the death cap coming in for Syndra. If he's able to make it there, especially with this Baron buff falling off now, I would say that, believe it or not, Grapes, I think ZSM have a very real fighting chance now. I really think that was a huge blunder from Rayo. You know what I mean? That soul was a big deal, man. They weren't able to claim it. There's 4 more minutes on the clock now for ZSM, and 4 minutes is an eternity in competitive League of Legends.
I appreciate you shilling a little bit, but still going to be, I think, pretty difficult for ZSM to close this out. Full combo utilized onto Harry, but he's able to heal it, bangs back up, and now LWX has to flash away from the initial engage from Areo after the inhibitor tower was taken down. Ning dashing in with the World Ender, but he just gets deleted by Starry. An easy 100 to 0, makes it a 1-0 already. A knockup goes in, and Fofo is down for the count. The Moonlight Vigil finishes off 3 kills for the Aphelios, and it's a 5-0 ace for OMG. Welcome back to the LPL. They pick up their first win of the Damasia Cup.
And just out of the blue, OMG aces ZSM, completely eradicating them in a matter of seconds. Beautiful stuff from OMG there, completely dominating this game low-key from start to finish. And what a beautiful ending there. I really thought ZSM could have withstood a little bit longer, but OMG said, this ends here, this ends now.
And again, it's been, what, 6 months since we've seen this team play in the LPL, obviously getting some experience in the LDL in Split 3, but once you get back up to the big leagues, you definitely don't want to blow your first chance, and OMG has not done that, at least so far. There's still, of course, a best-of-3 series that we're going to have to deal with, and we'll see if ZSM can respond in that second game. But it was really all OMG in this one, Fools, and want to give a big shout-out specifically to the bottom lane. Starry obviously having a great game on the Aphelios, but I want to credit Moham for some fire engages on that Alistar as well.
Yeah, Moham completely popping off this game, enabling Starry to have a super Starry performance, frankly. You know, if you even remember back to that first blood, it was created in that 2v2 in the bot lane, and that lead they built for themselves carried through for the rest of the game. Complete MVP performance as shown here.
As we take a look just like throughout the replays of this game, can talk over these as we discuss what this OMG roster was able to accomplish in their 2026 season debut. I know we're still in 25 technically, but we're all set towards the next season of games at this point. I mean, Moham, a player that definitely received his fair share of criticism last year for some, you know, not great play, I would say, into the LPL. But today, on this, at least in his first game, has looked very good. Obviously on one of his signature champs in the Alistar, but I know, Foles, you were hyping this guy up when we first started this series off, and looks like he's delivering so far in his gameplay.
Yep, and if you ask me, Grapes, I'd say that we have both of our questions answered here about does Moham belong on the big stage, and does Rayo have what it takes to also belong on that big stage in his debut? And both of those players had a very great performance. It was dominant from OMG. And I gotta say, well played to the both of them. They had their engage tools and they used them beautifully. And this is all Hen Champ. I tell you, man, we probably gotta be banning this. I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing, but this does not look all too balanced in my head. So maybe that's back to the drawing board for the champ select there.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even remember seeing the passive be procced for Harry this game. That's how, like, I don't even think we saw the revive once on the Zehen. He just never got to a critical health threshold and seemingly was able to stay alive, heal up, and become a monster throughout the entire game as we get a last look at this fight. But yeah, you know, we wanted to hype up Moham, but talking about Rayo as well, again, the jungler from the LDL squad of OMG just a year ago. It's cool to see him get involved. Definitely very aggressive in his own right. But speaking of aggressive, we got to give it to Moham as well. Player of the game for this first game of the series. Just finding engages left, right, and center with the Alistar. Really nicely done for him.
You heard it here first, man. Moham stocks on the rise. Moham is the player to be watching. Beautiful stuff from him. And man, Starry was absolutely dishing out damage that game. You saw in that last fight there with the space that Moham and Rayo were able to provide and disrupt ZSM's backline. Starry was just completely deleting them in milliseconds. Not even a second. And that's just what we love to be seeing here. And that's all thanks to Moham.
Yeah, shout out to Moham, you know, wanting to rebound from what was a difficult 2025, both for him and for the rest of OMG, surely. But we have to take a short break and see if they will be able to close this series out. When we return, it'll be Game 2 of ZSM versus OMG here at the 2025 Damasia Cup. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of the 2025 Demacia Cup here on LPL English. We got Game 2 of ZSM and OMG coming your way in just a few short minutes, with OMG already claiming a 1-0 lead in their first series of the 2026 League of Legends season. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Fulls again for this series. And Fulls, it was fun to see OMG's return to the LPL stage. They, of course, are not playing a team that will be competing in the LPL next year, but they definitely came out with a bang. The bot lane specifically, a big focus, and definitely delivering. Starry and Moham coming to play.
Yep, OMG coming out on top here versus our first streamer team of the night, of the morning. And, it was pretty well played there, all things considered, from ZSM. We're having some debates about, do these guys still want to win Worlds? Do they care? Are they just in it for streaming? Are they chilling? Do they want to be LPL players still? It's sort of a different answer for each of the players on these streamer teams. But, we're kind of finding those answers as these series go on here. And, I want to see a little bit more of them in this next game. I want them to really show me that they still have that fire, in their heart, that they still care about, being the champions, about being their best possible esports players they can. So let's see if they're able to bring, more fight into this next match and into the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, again, this team, ZSM, despite all of the history of these players, again, 4 players made it to Worlds. 2 of these players won Worlds back in the day. Ning in 2018, LWX in 2019. Have not won a game so far in 2025 Demacia Cup. That could change, of course, as we continue to move along. And obviously still another series after this one for these parties to participate in. But at the moment, definitely some struggles here for our streamer teams. And that's always been a common trend during the Demacia Cups, right? In years past, you've had developmental rosters come up and play. Of course, you have the streamer teams come up and play. And they normally don't do super well, but it's always fun to get them in regardless. And I think we were talking about it, Fulls, like, these are some of the most stacked streamer teams that we've seen. So we were hoping to see a little bit more. Hasn't necessarily been the case yet.
Yeah, these past few Demacia Cups, this is probably the best streamer teams that we have seen so far. And, these players, they are very star-studded. They are very good. Maybe if they just turn down the cat backgrounds a little bit, turn up, the coach's mic and just listen in and strategize and come up with a way forward to win this next game, to win this series, down 0-1 here. And keep in mind, if they are able to retaliate in this second match here, that does bring it to blind pick. And the sheer wild card factor of that can completely level the series and give them the chance they need to, get a W on the board.
That's true. I mean, I haven't casted a blind pick game maybe ever, and so it'll be weird. It'll be kind of weird to see that if we'll hopefully get one of those here in any of our 2 series.
That makes
today.
2 of us.
But yeah, like I remember I turned on the stream earlier yesterday and saw 2 rumbles on my screen, and it was just a very strange experience. And it's a very powerful pick, and there's a good chance we see some of that here if we go into game number 3. I was kind of hoping that in these decisive blind pick games that like the fearless bans would carry over, but just the rest of it would be blind pick. But that doesn't seem like it's the case. It looks like you will be able to pick some of your old champions, but I thought that could have been like a fun little twist.
Yeah, actually, I do agree with you pretty hard on that. LPL has been cooking, though, when it comes to formats.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if we've seen about some of these 1v1, 2v2, side select, game modes that they've got going on. So I do have the utmost admiration for the LPL strats, but we'll see if that's even going to matter here with this format, if ZSM's even going to be able to push OMG to the brink, or if OMG is just going to prove that they belong in the LPL and ZSM doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, OMG, the only one of these teams that will officially be playing in the LPL next season, of course, back in to the swing of things. There's been some rumors of what the format's going to look like, but regardless, we know that OMG will be taking to the Rift in 2026. And hey, a good way to start off their season and maybe boost some of that confidence going into the start of Split 1 after what was a very disappointing 2025. We're back here into the draft of game number 2. Sides have swapped ZSM over to blue side at this time around. And there's that Azir ban again. It looks like OMG not comfortable with letting that through on either side.
So we see some OP champs banned away here again. The Rumble you mentioned and the Azir as well, right? But, I can let it I can understand it. It makes total sense to ban a 0 on the red side. That's excusable in my book. But, you know, banning a 0 on the blue side, you know, you're going to have to come back after class for that one. But, you know, it's interesting here, you know, seeing that ZSM's going to have the first pick here with some of these mid lane champs out. They're going to go for the Taliyah, and I like it a lot, you know, because some of the best counters to Taliyah, you know, the Orianna, the Syndra, the outrange champs, they're off the board. Azir's not available either. Taliyah's probably the best champ left. We'll see if Ryze perhaps comes in as an answer.
Definitely something that Haichao has some experience on, so would love to see him pick that one up here for OMG, but they could wait a little bit, as of course maybe there are higher priority picks like this Varus for Starry this time around. Very different style of champion than the Aphelios in game 1, but definitely something that can still pack a lot of a punch. And it looks like instead of a potential Ryze, Ahri could be the selection for Haichao. That's going to be the lock-in here.
And I would be surprised if they don't go for the Pantheon here, or the Kiana is completely, you know, parallel to the Pantheon, so I would totally be fine with that as well. But, you know, some great pairings for the Taliyah to enable the seismic shove would be what we want to see here for Ning. And, you know, frankly, I was wanting to discuss some of the ways that ZSM can come out on top in this series, and the best idea I got is use Ning's experience and kind of that pattern from last game, you know, seeing that Rayo wasn't really able to keep up in terms of the pace. You know, I think if ZSM wants to find a way in, that they're going to have to use Ning's experience over Rayo to win this next map here.
Yeah, I mean, he built up a very significant CS advantage throughout the first 15 minutes of that game, was ahead on the Aatrox until he looked around and the rest of his laners were kind of homeless, and so they were unable to do too much throughout the rest of that game. Curious to see, yeah, what they want to lock in for Ning as we get towards the later stages of this draft, getting him the ability to potentially press that advantage against a young player like Rayo, who again is playing in his first series with the Tier 1 team. We get the response here for Moham. It's going to be the Braum. It was banned against OMG in the second phase last time, so it looks like they want to get ahead of that and make sure that Moham's on a champion that he feels comfortable.
The Braum is a very effective choice here. Very strong against the Nautilus, and particularly against the MF bullet time. So really nice to be snagging that up here on the R3 before the second phase of bans comes in. We should be seeing 2 bans here towards Ning from OMG, just given that they did drop him in the last pick phase, and Taliyah is going to want the strongest pairing possible. So I would expect the Pantheon ban, but just based on the fact that he wasn't snapped instantly on the second red side pick, perhaps these teams have this read that Pantheon isn't quite at the caliber of the other junglers, and they might just let him slip through. And in that case, I think Ambessa could be something to look at.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love the Ambessa here for somebody like Ning, just be able to farm up pretty well. You know, obviously you got the increased damage on the Q with some of the recent changes that came in, and be a carry here for this ZSM lineup, like you were saying. I think Rayo is probably somebody who would want to be more on some of these facilitators. You know, we saw in the Wukong that he was never afraid to go for a snap engage. You know, sometimes with some of these younger players, you'll see them be a little bit timid to start off their careers, but Rayo was just fully ready to engage and be a big factor for his team. And so with, you know, the Vi and the Jarvan bans definitely make a lot of sense. Those are champions that I feel like fit the mold of what Rayo was able to do in game 1.
Yep, they beat me to it. I was just about to call the Jarvan ban, just looking at ZSM's comp here, Taliyah and MF. The one thing those champs have in common, they're extremely immobile. Unfortunately, there's no way to pick up Bard to capitalize on that, and with Jarvan being banned out, there aren't many champs left that can really punish that immobility being shown here from ZSM.
Wait for the selection. It's going to actually be the Pantheon taken away from the side of ZSM. It's going to be Rayo locking that one in. So splitting up the duo, obviously, and putting Rayo on something with some global presence and, you know, a champion that can always, you know, snap their fingers and go for a quick engage onto one of these backline carries. We'll see what ZSM want to select on the back end of things. We said maybe Ning on a carry could be a good sign. The Nefiri definitely fits that mold, and it looks like that's what we're going to get.
Yeah, the Nefiri is an interesting pick. It's pretty alright. The only thing it does lack is setup for the Taliyah. You know, you're not having any crowd control whatsoever as the Nefiri, so you're going to have to be relying on this Nautilus as your primary engage tool. You know, Taliyah is going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting herself and be pretty accurate with those seismic shoves, because I'll be honest, Scrapes, that spell is pretty hard to hit, man. Yeah. And so if you don't have someone who basically hits it for you, you'll be missing the vast majority of those. And so we'll see just how good Fofo is on this Taliyah. But the Fiora hover, this might be rage bait.
It looks like Moham's doing some rage baiting, just hovering a bunch of top lane champions, as you say. But there are a lot of good things that could go into a Scion, and Bessa is certainly one of those options. And it looks like we're not going to see the Bessa jungle, but instead that champion up in the top lane for Harry. Obviously, a lot of experience for that guy on this pick, as we got a very LPL draft here for this second game. I feel like these are all champions. These are compositions that we have seen time and time again, at least in the past calendar year. A nice send-off to the 2025 season.
Oh yeah, these champions want to scrap. They want to go at you. They want to play some hard, fast Chinese League of Legends, and this is going to be very exciting to watch, you know. And with the Ambessa pick coming in there, that does round out the draft pretty well, I would say, you know. So we're going to have to see if ZSM is going to be able to keep up in this second game here and even have a fighting chance in this series.
Yeah, I mean, don't want to say fighting for their tournament lives just yet, because there's still a lot of games to be played in the group stage. But starting off 0-2 certainly would not be ideal if you are ZSM. There are situations in which, you know, you can have, I think, teams end up being all 1-2 and with a win over Thunder Talk to wrap up their group stage, but not the best start. If not, that's not the best hope that you would be looking for if you are the streamer team in ZSM. As for OMG, on the other hand, they're looking to try to separate themselves from the rest of this pack. They'll play Thunder Talk as well as LGD. I think those games and those series are going to be very important and very interesting to look at in terms of trying to figure out where all the bottom teams, or at least the perceived bottom teams, stack up against each other.
And we take a look at the runes here. You know, one big difference with, of course, the Varus champion is there's two completely different playstyles, being the on-hit and being the poke. He opted to go for the poke here this match. You know, understandable, of course, that is the primary build we do tend to see. But just keep in mind, there is a Scion, there is even a Nautilus. Some of these characters, some of these champions are going to be very hard to punch through as Starry. It's not going to quite be nearly the same story as the Aphelios from last game.
Yeah, and all of a sudden I take a look at OMG's composition and seeing that it's a Lethality Varus, this time against a Nautilus and a Scion, which is much more of a tanky composition than what ZSM was rolling out in game number 1. We'll see if they're going to be able to counter that and wrap up this series 2-0 as we get set for game 2 of our best of 3 in the Demacia Cup.
All right, and again, eyes on Rayo in his debut series. Is he going to be able to be the difference maker, stealing the Pantheon away from the Taliyah? I do like that a lot. There is just one thing that I do feel a bit worrisome about in terms of the OMG draft. And, you know, I did have to roll swap up to top lane this one time. And I will say Ambessa, it's pretty good into the Scion. But there's just one predicament that I noticed as a bit of an Ambessa connoisseur myself, is that the enemy team has the Taliyah minefield, that Taliyah E, you know, not being able to dash through that. And Harry here doesn't really want to be building Merc Treads this game. And so if Harry's going in, if he's engaging, Fofo can really put a stop to that and counter that entirely. So let's keep an eye on that this game as well.
I mean, Harry might not want to build the Merc Treads. He might have to build the Merc Treads this game. You got Taliyah, you got Nautilus, you even have the Scion with a whole lot of crowd control up there. Might leave very little options, even though a lot of the damage in this composition is going to be coming from auto attackers in Ning and LWX. We'll see how the game goes on, though. As again, a lot of questions about the draft, both on OMG side. Will they have enough damage to kill this front line? I feel like that is going to be an interesting thing to watch, and something that if ZSM gets off to an early lead, might be difficult for OMG to try to counter.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Ahri and Varus are not particularly known for, you know, their DPM. They're not going to completely take over a fight with 10,000 damage. I mean, Ahri can do that with the resets, but that's not really the kind of damage style that's going to work against Scion, you know? Scion shrugs off Ahri like Ahri's some kind of ladybug on his shoulder. So we'll see if the Scion is going to be killable at all this game, you know? If Ambessa doesn't find a way to do so, I don't know if any of these other champions even can.
Yeah, maybe a Black Cleaver, something like that. Try to shred some of this armor as we get later on into this one. You'll, of course, have to wait and see. As we see Both junglers pathing towards the bottom side of the map. Looks like Rayo's actually going to get his first dibs on that Scuttle Crab in the bottom side river, just I guess with Starry and Mohan pushing up. Ning instead is just going to path back over to the top side and take that for himself, as again we're seeing some heavy trading from Starry and Moham, and they're winning the 2v2 consistently in this series so far.
Yep, this is the exact same sword from last game, and frankly speaking, I don't think the draft has anything to do with it.
Oh, what a charm! On to Fofo. He uses the seismic shove to get this Ahri away, but Haichao still hunting, still looking. Ning jumps over, but it's still going to be first blood picked up for Rayo. But it will be Ning to answer it back. So a 1-for-1 overall in the mid lane.
You know, honestly, a respectable flash from Fofo there. It looked like he was completely dead, completely down and out. But nope, he flashes up to his jungler with a sliver of HP, leading to
skirmishing, and Rayo able to execute Ning with the Comet Spear and make it 2-for-1.
Yeah, you know, see, I thought that Fofo might have set up Ning for some kind of an alley-oop, for something that would favor him, but nope, it turns out you get below that threshold, Pantheon is just going to critically strike your heart with that spear, and Ning goes into the graveyard.
Take a look at how this all started here. There's that Pantheon instant CC. You know, we see it often paired up with the Talia, but it works pretty well with an Ahri charm as well.
Yep, respectable hold on the, you know, the spear shot there, if I may call it that, from Pantheon, really forcing Talia to have to juke her way to death. And, you know, a really brazen attempt here from Ning to try and win this fight. I guess he just doesn't know, you know, how this one transpires. That's how it goes, man. If Pantheon gets you to that 15% health, you are just stabbed and deleted. And so that's goodbye to Ning, and that's a big problem for ZSM's early game.
And again, I feel like this is a composition that if ZSM got ahead early on, they'd be feeling very good. But still, it is an early game-ish composition that OMG have set up for themselves, specifically with the Ahri and the Pantheon in the mid-jungle. That was what was able to win out there. And now we see Harry face-checking a bush, going to get knocked up by that decimating smash as the bot lane for ZSM rotates up at a perfect time. Perfect execution comes through, but enough damage will be there. One more auto. It's actually the double up from LWX. Will take him down. And it's on the other side of the map. We saw Fofo get ganked by Rayo again.
You know, Grapes, I can't say I've seen something quite like that before. I mean, that is low-key what Sion is renowned for, is cheesing in the bush, Bowsen style. But, geez, that was a covert operation. I think they snuck Misfortune and Sion into that deepest bush there. And if you're Harry, there's no way you're anticipating that. So, honestly, big-time respect to ZSM.
He's going to do it again. No, not a smite this time. But the dragon is secured. This by OMG. And Rayo has a lot of health at level 6, but still going to get knocked up by the decimating smash. Not for taking down Ning, though. And he's able to block a lot of damage for finally getting shut down by Fofo. So a 1-for-1, but OMG get the dragon.
Just take a look at the way Ning is clicking there, like a complete psycho. He just wants in and only in. He is just clicking straight forward. No regard, you know, for surviving that fight. You know, he just wants the fight to happen. I don't think he realized perhaps that there was people behind him in that tri-bush there. But gee, you know, respect. OMG does secure that first Drake, and we're gonna see if ZSM can, you know, equal out the scoreboard here, perhaps with these grubs, or, you know, find their way back in, because the feat of warfare was also claimed by OMG already.
So ZSM not afraid to continue to fight, despite maybe falling behind, finding a play that they did not necessarily enjoy. They're looking for creative angles here. The lane swap was brilliantly executed to allow them to get a kill onto Harry, and now both top laners have swapped down to the bottom lane with the grub spawning in just 30 seconds time. Looks like that will be something that ZSM want to fight over, again, as they were the ones to initiate the swap in the first place.
A slight mismatch here with the Talia answering the Varus and the MF answering the Ahri. We'll see if that plays a factor in how this fight unfolds here, just given that Talia has the Weaver's Wall and such. You know, he might be able to sort of cut off Varus perhaps, or maybe find a way to surprise the Ahri. Let's see how Fofo plays this. It's very interesting keeping an eye on his position up there in the top lane.
Yeah, it does not have the Weaver's Wall right now, so will not be able to instantly
You know what
join.
that must be, Grapes? You know what that must be? I believe he has not leveled the spell because he's that good. I don't know if you've heard about it, but if you don't level the ultimate, then you can use it in combat. So that's probably what's going on there.
It's a little cooking here from our challenger mid laner. A little extra tech that we might have discovered. We'll see if Fofo ends up using that.
He's
here
definitely
as
got it
grubs.
available. He just hasn't learned it Zhao Lao Ban style. So let's see
Right.
how Fofo does this.
We see the grub started up by OMG. They've already gotten the first one, but a hook lands from Southwind, and a two-man seismic shove from Fofo himself is going to result in Moham taking a lot of damage and eventually get taken down by Ning. In goes the second proc throw of the pack, and that's going to be a burned down Pantheon. Rayo is down, and it's 2 kills for your streamer team.
And believe it or not, Fofo does not level up the Weaver's Wall through the whole fight. ZSM just able to get a clean 2-0. A clean grub feat of monster slaying there with the 2-1 grubs, and very advantageous play for ZSM. This could be their first lead of the series, Grapes.
Let's take a look at how this one started off again. Looks like just it's Ning once more playing very aggressive, but then this hook from Southwind ends up starting the whole engage.
Double seismic shove as well, layered over top by the bullet time. That's one quick way to get a gray screen if you ask me, and completely and utterly beautifully executed by ZSM there. Showing some life here in the series, showing some life here in the Demacia Cup.
They do not want to go down quietly. They're able to put up a big fight in a big way. And again, Ning, a player that we were hyping up in game number 1, coming to deliver in game number 2 as well. Gold lead now in the favor of ZSM as we get to the 10-minute mark. And again, at this point, now that they have a lead, you have to wonder, what is OMG's composition going to be able to do to respond? Because they are certainly one that is looking for picks, looking for skirmishes, and if they just lost that grub fight, it might be hard to come back from.
And the thing is, you look at this scoreboard, you look at this game state, and I contend it's even uglier than you might think for OMG. Notice something here is that Pantheon has all of the kills. If you look at the gold disadvantages here, you know, Pantheon doesn't even have a lead with all of the kills. And so Ari and Varus being behind here, Talia picking up the Roa, he's going to scale beautifully. And like we were mentioning earlier, that's just going to mean that this Sion is just that much harder to kill if this Ari and Varus don't have, you know, much, you know, spring in their step, much power behind their spells here. So it's pretty dire if you ask me, more than you might think.
Still the ability at this stage in the game specifically to make those plays. We almost saw one of them in the top lane, but Harry whiffing on that public execution and making a public embarrassment of himself a little bit in the top lane. He's going to have to head back to base in shame as Rayo also going to reset.
I mean, that is super relatable as the ambassador. That's a super effective ultimate, but you know, you just got to aim it at some point. It's not going to hit all the time. It does feel really bad, but you got to live with it. That's just the nature of the champ. And, you know, Fofo there with the happy feet. Well clicked by him.
Getting caught out as well. Grand Starfall here for Rayo, but he's over the wall. Going to find a tough time to jump in until he finally is able to do so onto LWX, who is able to use the cleanse to get away. Nice charm coming out from Hai Chao means that it will be Southwind going down first in this skirmish, but now the Ari is in some danger, and there comes that Weaver's Wall from Fofo to try to do some extra damage here onto OMG's carries. Rayo still very big on the front line, though, is able to take the Talia down. Two-man knockup from Ala, but there's not enough damage at this point in the game for ZSM. Dashing forward, it's going to be Rayo, and it will be another kill, a double kill picked up for the Ari.
And just completely out of nowhere, Hai Chao just eliminates them all in that fight. Elo picks up 8 Dark Seal stacks from that outcome, completely swinging the game back in their favor. And I have no idea how ZSM even got into this position. You take a look at this, and it looks pretty promising, you know, engaging onto the Braum, but, you know, perhaps that Grand Skyfall from the Pantheon is just too much to handle.
Yeah, nice charm again here. We see Linfeng's name there. We're going to have to double-check the player cams when we get back in here. There might have been a sub or maybe just a player account issue there. We think that it's Hai Chao playing, but Linfeng still, I think, technically contracted to the roster as well. Regardless, whoever's playing this Ari, doing a damn good job here in this game.
Yeah, that Ari completely carrying. Yeah, the names do appear to be, you know, slightly strange there, but as far as I can tell, this looks like a Hai Chao Ari to me. You know, I've never seen it before, but it's pretty promising. You know, well played to him. He's, you know, we building the Cosmic Drive here. That's a very, very strong build, you know, to match the Torch with the Cosmic Drive. I imagine that's what's going to be coming in here, and gee, he's going to be extremely fed this game. If they don't get some of those Dark Seal stacks off of that ring, it might become a book. And gosh, I mean, we're going to have to see ZSM win the next round here, the next turn here, so to speak, you know, because or else this could just be the same old story as last game.
Okay, I hate to go on a bit of a tangent, but now I'm confused. Who is playing the Ahri in this game? I've been waiting for them to cycle around the player cams. They have not gone to mid lane yet, and we saw Haichao earlier on in that seat. We'll continue to wait and see here as Rayo is able to steal that blue buff away, get a little bit of revenge from, of course, some of those situations in game number 1. And OMG have brought the game right back into their favor with a gold lead right around 2.5K.
Yeah, the problem I was highlighting earlier with the Ahri and the Varus not really being able to pack enough of a punch to take out this Scion, that problem is completely out of the question
okay,
now.
That is
they
Haichao.
are in great shape. Yep, that's Haichao.
Okay,
so we're being slightly baited here, chat. Just
hopefully Drew Levin doesn't see that he's playing on Lin Feng's account and will be able to be good for the next game. But this is a bit of an odd situation. Just had to double check, but it is
Never
Haichao's
tell
player.
Drew, man. Never tell Drew.
Yeah,
and, you know, the show must go on, whether it's Haichao or not, you know, completely carrying, smurfing on the Ahri here. You know, there's probably a reason that this near airport-esque team from ZSM, you know, isn't actually in the LPL, and Haichao is showing them why. You know, it's going to be the first tower here as well, and that's going to be the feat of strength for the red team, for OMG, with the series lead in their grasp, looking to finish and seal the deal right here.
I mean, you think of Fofo, like, throughout his career, just a legendary mid laner in the LMS, the APAC space. I mean, you think about, like, you think about, you know, his situations with PSG, with J-Team, even BLG when he made his way over to the LPL, but Haichao's giving him the works this series, having a really good time across these 2 games, specifically in the laning phase. A good sign for a young mid laner that definitely has shown flashes, but we definitely want to see some more consistency out of in 2026. We see an unstoppable onslaught come forward from Ala as ZSM want to begin a fight in the mid lane, and they got all 5 of their members here. Seismic shove lands on a Moham, but it's a trade 1-for-1 as Ala will fall. And here come the reinforcements. Haichao with another charm, this time finding the Nautilus, and a whole collapse will ensue underneath the mid lane tier 1. Grand Starfall will come out to try to finish the job as only Fofo is left standing, but it will not be Rayo finishing it just yet. Instead, they'll turn their attention to this mid lane tier 1 charm from Haichao does go wide, and it will be the Rift Herald being used to break open the tower in the mid lane and give a little bit of a boost for Rayo to try to lock down Fofo, but he will not be able to do so.
And OMG says that the mid lane is lava to ZSM. You cannot stand anywhere here. If you do, you will perish, and that is exactly what happens. Haichao showing up late, you know, Scion engaging this kind of fight. It was a pretty beautiful buffer from the Braum here, really enabling, you know, Varus to build some space from the Scion, you know, Pantheon to do his thing, you know, with the damage reduction, with the damage mitigation, you know, Ahri getting in here. This is just a clean wipe. This is exactly what Ahri wants to be doing in these fights, just spirit rushing everywhere, claiming lives. 2 items to his name now, a fully stacked Dark Seal, the upgraded boots probably going to come in soon now too. Everything going OMG's way now.
A great start to a new start for Haichao here on a new team, his 3rd team in 3 years, hoping that this time able to fully break out with OMG. A great game so far, and especially with the help of Rayo, who once again is unfearing in terms of going for engages, finding another stun on the south wind and taking him down. Haichao dashing into melee range of 3 members of ZSM and not caring a single bit. 2 more kills into the hands of OMG, and another charm lands from who else but Haichao on the Ahri 6-1-7 as OMG clean up another fight.
And they are just smurfing it in Nikic low right now, in Dante's low. These guys aren't even putting up much of a fight anymore right now. I really thought more of this ZSM team. I know we were going back and forth before the show today thinking, do these guys still care? Do they still want to win Worlds? Are they going to put up a fight? I really thought so, but you know what, Grapes? It seems like you were right. It seems like they're just in a league of their own, these LPL teams, and that, these streamer teams don't really have what it takes to keep up.
I mean, again, a lot of legends in the Chinese League of Legends space on ZSM, and you don't want to discount any of that, but there's just an extra level of gameplay that's unlocked for these LPL teams. Despite maybe the name recognition not being there, some players making some of their debuts, the practice that they have had in the offseason seemingly paying off, at least at this point. Moham going to be able to survive at least for now as he stands beside Harry. Gets knocked up by the depth charge, but will be able to survive with that redemption. Even Moham getting caught out is not mattering at this point. That's how far ahead OMG is, and it looks like they want to continue the aggression, continue the assault. The Grand Starfall goes forward, and LWX is very, very dead. Will go down once more, as it looks like continued assault will continue here for Team OMG. High Chow with the Spirit Rush not able to find any more, and they'll turn their sights to the Tier 2 in mid.
Yeah, and I was going to come up with a few ways for ZSM to miraculously win this game. You've got the Otacon coming up. You've got, some shutdowns, some bounties. You can maybe take away these Medjai stacks, but who am I kidding, man? Who am I kidding? It doesn't take, much of a realistic person to identify the fact that ZSM is not going to be around for much longer in this game. I mean, LWX is just clicking back and forth with nowhere to stand on the map. Just devastating, There's just no way to stay alive. This Pantheon champ is just too OP, man.
Doing pretty good right now. And again, just really great to see for a new player like Rayo. I mean, OMG having a lot of faith in him, coming up through the LDL in this past year. And despite, a player like Juhan that you mentioned you were pretty high on going into this year being rostered for the team, OMG putting their faith in this jungler for now, and so far it is paying off, even up against a former world champion in Ning, who has had decent early games so far in this series, but Rayo has just looked better and better, more confident as we have seen this play out, and very excited to see his trajectory this season.
Yep, so it'll be very interesting to see what OMG decides to do for the rest of the tournament, because one could contend that ZSM is one of their easier matchups, with it being the first on the board for them as well. Makes total sense to feel great. Will they continue to do so as they continue to encroach this territory, continue to just own the rift here?
Look at Harry just face tanking everyone. Public execution says it is no time for bullet time. LWX gets canceled. He will get taken down as well. 4 kills for nothing. Make it an ace, actually, as Ala also went down for OMG. And you got to be thinking, OMG, they're looking dangerous right now in the Demacia Cup group stage.
And it is cat despair for Fofo and ZSM. No way back into this one anymore. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Otacon going down now. What is it, like a 10k gold lead? The Soul soon to follow. This one is all but over, folks.
And you watch this, just the immediate pull of the trigger for OMG. The snap engage, whatever you want to call it. That's what LPL teams are known to do. And it's a great sign for OMG. And again, a team that has struggled throughout the 2025 season. And they're looking fearless at this point. Multiple members with shutdowns. High Chow at 7-1-11 has 22 stacks in that big, beautiful book. And they're looking like they are about to run away with a 2-0 to open up their play in this group stage.
Absolutely, Graves. High Chow with the Knight cosplay with the 22 stack book. And again, 1 Grand Skyfall, 1 kill. Make it more than 1. Every time he presses this button, ZSM is just going down. And it looks like they're trying to do their best to put up a fight here, but come on, is this guy gonna die?
Not gonna happen. Here goes Harry into the back line once more. Fofo has to flash underneath his own tier 2, and Ala has already gone down. The snipe from Starry downtown, able to pick up that kill, and now he's flashing under the inhibitor tower before the tier 2 even has gone
going
down.
That way.
The barrier gonna keep him alive before the minions ultimately do the deed, but it's still gonna be another 4 kills picked up for OMG as they're playing with their food at this point.
absolute Giga Chad Starry behind enemy lines, shooting him in the back and literally running into the enemy fountain on stage. You could not ask for more killer instinct from your AD carry. You love to see it. The Ari gets the local gold from the tier 2 tower. This guy could not be richer. We got Elon Musk on the Rift. So rich with the Knight cosplay right now. Oh man, they're just dropping like fly
never
scrapes.
stops. I mean, if you're ZSM, you got to try to stop this soul, but that was not the way to do so. Not just one at a time, one after another, as Rayo snipes down Ning for a double kill, and they're going to look to continue the fight. Now it's a 3v3. Now they're on even ground in terms of numbers, and definitely more in terms of gold. Over the wall Rayo goes, as this new jungler for OMG, fearless in his debut. It's another 4 kills, this is another fight win, and this might just be the end of the game and the end of the series.
Yeah, back to the drawing board for ZSM here. You know, it looked like they really had something in those first 10 minutes, but one mistake, one blunder, and that's all OMG needed to run away with this game. The resets on the Ari, the resets on the Pantheon, killing the low health targets with the Sundered Sky, you know, the Varus beaming them from over top, the Ambessa diving the backline. This composition is fully online, and my boy Moham has 26 assists. I think we're about to make it 27.
Stacking them up, as Ala went for some miracle play of some sort, but whatever miracle that ZSM has been praying for will not be answered today. They'll get one more crack at it against Thunder Talk later on in the week. But it has not been a great showing for our first streamer team. Speaking of, if you want to stay tuned for our third and final series of the day, you will see our second streamer team, FRK, play up against LNG in another best of 3. Me and Foles will be on that one as well, as we'll start to look ahead for the remainder of this tournament, the remainder of this season for OMG. To hold that thought though, as it seems like every time Rayo has his Grand Starfall, he's pressing the button, he's looking for some kill, and frankly at this point, why wouldn't you? You are so far ahead, going for another flash stun onto Ning, and he's going to take the former world champion down 1v1, all too easy here for the Rook.
I tell you, Grapes, that might just be the story of this series. We got 5 players who care very much and still do want that world championship trophy. They want to win worlds. Whereas ZSM, they've been there, they've done that. They're the retirement home now. This is a new era, a new dawn for the LPL. And OMG is showing them exactly who they are and what they are made of.
It's another clean ace. Don't have to really call all of it out because I said it about 5 times in a row at this point. Just be redundant. OMG, 38 kills in 26 minutes. And they're going to send ZSM back to bed, as the Grandpas will have to wait for their final series of the group stage for another day. It's a 2-0. It's a domination for OMG as they open up their Demacia Cup showing with a bang.
And Kadril would be proud. The fateful 20k gold lead comes in at the end there. That's unseen. That's unheard of. That is not supposed to happen. So if you're ZSM here, you've kind of been embarrassed on the main stage. You're going to want to go back, recuperate, find another way to put up a fight later this week, because this is not what we want to be seeing if we're going to be having a Damasia Cup championship to our name.
You know, this is the one chance a year. These guys don't, you know, I guess some of these guys, like All and Fofo, played competitively last year, but, you know, for guys like Ning, LWX Southwind, they don't get out competitively very much anymore, so this is them lacing up the boots again, going out to try to go for one last crack at glory, but it looks like you need a little bit more than just grit, determination, and some faith in a Cinderella story, because OMG, they put in the work, they've been grinding. Someone like Rayo has been grinding in the academy system for the past year, and it looks like it's paying off so far. Obviously, we'll see what they look like against, you know, maybe some tougher competition, but a great start here for OMG. You definitely wanted to open things up with a 2-0.
Yeah, an absolute mid-jungle masterclass there from Rayo and Haichao this series, you know, especially fresh on the minds from that last game. Super duper well played. Moham as well coming in with the 85% kill participation. I mean, what? These guys got like 30 takedowns, maybe more. That is a lot, man. And that is definitely absolutely not what you want to be having happen as ZSM here. This is what we saw was their one good play of the game. A little cheeky Bowson strat, but that was all day. This was the second one, actually, mind you. I take that back. They had a few things that went their way, but you know, that's what actually goes to show a good team here from OMG is if you're able to withstand some of these, you know, unfavorable outcomes and then have a play like this to completely swing the game in your favor.
Yeah, and they did not waver. They did not suddenly start to panic. They just went for fights that they thought were good. And a big factor in this game was Haichao in the mid lane. I mean, he was the story of game number 2 if the bot lane was the story of game number 1. The mid jungle coming to play for OMG. The 2 new additions to this roster, mind you, you know, coming in and replacing some of those older players. And they certainly were able to pack a punch this time around, and I'm very excited to see what you know, what this duo of Haichao and Rayo can look like, and maybe if they can be that spark plug for OMG this season.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Again, that is the story of this jungle position for OMG with Rayo completely smurfing it in his debut. That's exactly what you want to have. A quick 2-0, showing what you're made of. And, you know, if I were Juhan right now, I would be a little bit afraid. You know, I wouldn't be too optimistic about my prospects of getting that starter job here after what Rayo was able to do to, you know, the Chinese near airport.
There's still a lot of time, obviously, and I think Juhan is somebody who has been in that position before many a time, right? I mean, obviously when he was on DRX playing behind Pyosik and has, you know, been a part of a lot of teams as that sort of 6-man, but able to take advantage of it and hopefully will still provide value to this roster, even if he is not the full starter in the jungle role. But yeah, I mean, if Rayo's playing like this, sign me up, because I love a great, you know, story in terms of development here in the LPL, and he's going to win the player of the game. 15, 2, and 18. What a KDA.
Yep, that is the best kind of debut that you can possibly ask for. Completely popping off here. You love to see it across the board here. And yeah, frankly, I haven't heard of him, but he's on my radar now. You know, everybody keep your eyes and ears out for Rayo. He might just be the next rising star in China.
Yeah, I mean, it just starts with one series. You got to take it from there, build up some momentum, and maybe get your way on that superstar trajectory. And for OMG, a great start for them as they move up to 1-0 in Group A of the first stage of the 2025 Demacia Cup. But we got one more series to wrap up the day. When we come back, we will see FRK, our second streamer team, take on LNG in a best-of-3 over in Group B. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more coverage of the 2025 Demacia Cup.
Get this show on the road.
Welcome back, everybody, to Stage 1 of the 2025 Demacia Cup. We've got our third and final series of the day after a minimal break between these two series. Our second streamer team, FRK, taking on LNG Esports. We have LNG at 1-0 and FRK at 0-1. My name is Graves, joined alongside Fulls for this Group B matchup as we get closer and closer to some eliminations and some advancements into the next stage of the tournament. Fulls, get to see FRK, our second streamer team of the day. Hopefully they put up a bit of a better fight than the first.
Yep. What's up, chat? What's up, Grapes? Really excited for this next series. This is going to be a good one. And, you know, it's kind of a false tale here with LNG having a W in their, you know, in that column. You know, frankly speaking, they actually lost the first game of that best of 3 and was handed the win thanks to the double FF due to perhaps some internet issues that were going on there. So we have yet to actually see LNG take down a Nexus. And, you know, same story here for FRK. So, you know, that actually does mean that we could have ourselves a much closer match here than the previous one.
It is possible, and again, just to make sure everybody is fully up to date, we'll take a look at the format explainer. Again, these are our two groups in Stage 1. We got gameplay between OMG and ZSM in our last series. We also saw LGD take a 2-0 victory over ThunderTalk, and now we transition over to Group B, where we have LNG now taking on FRK. Again, 3 teams in each group from Group Nirvana last year, or teams that missed the playoffs last year, alongside our 2 streamer teams. You need to finish top 2 in this single round robin best of 3 group stage to advance into stage number 2, where you'll join some of our playoff teams from last year in another group stage to eventually get into the knockout stage. But let's start diving into these rosters, starting off with, again, our second streamer team in FRK. It's the Unction over here, Fulls. I mean, you think of somebody like SMLZ in the bottom lane. This guy has been around for decades at this point. And then you got players like Cryan and Wink, who have also had their fair share on legendary organizations like RNG and IG, and maybe some newer players up on the top side of the map as well.
Yeah, so we have a very similar story to the previous roster there from ZSM, and again, on paper, it does look pretty good, but the fact is going to remain that do these guys really have that fire still in their heart? Are they still going to be giving it their all? How much do they care, you know? Are these guys going to really be putting up much of a fight? I say that both of these rosters are very exciting and very interesting. Some things that we, you know, have never really seen before here with both of these rosters. So, you know, it's going to be very interesting to watch these guys in action. And again, a big difference in age here between the two teams.
Yeah, we'll get into the specifics of the numbers in a little bit, because I know you pulled some of those stats up here, Fulls, before we got started. But their opponents today, definitely some of the newer kids on the block in LNG Esports. Again, we saw them play one game yesterday. It was unfortunately a loss, but I think this is a roster that a lot of people were excited about. Maybe the most exciting roster of any of the teams in this stage of the tournament for the outside LPL fan. Sheer, Croco, and Bulldog moving over from the LCK, and then you got 1XN and Missing. So a lot of experience as well as some newer players here. Could lead to an exciting result, and I'm pretty much looking forward for that as we get into the draft of game number 1.
And we love to see it again. We've got the beautiful backgrounds coming in for the streamer team. He's mewing, he's mogging, he's having a good time. He's here to show us a beautiful exhibition. You love to see it. You absolutely love to. Meanwhile, it's all business here for LNG.
You know what? This is the content team. They are delivering on the content. FRK ready to play here in this series, as LNG on the blue side going to B1 and Aatrox, as we have seen so far in this tournament. Definitely something that can be flexed around. I would not be surprised to see Croco actually be the one ending up piloting this champ.
Yeah, I totally love the first pick, Aatrox, especially having Sheer on your team. He's pretty renowned for that champ. Actually does increase the flex threat there. You know, usually you wouldn't take the Aatrox top in today's meta, but with Sheer being so good at the champ, you really do got to play around that flexibility that LNG drafts with their first pick. A pretty solid answer with the Wukong. The Orianna is already out though, so we'll see what kind of pairings they go up for here with the second pick on the red side.
Getting those jungler matchups locked in. I mean, think about a player like Cryan, who most well known for some of those MSI runs when he was with RNG, I think back in 2021. Xiaohu playing the top lane for Cryan to be in the mid lane. Rise definitely something was flexed around between these two players and is going to be selected here in that first rotation on the red side. Zehen Talia, two champions that we saw in our last series, once again getting selected, and we'll get our first look at Sheer on the newest champion in the game.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, we technically don't know if the Zahen is going top, just given that there is some flexibility for the Zahen in the jungle. But, Aatrox's jungle is just way too overtuned that there's no way that it's not the Aatrox jungle here. But Zahen is as well a strong jungler, so we do got to give credit there where it is due here. This Sante coming in to answer the top lane. I mean, I would imagine that you definitely want to send the Zahen top into that, just given that he has, so much survivability and so much drain potential, really good into tanks. So, we're going to have to see if that was a good pick here with the Cassante into the Zahen matchup.
Sorry, that panda's cracking me up. Hold on, watch when he shows up again on the screen. We have some time in the second phase of the draft. Look at him. He's like waving his fists, like, get off my lawn.
The pandas and the cats,
and like
man.
three of them have the same panda background. And so it looks like, I wonder if this was like a coordinated effort from all the stream teams. Like, hey, we're not going to be in person. Let's like at least have some cute backgrounds. We got the cat. We got the panda. What is that?
Yeah. So my going theory is, I've been watching these past few series with the stream teams, and I think they have an array of choices in terms of what they can do with the background. And I think, the panda and the cat are the two best choices, man. We saw a fair few other ones. We saw like a mountainous background. We saw one that says fight.
Lame.
But if you're not picking the cat, man, you're trolling.
I think I would. I'm team
cat,
panda. I think. Look at him. He's like.
Panda's acceptable too. We can let the panda slide, man. I mean, look at him go, man. He's just chilling, bro. I mean, you gotta respect it. You really do. You love to see it.
Just showing the
beatdown
that that FRK is gonna put down on his opponents. I think here, as
facts, man.
Let's dive back into this draft though, because we have top side selected for both of these teams. Bot lanes being focused most clearly. Let's see what Smalls ends up picking here on this R4 before we wrap things up. I think for this LNG roster, the biggest piece of excitement, other than maybe some of these Korean imports that are coming in, is 1XN moving over from Thunder Talk. We thought that he was, one of the more exciting players on that TT roster, especially after Beishuan left. Didn't do great in that first series, but certainly a position where he could potentially break out into a bigger star.
Yeah, and looking at the compositions here, we do have a bit of the TFT Darkin synergy with the Aatrox and the Zahen. I mean, unironically, that is a very powerful synergy in the team fights. If you can even elongate those fights just a little bit, have a bit of an extended fight, those two Darkin champs can completely take over and just be impossible to deal with. So we're going to see if they can draft for some kind of an extended fight. I love the Unara for that kind of theme here, just really being able to have high amounts of DPM and survivability. And yeah, we're going to see how FRK responds to this. They're definitely going to need some kind of heal reduction this game, I will tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, you got Aatrox, who of course is very, very much a champion that heals up a ton, and so is the Zehen. But now you got Aatrox and the champion that has Aatrox's old passive in the game, in the same team now here for LNG. So they're going to be doing a lot of healing, a lot of,
a lot of not dying, if I may say.
Yeah, a lot of not dying, until maybe we get into the later game, because on the other side for FRK, they've got a lot of scaling specifically in those carry positions. You have Rise, who's going to be able to side lane really well, and Smolder that will scale very nicely into the late game, especially against a team without a very solid front line, at least like a full-on tank.
Yeah, very interesting drafts here on both sides. I really do think that the draft for LNG is, a bit more favorable. You got the Aatrox jungle, probably the best pick in the game. With that being said, the Panda buff needs to not be underestimated. I mean, just because they have the new OP buffed, new release champs, that doesn't mean they got a beautiful kitten, a beautiful panda. This is a 10-man roster here for FRK, so you just got to keep that in mind.
It kind of looks like he's giving the players like a back massage if they're positioned in the chair the right way, which could be a buff, get a little extra relaxation. You got a cute panda, loosening up some of those joints back there, getting ready.
Maybe some good luck as well.
This is the old man cup team, right? So sometimes you need a little bit of extra stretching, a little bit of extra warm-ups here. We'll see if they can provide that after an 0-2 loss yesterday, as FRK trying to get into the winners column for the first time of either of our two stream teams. And that's something that LNG is going to want to do as well. I think a lot of excitement about this new look roster. Definitely a disappointing opening to the Demacia Cup with, of course, that first game loss. But still a lot of ground to make up. They technically got away with it because they're credited with a win because of the FF from Ultra Prime. So lots to look forward to here in this last best of 3 of the day. As we head into Group B action, game number 1, starting now between LNG and FRK.
We got pandas, we got kittens, and we got poros. Not only that, we got a beautiful set of rosters here to go head-to-head. And I'm so glad you mentioned it. We got the unction once again with the streamer team. And you know, we were going a bit into the depths of it in the break. We were looking into the lore of it all. And, you know, I found it very interesting to see that there's an 18-year difference between these two teams here. You could fit an additional 18-year-old player on the team for LNG, and the ages would even out. So I just think that speaks volumes for what's going on here in this series. And let's see if the Unks have what it takes, or if the new ones on the block are going to show them who they are.
Adam, have you been watching the Paris tournament? I mean, we gotta chill on that. I think. Hold on. What the hell's happening here? Kroko just tried to invade and is just gonna die for it. You get the Raptors, but at what cost? Already first blood here for FRK.
Yeah, that is a very, very interesting play from Aatrox there, just going straight into the enemy line. I mean, hey, he got the Raptor low-key worth, as a good friend of mine would say. I mean, he probably didn't mean it, but he would say that. So, I mean, we'll see about these junglers, man. I'm telling you, man, I swear to God, he thinks that's worth it right now, man. I swear to God.
That camp, specifically, the Raptor, I've been saying this for like a year at this point. The Raptor camp on red side is like the biggest bait for any blue side player, any blue side jungler, like ever. They always are going for it. They always are getting punished for it. Kroko locked onto that Raptor camp and said, I will take that away from FRK if it is the last thing I do. And it was indeed the last thing he did. He is going for another invade, though. He's going to steal away the wolves.
I mean,
as
yeah,
well.
hear me out,
This
Grapes.
is
I'm
part
starting
of
to think it's worth it.
Strat, right? Like, you clear really fast in the early game now.
I mean, yeah, not only that, but the Cassante had to flash and possibly lose some XP up there too. I mean, no, I'm not even capping. I think it's worth. I think Kroko might just be a genius, man. I mean, frick, as long as you smite it, like the world is yours, man. Why not?
I want to touch on this as we have a little bit of time. This new Korean mid-jungle duo that's coming in for LNG, right? We're hyping up 1xN a little bit. We're talking about how Sheer coming in could be a big thing, but Kroko and Bulldog, like, this is an exciting pairing. And obviously, you have Kroko, who's had some experience in the LPL before with Anyone's Legend. He then went over to Bro last season, but I think you were really hyping up, again, as a mid laner who also has played on the Korean server a bunch. You're feeling high about what Bulldog could do on this LNG team.
Yeah, so when we saw the roster announcements, I was just probably the most fascinated by the LNG one, to be completely honest with you. I wouldn't have expected them to pick up these two Korean players, you know, Kroko and Bulldog. You know, they've actually never worked together in the past, and so we've theorized why they might have picked up this duo. And, you know, I think you might have hit the nail on the head, given that Kroko's fluent in Chinese a little bit from his previous stint in the LPL, but Hacker gets shoved away by Bulldog. You know, I'm not so sure that's the direction he wanted to go with, but, you know, the direction that he has chosen with his career has been to come to China here and to encroach his territory with Kroko. I mean, geez, not again. Kroko's the GOAT, man. Are you seeing this, man? Are you seeing this?
Kroko has not taken his red buff or his blue buff. He has just gone for the AoE camps, which I guess is a big buff with the, you know, the changes that they made to Aatrox jungle, but it's just a very interesting style that he's went with. Actually, it's worked out for him so far, as we get some heavy trading in the bot lane as well. 1xN having that lethal tempo proc, forcing a flash away from Smalls.
I'm pretty sure Aatrox is up like 4 camps right now. You know, the 2 camps that he got in the Raptors, and then with all of his camps being up as well, I mean, this is going to amount to a pretty huge lead.
This is pretty hilarious. We'll continue to observe as we go along, as some more heavy trading does occur down in the bottom lane. Smalls and Wink are going to probably have to head back to base and just eat this wave. But yeah, this is fascinating that we've been seeing here. And again, you know, we talk about Krako and his experience previously in the LPL. Bulldog does not have that, but he makes up for it in his mechanics. I mean, this is a guy that has been so impressive mechanically throughout his young career, both on, you know, the Kwangdong Freaks and the DN Freaks, despite the lack of team success and, you know, at times some maybe interesting you know, individual decisions that he's made. You can tell this guy has hands.
Yeah, so I've had the double-edged fortunate and the unfortunate privilege of getting to play against Bulldog in the KR solo queue, and I mean, this guy is an absolute demon. I can totally see why they would want to import him to China, and that's why it just makes so much sense to pair him up with someone like Krako, who might be able to help break things down for him with the bilingual method. You know, just given that Bulldog's probably going to be completely novice at Mandarin, not going to be able to communicate with the team so much. So what we've been theorizing is that everyone's going to be strategizing in Mandarin, and Krako's going to know what's going on. He's just going to have that quick mid-jungle telepathy synergy and tell Bulldog, you know, just a quick few comments in Korean to keep him up to speed with the comms. And, you know, I think it might be some secret tech here to get the rising star 20-year-old Bulldog mid laner who would have been gate kept at 8th or 9th or 10th place in the LCK, be it on Brion or DN Freaks. You know, give him a real chance here in the LPL to show what he can do.
Speaking of showing what he can do, Fearness issuing that all out. I mean, this guy looking to make Sheer work for it a little bit on the top side, burning the Zehen's flash and ultimate. But Sheer will be able to pick up the fruit and probably head back to clear out the majority of this wave. However, the rest of FRK want to try to punish this as they're sending Cryan up to
Rise
the top
is
lane.
pretty good at this, man.
Oh, Hacker doesn't actually make it in time to join his team up there, and that could actually end up proving costly.
I think we need a Hacker, guys.
And he's nearly going to be taken down, and now Fearness has to flash away from the seismic shove of Bulldog. That was not as clean as they were hoping it was going to be.
And these guys all speak the same language, man. I mean, how does Hacker not make it into the Realm Warp? I could see that happening, you know, if there was a Chinese jungler and a Korean mid laner, but there's no excuses for something like that. We see this dive in the bot lane.
He hooked Smalls right out of the air and takes the flashless Smolder down. 1xN now looking for a second kill as well, and the Yunara is off to the races for LNG.
And that's going to be a really good start to the game here for LNG. Again, the kills on the scoreboard might deceive you because whatever the heck Krako's been cooking, he is for sure ahead in the jungle regardless of that one death.
Oh my
You're
goodness.
looking at it on your screen in 4K, man.
Revenge.
That's the feat of warfare right there.
Served on a silver platter to Hacker, as Krako says, remember what you did around here at the 2-minute mark? Well, here's the Aduno reverse card. It steals the red buff. Gonna go towards the grubs. Krako having a great start to this game for LNG.
I mean, what more could you ask for? Completely getting your revenge, vindicating your early game start, saying grapes. I told you it's worth it, man. Krako was sure of himself, and that is why right there. Straight into the grub take as well. Aatrox jungle, S tier pick, one shot and everything on the map. I mean, this is going to be a severe thorn in the back of FRK this game.
You know what, Fools? You've convinced me. Next solo queue game I play, I will be locking in Aatrox jungle, immediately dying level 1, and it seems like a cheat code to winning in the early game. I mean, thank you for the tremendous advice.
High K worth, bro. You heard it here first, chat. You heard it here first. And look, he's going to smite this Raptor too, bro. I'm telling you, he don't have smite on cap.
Well, Hacker gets this one, but it might cost him a little bit. Dodged away from the seismic shove. The Q3 is flashed away from. Nice prediction coming in from the jungler of FRK. Missing coming in after a small duel with Wink, and now the Braum could be in some trouble. He has to burn that flash as well.
Little callback to last series. Again, pay attention to Talia's ult. He has yet to learn the spell, which is, again, a big cheat code on the Talia champ, just given that regardless of if you're in combat or not, you can just level up the Weaver's Wall and use it at any time. So just keep your eyes on Bulldog and that ultimate. Goodbye, SMLZ.
Look at the timing right there. 1xN and Missing must have known perfectly the timer of Smalls' flash. It just has come up, but just a few seconds too late as he ends up dying for free. 3-0 now for 1xN on the Yunara. And now FRK desperately need to find an answer somewhere. They're going to try to find it here on to Sheer on the top side. Fearness using the all-out, waiting for Hacker to jump in here with a Cyclone. This should be Sheer going down.
He's going to res, man. He's going to res.
And now Sheer is doing enough damage onto Hacker that he's going to have enough determination for a res. He's not even going to need it, though, as the healing is just too insane on the Zahen. And Fearness is forced to run for the hills in fear himself.
I mean, look at that cheeky smile on Sheer's face as he runs towards them in the 1v2. He's loving it up there. This Zahen champ is not okay, man. Not okay.
Look at Smalls. He's not even able to play the game. He's not even able to walk up to his own wave. He's cut off because Kroko is here, and Bulldog now has leveled up the ultimate and has it available. If they wanted to go for a roam, have to wait for that next entire wave to come down, and it nearly costs them all of the turret plates in the bot tier 1.
And thank goodness for FRK's bot lane. The Flappy Bird was able to make it under the tower, but I mean, he's not looking too safe. You know, it's not looking like this tower is too long for this world. LNG having the 3 grubs, that tower being down to pretty much 1 plate left. I mean, it's pretty doubtful that this Smolder's going to reach that critical 225 threshold at any good pace this match.
Yeah, it's going to be a while, I think, until we get to that stage, as it's now a 2,000 gold lead that's been opened up for 1xN. Again, a player that we've been very excited about coming over from Thunder Talk onto a roster that maybe has a little bit more oomph if some of those pieces really can come to play. Could see a big jump from a player like 1xN. So now some more skirmishing up in the top side. But yeah, going back to the bottom lane again. Pairing up 1xN with Missing potentially as well, another veteran support. I mean, LNG definitely going for the picking up veterans approach, and it looks like, at least for now, against FRK, that strategy is working as they have burned Hacker's initial proc of the Cyclone. In comes Bulldog with the Weaver's Wall as well. This is a very dead Wukong, and Bulldog will pick up his first kill of the game.
Gee, I'm glad to see. I was going to mention that Bulldog low-key getting carried, man. Just sitting there 0-0-0. I wanted to see more out of him for his LPL debut, so I'm glad to see him finally pick up a kill on the scoreboard there. And just to harp a little bit more on Bulldog and why I'm so hyped up about him, this guy has been rank 1 KR for the longest time, man. I mean, even when he went to China, he's still holding down rank 6. And you know what else? He's on a 7-game win streak in solo queue, and he literally played 1 hour ago. He is the GOAT, man. I swear to God. He's queuing up any given time. KR server, no problem. Top 10, no problem. Playing from China, no problem. Eyes on Bulldog for me, man. He is the prospect to watch.
Yeah, I mean, if he can take a big jump, that's definitely going to be the difference maker for LNG and their prospects here this season. I think a lot of people are probably projecting them as a sort of mid-tier organization at this point, but could be in the wings for something a little bit more if we see a big step from a player like that. Again, Bulldog, I think, had a really good debut split in this season with Kwangdong in 2024, but in 2025, obviously, that whole DN Freaks roster really didn't end up having too much to offer. But now on a new organization, we're going to see if he has what it takes as the second dragon of the game gets secured by his jungler, Kroko.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, the DN Freaks pulling the marvelous 1-17 record last year in the LCK. You hate to see it, you know, as a Bulldog fan. And frankly, I thought he was cheated out of that. You know, as you said, he was stuck on a team with LCS players, man. Berserker, Pioshik. These are not the guys
not what you want.
You deserve, man. You need the real, authentic Korean talent, man. Or give him the Chinese talent, man. Give him something to work with, you know. I'm telling you, man, he's solo queue god. Let him translate that to pro.
Not the most effective usage of that Realm Warp right there, as Hacker also was not able to get into a position, again, to issue and engage onto Bulldog. Kroko stealing away the red buff again, and Hacker's going to be in for a rough surprise once more. This guy has been unrelenting with the aggression. He pops the World Ender. The Q3 not going to hit Hacker, but the Umbral Trains will, and he knocks him down with the second proc of the Q. And now Cryin is next to follow, going to be in severe danger with Sheer running to try to chase him down as well. The flash hook is flashed away from, and it looks like FRK will survive with only one of their members going down.
There's one thing I know about Korean solo queue, about Chinese solo queue. If this Wukong right now, you are spamming the FF button. As soon as the clock hits 15, you want out, man. So let's see if there's any way for them to change their minds about this. He doesn't even get over the wall with the flash. Fearness is depressed right now. Cat despair.
And I feel like this is the highs and lows of a player like Krako, right? You saw in that first game that they played against Ultra Prime, not going to lie, he inted a little bit, had 8 deaths at the end of the game, but you can see he's very, very aggressive with the plays that he wants to make. Ends up working out this time. Bulldog might be in some trouble here as Smalls will flash forward to land the final conclusive blows. And finally, FRK do get back on the board. But it comes at the cost of mid lane getting shoved underneath here, and Cryan will be in some danger after this tier 1 falls to 1xN.
Yeah, as Bulldog there, you're not really shouting worth, but you're feeling pretty all right about dying there because you know for a fact that FRK is over-indexing into killing you there. This low-key not even worth it for them, so we're going to see LNG chase them out here, maybe even claim some lives. Let's see how the rest of this play unfolds here. But yeah, as Bulldog, you take that. You know what I mean? They focus you down. It is what it is.
For another fight, LNG continuing the pressure here in the enemy jungle. They're sending a teleport in from Bulldog as well, but Missing has been taken very low on HP. If he goes back in, it will be a one-way trip, but he looks like he does so onto Smalls, pops the exhaust onto the Smolder as well, and setting things up for his jungler. Krako with the Q3, able to take the Smolder down, and that's a second kill, and soon to be all 4 picked up here for LNG. FRK knew exactly where their opposition was. They walk right into it and end up paying the price.
And just like that, LNG gets the ace in a nutshell there. You do not care if Fearless is alive. He has no threat to the map whatsoever. Yunara not only picking up the Phantom Dancer, but even getting a BF sword on top. This guy's got more than 10 CS per minute, over a 3,000 gold lead. You had us hyped about 1xN, and you might have been onto something, Grapes. You might have been cooking with this one.
1xN, he was getting all pro votes last year on a team that, frankly, wasn't particularly solid, especially after their, not miracle run, but a very solid run for them in Split 1 of the season. Despite some of the underperformances from the team in Thunder Talk, 1xN always was a very consistent performer, and now has the potential to maybe do a little bit more on a roster that hopefully is able to stick a little bit more together this year. And you're seeing the entirety of LNG continuing to make quick work of FRK as they force Fearness back. Gold lead almost 9,000 at this point.
Call it recency bias, call me high on Hopium, but I really think this LNG roster could be a dark horse in the LPL this year, Grapes, as we see this replay.
Just unstoppable at this point is the Aatrox jungle. We've seen it be B1'd or picked very early on in these drafts, and there seems to be a reason why. It's very, very powerful at this point. LNG, though, have not officially won the game and have to be a little bit careful here, making sure they do not overextend. It is 1xN forced to flash away, as the Rift Herald is secured here by Krako. And Fools, while I do appreciate what you're saying here about believing in this LNG team, I have to remind you here in the Demacia Cup. First of all, playing against a streamer team, always maybe a bit of a nerf, but
I know.
You can't get too excited about just one game. You gotta wait, bide your time, wait maybe for the start of the split, but the way things are looking right now, definitely good vibes coming out. I think that's the most important thing. Feeling confident going into the season.
Yeah, I mean LNG definitely bringing out the good vibes in this one, completely stomping and smurfing on FRK here, looking really, really promising. Frankly speaking, we want to see FRK putting up more of a fight in this series, man. I swear these streamer teams have more to offer. They got more in the tank. They just gotta put more pedal to the metal, man. It's really fun to watch. Let's see. If FRK can maybe come up with something better next game. It looks like we're gonna have a Flame Horizon in the jungle this game, so that's typically not what you want, Grapes.
Double knock-up with the Herald, and then finds a double knock-up with the Depth Charge as well, but he might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Redemption
or did he?
Alive for a little bit, and Hacker will come in with the cycle, and eventually Missing will drop, but the wait has ended. Sheer has arrived with the teleport, but it's going to come before 1xN ends up going down. The Zehen dashing forward, the Aatrox as well as Krako looking to finish off Hacker as well. Bulldog with the Weaver's Wall ends up closing the gap and Cryan forced to flash away, and will get away from that final threaded volley and dish out enough damage to at least send Bulldog back, but Sheer has other ideas. A double kill for the Zehen, and Wink is now on the run as the last remaining survivor here in the team fight for FRK, and he won't be that for long as Bulldog looks to finish the deal. It's a third kill for the Talia, another one team fight for LNG.
And as promising as the start of that fight did look, taking out the Yunara, it's just simply not even close to enough, man. Not only did I mention they had the Darkin buff, but they also have the Zahen Yunara buff from the cinematic. So, I mean, this comp is just too OP, man. I swear. Even if there's only 3 of them left, those 3 are worth at least 7 members of FRK.
It was, let's face it, probably an overplay for LNG. I think if they were not so desperately far or so insanely far ahead, they might not have wanted to go for a play like this, but it ends up not mattering. Because even though 1xN gets one shot, look at Bulldog, you look at Krako, and even Sheer has been quietly farming up a storm. Just LNG's winning across the board at this point.
Yep, LNG completely handing it to the retirement home here, just taking them out for a walk with their stroller, taking them to the cafeteria at the retirement home, at the unction, playing some bingo, Looks like Gramps is not quite going to be able to be the star he once was here for Cryin, for Hacker, for Fearness, for Winning, for SMLZ.
Yeah, not looking great, especially with the Otacon going over as the gold lead gets closer and closer to that 10K mark. Still only 21 minutes into the game, by the way. LNG putting up a clinic after that initial, what we thought was going to be kind of a bad start for Krako. And as soon as he died at level 1...
Hey, speak for yourself, man.
Hey, as soon as he died, my mind got cast back to the start, or to the last game that they played against Ultra Prime, where Krako, I think, ended 2-8. And so that was just like, he was one of the underperformers in that series. And so seeing him come to play here, certainly a good sign to start things off, showing that creativity that he is going to be bringing to this LNG roster.
Yep, and he should be sitting on a lot of gold here. He's had the Lucid Boots, the Shojin, and the Sundered Sky for a long time. And I want you to understand just how much haste this Aatrox has right now, because not only are those Lucid Boots, those are +5 haste Lucid Boots as the Realm Warp gets answered by the Weaver's Wall. That's rank 6 right there for you, Mr. Bulldog. You can't just kill him like that. Can't just catch him sleeping, man.
Quick reactions, and it's going to cost Cryin his TP as he has to head up to the top lane to try to answer for Sheer. And as soon as that happens, in comes Krako to try to finish off Smalls. Sheer dashes in as well with a beautiful flank to get himself a double kill. And LNG continue to stack points upon points upon points on that scoreboard. It's going to be another kill as Wink will drop. Krako gets himself another kill and it's 18-5.
Yeah, I was going to ask you earlier, would you take the over or the under on the Flame Horizon in the jungle? Is the Aatrox going to have the 100 CS lead? Not even close, man. He's going to have way more than that, man. This Wukong, he's lucky to even have a level 2 ultimate right now. I'm going to be completely honest with you, man. I'm pretty sure Krako has a full item in his shop right now, too, as soon as he wants to go purchase it. So it's chopped, man. They are done, FRK.
At least for game 1. Of course, still a series. We'll see if they're going to be able to respond. But at this point, clearly, back to the drawing board here for FRK. Is left to figure out how exactly they can stop the might of Krako and LNG. Another little invade here as Krako has just been living inside of Hacker's jungle the entirety of this first game. And yeah, again, a good start here as our streamer team's definitely hoping for a little bit of a higher performance in the future.
Kasante TPing in.
Oh, Smalls just gets completely flanked out by missing. He's forced to run to the defense of the rest of his team. And we have ourselves a bit of a 5v4 setup, but look at Sheer. An immediate ultimate forward, and Smalls will get taken down with Bulldog getting a double kill on the backside of things as well. It's a double now here for the Zahen. Fearness not even going to be able to get 1xN as he finishes off the ace, and Baron not necessary as it hasn't even spawned LNG into the base to take game 1.
We have a speed run here from LNG, the first team between these two head-to-head to destroy a Nexus in the Demacia Cup, and in a very handed fashion at that. Krako must have had 5K as that game ended. No need to go to the fountain when you're that OP.
Just an absolute masterclass here for LNG. Again, not the most orthodox way to start off a game with your jungler dying level 1. But it ended up working out. Maybe that tempo for Krako led to the snowball that kept rolling and rolling until that Nexus eventually dropped.
And you can only wonder what the butterfly effect might have had in store for us had Hacker been able to get that smite, on that initial round. Those are the kind of flips that just change the entire course of the game. And so, incredible aggression there from Kroko. Certainly questionable, I will give you that. But hey, it turns to have worked out. I got a few junglers in my friend group, and, from what they keep telling me, I just had a feeling that was worth it, man. And I'm pretty sure I was right. Well played to Kroko, man.
I don't know if Kroko even thought it was worth it at the time, but it ended up paying off here as you take a look at some of those stats across the board. Really everybody on LNG coming to play in this one. I think it was definitely Kroko that underperformed in their opening game against Ultra Prime. Obviously, we never got to see the full conclusion of that series due to some of those internet issues, but the rest of the way, LNG looking good. And for FRK, back to the drawing board again, as they definitely did not have what it took in this one.
Yeah, and it seems to me that Bulldog, as I said before, low-key got a bit carried this game. I'm going to be honest. He was just kind of chilling 0-0-0 for the first 12 minutes. He looked at the scoreboard and he's like, all right, cheers, I guess we win. So I'd love to see if Bulldog can have some more agency in this next game. These are low-key a bit of a show match, right? So I'd love to see if Bulldog can at least, show us in the match. I'd love to see what he can, really prove himself about.
Still obviously a lot of opportunities, but I think in general, just getting the vibes up, getting that confidence boost here for LNG, certainly a good thing, as this is certainly not the most difficult of opponent they will have to face throughout their Demacia Cup journey, and of course their LPL journey once 2026 does get underway. Even if LNG end up getting through this group, which is going to be a relatively challenging one. Again, we have a team like WE in here who had a lot of high expectations going into last year, and then certainly going into this year as well. They're going to have to play against them later on in this group stage as well to wrap it up. So they definitely need this win to try to continue to, increase that momentum.
Yeah, and I mean, so far so good, though, for this unsuspecting roster. I can't say if you were to give me a million chances to guess what LNG's roster would have been that I would have got it right between these 5 players and this exact configuration. Who could have thought of this? But hey, seems to be working for them. I respect it a lot. Again, having the low-key LPL veteran, in Kroko, from the previous experience, though, being a Korean native, able to introduce Bulldog to the league. And, again, with the synergy from Sheeran missing from their previous, time together, it's a very fascinating roster. Again, like you said, 1XN being a huge hyper carry as well. I don't know, man. I really like this roster a lot.
Definitely a lot more to see from them in the future as well. As Kroko wins his MVP after a very tumultuous beginning to that early game. So congratulations to LNG. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll see if they can close this series out in our last series of the day on the Damasia Cup. Welcome back, everybody, to the Demacia Cup. We've got Game 2 coming your way between FRK and LNG Esports. My name is Grape, joined alongside Foles once again here for this, well, I guess a match is a word. I was trying to come up with a word. Foles, hey, it's your first day on the LPL. Again, once again, welcome to the show. How are you feeling about how things are going, and are you ready for the opportunity to see if FRK can try to even things up for our streamer team?
Yeah, what's up, chat? I'm really excited for this. Hopefully not last game of the day, but, we're going to have to see. Grapes, I got a question for you, man. If we can just imagine for a second, be really creative and be really optimistic. I want to do some Doctor Strange time stone magic right now. Let's say there's 100 possible timelines from here. How many do you think FRK is able to get the W?
Out of 100? Oh, man.
Come on, tell me at least 30, man.
Not that many. You mean win the game or win the series?
Ooh, that's a very good question. Let's go with win the game. Let's go with win the game. For now.
I'll say like.
Come on, you gotta give me a few timelines.
I'll say like 4.
4?
Yeah.
You tell me they got a 4% chance of winning this next game.
I mean, come on. After that last game,
that's not so optimistic.
I don't know if I can give them any more than that. They lost in 25 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's something.
The enemy jungler literally donated a kill to them to start the game off, and they still lost in 25 minutes. So I don't know if there's much hope for our streamer team.
If they've got a 4% chance of winning this next game, then tell me what the chances of winning the series, Grapes. You know it's possible, man. Deep down inside.
A lot lower. And I don't know if the Panda is right now patting on the players on the back in terms of trying to comfort, or trying to issue some sort of corporal punishment. Either way, one of those is going to have to try to work if FRK want to turn this series around, because it did not look great for them in that first game. And really, this is an opportunity to showcase this new LNG roster, spotlight them, and get excited for what this organization could potentially bring to the table in 2026. Again, this is a team that made Worlds in 2023 and 2024, but then really underperformed in 2025. We're in danger of getting, relegated to the LDL in Split 3, but ends up bouncing back. They have a decent ending to the 2025 season, and now with a new roster, trying to set themselves up for success again.
Now, forgive me for my imperfect familiarity and facial recognition, but I'm pretty sure that FRK might be fielding a new player this match. Him right here, I don't remember him from last game. Do you know who this is?
I'm not gonna lie. I know a good amount of these players.
You don't recognize them either, though, do you?
On the streamer team, I'm not 100% sure of all of them. But we're gonna track back and see if your intuitions were correct. They do seem to be highlighting this player a lot. That might just be Smalls. I'm not sure though, because can we do a little tab back, producer Adam, to see a little look at.
Nah, that's definitely a new guy, man. I swear.
All right, well, we'll get some confirmation.
I mean, if I were them, I would probably try something new.
I'm curious to see if we can figure out like if there are some alternates that we could potentially see on this team. I know like looks like we got a same player, but a new look, I think, for Wink here. Yeah, he's got a new jacket, I think, on right now. Yeah, so that's crying.
Okay.
We're going through the players right now to make sure that we're not.
Now maybe they gotta switch it up. Maybe if you were on the Panda last game and that wasn't working, I think you gotta switch to the Cat. What do you say?
Yeah, you think that'll end up making.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the Cat has they all have like a 0% win rate, unfortunately, just given that ZSM and FRK have not exactly been destroying many Nexuses or Nexi, if you will. But hey, I mean, you gotta give it your best. Make it a good show for the chat. Come on, one time.
Well, we'll see if any of those backgrounds start to change, or maybe the gameplay from FRK starts to change as well. They have swapped sides. They're now on blue as we get ready for our game to draft. Again, reminder to everybody, if FRK win this game, we get blind pick for our last game of the series. That would be a joy to watch again.
Yes,
we'll
please.
See if they end up getting the opportunity. Hey, the ZSM got the opportunity to blind pick, so it would only be fair to see the other streamer team get that chance as well.
Yep, it would definitely be interesting to see the Rumble mirror matchup in the The top lane, once again, I mean, hey, maybe we'll get to see something new. You know, I've been seeing a lot of J spans in these past few series grapes, and I'm pretty sure that's targeted straight at the jungle. You know, that champ is just extremely powerful because keep in mind, he's a poke champ, but not only that, if he's able to have the jungle buff, it means he's immune to poke himself. All he has to do is just go eat one camp and he regens like 300, 400, 500 HP. He never runs out of mana, doesn't even need a Tear of the Goddess, and so that's probably why we keep seeing those J spans. With Aatrox out, you know, some of these new patch Rising Star junglers are not so available anymore. The last one left being Ambessa, and I'm just curious if any of these teams care enough to try and pick it here.
I would love to see an Ambessa jungle just to see if it's really as viable of a pick as I think it is. I played it a few times once the buffs came out, and it feels pretty good. You know, we've even seen junglers play it before the changes ended up coming through. So, you know, if Hacker wants to put on a bit of a show for us, it would be a cool thing to see. But we do see our mid-jungle duo for LNG lock in their champions in a Xin Zhao Syndra. It's going to get matched up with a Nocturne that Hacker will be selecting for himself.
Now, I did mention in the previous series that I am a huge fan of Syndra, just given that she's criminally underpicked, but this is a huge glaring weakness of the Syndra, particularly into the Orianna. You know, I've been in a fair few of these draft spots myself, and the voice in my ear, whether it be from my jungler or from my coach, just says, be careful about the Nocturne. You know, if you're the team with the Orianna, you say, okay, bet, let them pick Syndra, we'll take Nocturne. If you're the team with the Syndra, you pray they don't pick Nocturne. So it's going to be very, very hard for Bulldog to keep a 0 in the middle column of his KDA this match, as far as I can say.
Yeah, some of that instant delivery systems that we were talking about certainly aided there by Hacker's champion selection. See Bulldog lock into Sion as we head into the second phase of bans, starting to take away some of those champions that could be good into that Sion in the top lane.
And that's another thing to keep in mind is with all of these champions recently getting the jungle buffs, that just means that they're net overall better champions, be it Jace, Aatrox, Ambessa. They're just as good as they were before, and then they're able to, you know, eat the jungle camps just that much faster. And so that just makes these champs just that much better. And if you ask me, you know, I'm not, you know, in direct contact with Drew Levin or anything like that, but I'm just saying, I feel like these buffs should be exclusive to if you have Smite equipped and the jungle item equipped, because some of these characters do not need to be more powerful grapes. Ambessa as it is, you know, she needs to be banned. I respect that ban right there. That is a good choice.
Let's see some targeting towards the bot lane. 1xn's Xayah getting taken away. This guy's got a pretty flexible champion pool throughout his early stages of his career, but definitely a strong champion, especially into something like an Orianna Nocturne combo. Varus definitely also a power pick, but that's also been taken away, so nice job. Targeting 1xn's champion pool, the Ezreal is something that he turned to often throughout his last couple of years of competitive play. Maybe we'll get something else that does a little bit more consistent damage.
Yeah, there are only a few champions who are able to survive that insane dive threat of the Nocturne Orianna combo. You know, Ezreal can kind of survive. There's Corki. I mean, Kai'Sa has some outplay potential. You know, there's champs like, you know, Thresh or even Tom Kench. You're not really going to want to draft that, of course. And so Ezreal does survive, but the problem is, if you buffer the Arcane Shift, the Nocturne Orianna still follows you. So you got to do some perfect kind of timing to survive that. Sure, you can build distance, but this is not a combo that you can just magically escape.
Makes sense why that Xayah was banned away. It's a very powerful pick here for the composition that FRK have set up. Would love to see this locked in. Okay. This is the Fearness specialty. The Fiora getting locked into the top lane also is able to do pretty well into the Sion in general if you are able to parry that decimating smash, and just in general a lot of max HP damage that Sions don't necessarily love playing against.
We saw the Fiora hover in the previous series against the Sion. We got a bit rage baited. We wanted to see it locked in. I mean, that is a extremely fun champ to watch, if you ask me. And so we're getting a real treat here from the streamer team pulling out the Fiora. And if you ask me, that's the kind of champ you need to draft if you want to win this kind of game right now.
Why not? Just throw it all out on the table. You got a split pushing top laner on his specialty, the champion that he one tricks off in solo queue. Got discovered on this champion back in the day. And then you got, of course, the instantaneous snap engage and the Nocturne Ori, some high damage in the Corki. I like what FRK have cooking. It might not be the most traditional draft, but it definitely packs a punch. It definitely is spicy, and that's exactly what you need to try to pull off an upset like this against LNG.
Yeah, again, it's not the most cohesive draft. The characters don't exactly work in unison, all that well. It's not sort of a wombo combo team fight kind of draft, but you do have some pretty effective tools. So you know what I do like is that Nocturne is really good at enabling split push champions. And the thing with Fiora is if you can be enabled, that's the kind of snowball that can reach sort of a critical mass threshold that cannot be stopped. And so that's kind of the best strategy for them if you ask me. Play around Fiora with the Nocturne, possibly even deliver some shockwaves to the Fiora side lane with that Nocturne. And I mean, Fiora's gonna have to solo carry this game, destroy like at least 7 towers, and then maybe they might almost win.
It's better chance than nothing at this point. Our streamer teams have had to dig deep, look inwards to try to find wins here in the Demacia Cup. They have been few and far between, at least so far. But with another game comes another chance, and with some of these players on some of their specialty champions, specifically in the solo lanes, maybe they're feeling more confident this time around. We'll see if FRK are able to pick up a win, even up our series, send this one to blind pick, or if LNG with their new look roster are able to come out with a nice win and a 2-0 to all but lock themselves a spot in the next stage.
And as a fellow student of the game, I must respect Bulldog's rune choices here. I was mentioning about how this Nocturne is just so threatening and difficult to deal with as the Syndra. But not only does he have the phase rush to help him maneuver and escape out of that, he also took the defensive runes of Bone Plating and Overgrowth just so he's that much harder to kill. So, I mean, I respect it. He's taken as many tools as he can to survive that sort of unstoppable dive threat. And we'll see if that makes a difference here in this game. I do like where his head is at.
Across the board, everywhere else, in terms of just looking at some of the summoner spells, the double unsealed spellbook for the supports, they will be able to utilize and cycle through a lot of those different summoners as we go. Waiting for something, at least at this point. Normally we would have gotten into game by now, but we're obviously stuck on this screen, waiting to confirm what exactly any issue is, and then we get that transition. Here we go.
但你如果带过一把，你会发现，可能你带着一整把游戏打下来，带着坚定战斗的时间超过200秒，你就知道那个双。
This is where we hear the Jayas, but again, we are virtual. I think the finals will be, I believe, in Xi'an for just the last series of the Demacia Cup before, of course, we go on that holiday break and get yourselves prepared for the start of split number 1. A lot of League of Legends ready and prepared for this. As you know what, Fulls? It's a good thing that the youngest player on FRK is the one playing the Fiora, champion that maybe requires some hits.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny graphic we have here. It's that the oldest player on LNG is... Wait, let me get this right. The youngest player on FRK is older than the Anyway, all I'm gonna say is,
yeah, there's a nephew at the young chip, as our producer Adam so beautifully put it. As we get ready to start things off, this time Hacker saying, "Oh, I'm gonna do a little invade of the Raptors myself." The only problem is that Krako has looked 2 steps ahead into the Matrix and has gone for an invade of his own on the enemy Raptors, and he will actually continue to go into the red buff and set up a vertical jungling situation to start this game.
Yeah, both teams should be well aware of exactly what's going on here. And we want to keep in mind that with the vertical jungling taking place, that means that the Fiora is going to be on the strong side. So you would imagine that that does benefit FRK, just given that that should be their win condition this game. That should be their just only hope at all, to be honest, just given what we saw last game. You need some kind of miracle champ that just becomes so OP that the enemies can't deal with it. So, I mean, hey, I like the early game start here. It could give them some chances, some hopes.
I'm interested in the fact that Krako didn't actually end up finishing the Krugs, because I don't think he actually knows where Hacker is on the map right now. If he went for a standard blue side clear into the bottom lane, maybe wanting to avoid any potential interaction, but now it's going to be a camp advantage here for Hacker, with Krako giving up that Krug camp. and going to set the Xin Zhao maybe slightly behind to start this game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting watching their pathing from here, you know, because as Xin Zhao, you're going to be fresh out of camps in the top side as soon as you clear this Wolves and this blue buff. So perhaps you could have a look where after the crab, you then go for the Krugs or a dive on the bot lane here, or else you're kind of just missing a camp for no reason. So it's kind of a different story from last game, because I would say that Croco had the upper hand in terms of choosing which camps to take and when, because again, you don't know exactly what the enemy jungler is doing. You always want to do something cheeky with the Fog of War to get some kind of camp advantage if possible, but it looks like he might go for that exact play I was mentioning, taking the Krugs after his bot side here, and let's see if he's able to mess with FRK's bot lane at all while he's in range of them.
Does have to use the smite, but his level 4. Small's at the back at just level 2 as the Ezreal Bard lane
Looks
doing
pretty
a pretty
opportune.
good opportunity to set up a potential dive here, but all 4 summoner spells of the FRK bot lane are available instead. Now it's FRK looking for something onto Bulldog this time around as Hackers completed the Scuttle Crab and will head down to the mid lane. Bulldog obviously preferring to stay closer to the bottom side of the map where Croco does reside. And now
Not
we might
this again.
see the age-old fight around the Raptors. Croco going for the invade. Oh, Bulldog tries to yoink it away with the W, but it's just going to reset it. Now we've got a full-on fight around the bottom side river. Missing with the magical journey sends Wink straight into the hands of the Xin Zhao, but he battle dances on out of there and no blood is shed.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you do want to report Bulldog a little bit there. You know, the scatter, sorry, the Syndra W is a very effective tool at cheating those kind of situations. And unfortunately, he might have pressed the button a little bit early, and Croco is probably not too happy about that. Has to burn the flash defensively. But hey, you get the crab, you get some tempo, forcing them to come answer you. You take it, you live with it, and it is what it is. -1.
Yeah, could have had that camp. Instead, we'll go to Hacker, and we're back to relatively even game state as things have kind of reset at this point. The vertical jungling not resulting in all too much. Obviously, 1xN is ahead on the bottom lane. Fearness is ahead slightly in the top side, just in the CS department, but not a ton of that ending up really being affected by the jungler's placements.
So the weakness of this Fiora champ is that if she does get focused down, she just gets put behind and she is useless. So if you are LNG, perhaps you might want to mess with the lane assignments here. You know, maybe when Ezreal goes for his first recall, see if he can save up for something like a Sheen and a Tyr. Send him into that Fiora with the Bard, and maybe that's how they can punish this Fiora pick, because there's a reason this champ isn't picked, you know, all the time into the Scion. You know, of course it's a great matchup, but the champ just comes with many of these early game weaknesses. So we'll see if LNG find a way to exploit those.
If anyone knows all the weaknesses and how to potentially avoid them, it is Fearness, though. I mean, this guy is a very, very skilled player on this champion, I believe. A lot of experience on it, you know, bringing it into the competitive space as well. And now having a good opportunity to do some damage in a matchup that should be considered advantageous. You see Cryin landing that shockwave on a Bulldog, but Bulldog with a nice scatter prevents any sort of re-engage and allows for Croco to head down towards the bottom side and take this first dragon for LNG.
Again, the mid jungle from LNG doing their thing, simply just outperforming. Once again, Bulldog, no threat there whatsoever with the shockwave. He knows exactly what Orianna is capable of, how much mana he has, how much distance he has, and Bulldog's chilling. He scatters him away. He says, go away, give my jungler some space, some time. Let us eat up this Hextech Drake in peace. And he's going to pick up those Lucid Boots for himself here, and he's in a great spot in the mid lane. And overall, LNG in a pretty good spot here with that Drake pickup.
Now, I guess looking at this composition, I guess of both teams, Fulls, what do you prefer to have later on in this game as we get towards the team fights and things like that? A full tank that can really eat up a bunch of damage and soak up stuff in team fights like Sheer Scion, or maybe a champion like Fiora that does a lot of damage, maybe not necessarily as much in the team fight setting, but also can be a big threat on the side lane.
So the way I'll answer that is from the mid laner's perspective. Yeah. I'm just imagining being Bulldog, okay? And here's the thing with playing a mage against a duelist like Fiora is even if you have like an item lead, Fiora is just still able to duel you and still able to fight you. So if you're on parity or, God forbid, Fiora's ahead, it is just so hard to play. So, I mean, in my head, it just all comes down to this Fiora, and we'll see if Kroko can do something.
Yeah, Fearness did use the ultimate to try to take down Sheer earlier, so doesn't have the grand challenge to issue onto Kroko. Does have to now flash away, and Fearness doesn't have a TP, so Sheer should be able to get this wave in and pick up a small W for himself up there. Those have been few and far between, at least in this laning phase. And Kroko, without having Fearness in the area, is going to steal away this one grub off tempo. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, 1xN and Smalls are going at it a little bit. The Mystic Shot doesn't connect. The True Shot Barrage just going wide as well. And almost finding a kill onto the Corki, but he is unsuccessful. Hacker able to push Kroko away and secure the final 2 grubs as well.
Yeah, all things considered in this top side here, you're really quite pleased with this as FRK. I mean, the Fiora does get forced away, having to flash away from the Sion ult and the Xin Zhao gank. But, you know, to be honest, I believe he was able to recall at such a fortunate time, you know, because it was a cannon wave. He was able to catch a fair bit of those minions under the tower, able to redeploy on the map just in time to, you know, make sure Nocturne was able to secure the, you know, majority of those grubs there. And you look at this game state right now, you asked me that question about who would I favor come late game. At this current trajectory, at this current pace of this top side here, this Fearness Fiora, I would probably put my eggs in the Fearness basket.
Starting to maybe get ahead. I mean, and this is kind of a point in the game where Sheer might have some bit of an edge just because he has the Bramble Vest, and Fearness has not fully scaled up, doesn't have any lifesteal currently in the build. But it is certainly going to be a close call, and one that will continue to scale in advantage of the Furex, or sorry, the FRK jungler or top laner as we continue to go forward in this game. We're approaching the 10-minute mark and still even in gold, so we're making progress here for FRK.
Yeah, extremely fascinating map movements here from LNG, just immediately deploying the Ezreal Bard into the top lane here. I'm curious to see if they try and use the Fog of War to their advantage here and portal in. This could totally catch Fearness off guard and be exactly what they need to shut this Fiora down.
Ooh, Sheer tried to bait Fearness into dashing in with a grand challenge, but instead it will be the Magical Journey issued by 1xN and missing the Tempered Fate as well to slow him down, and Fearness should be all but toast as First Blood is finally picked up after 10 minutes by 1xN.
And there, that's just such a clever look from LNG. I mean, come on, if you're Fearness Fiora, how on earth are you supposed to expect or play around that? I mean, do you realize the amount of distance they just closed on you out of nowhere? I mean, the amount of communication and map awareness it takes to not die to that is just a level that FRK simply cannot have. So that's a really clever play out of LNG, and that's the kind of play that increases your chances of winning by a lot. I mean, this Fiora not getting to have that early game snowball I was talking about, that's going to be a big deal come mid game. Unless...
well, Fearness trying to get some revenge here on the 1xN, but it looks like could be to the rescue is Kroko. Hacker goes in with the paranoia, but a perfect flash away from 1xN is going to save the Ezreal's life. Kroko pops the Crescent Guard. He's able to get the kill on a Fearness and knock up Hacker and flash away to safety. Missing Magical Journeys away as well. And it's an absolute robbery that LNG were able to get out without losing a single member.
You have got to be kidding me. I mean, that looks so promising. Ezreal doesn't die, nor does Xin Zhao. I mean, gosh, that's the kind of thing that really stings as a player, but you've got to have the mental durability to just live with that and move on. But gosh, that is extremely damaging to their chances of winning here for FRK. Take another look at this.
I thought this was going to be Chinese Fiora montage for a little bit. I mean, he was looking good, parried that last Mystic shot, and then the flash immediately after Hacker and comes in with the paranoia. That was that interaction that you were talking about during the draft.
Yeah, and you know, I don't want to flame nobody, and I'm no expert or anything, but I'm pretty sure that I watched some kind of Veigar V2 video about doing maximum damage as Nocturne, and I'm pretty sure he could have killed that guy if he pressed QR instead of RQ. You know, I'm not going to claim to be, you know, the Nocturne god or anything, but you got to kill that Ezreal there. If he slips away, I mean, that just makes all the difference in the world between what's going to happen next. You know, the League of Legends is a game where the things just snowball and ripple and butterfly effect like crazy. The dominoes, they start to fall, and if you don't have any kind of favorable domino action for your team, I mean, you're just slowly going to crumble and wither away. And gosh, I mean, FRK needs a good play soon, man.
Yeah, they haven't had really a solid play throughout the majority of this series so far. Certainly facing some troubles here as LNG extend their gold lead slightly. Also important to note, they have 2 dragons and, you know, could potentially start stacking towards that soul soon. Look where the gold is currently allocated right now. All of it towards 1xN. Again, a player that we were very, very excited about going into last season and, of course, also this season. Making quick work. I mean, we've seen some impressive AD carry play throughout our 2 series here. We got 1xN in this series. We got, obviously, you know, in the last series, Starry for OMG. It's a good time to be an LPL AD carry.
Yeah, and, you know, I got a bit of a question for you, Grapes, but I want you to play the uncle's advocate for us one time here. I mean, if you're FRK, there's got to be some way in. There's got to be some kind of strategy, approach, mechanism to win this game. And Grapes, what's it going to be, man? How are they going to win? What do they got for us?
I mean, I'll say, have we seen the Nocturne Orianna combo used once so far in this
point,
game?
man.
We're at the 14-minute mark. Haven't seen those 2 ultimates being used in conjunction just yet. We might get our wishes soon, though, as a fight has opened up. The Paranoia already has been issued, and Cryan is nowhere in sight. Crescent Guard, combined with the healing from Kroko, is keeping himself alive for such a long time. He's going to dash forward again and nearly take down the Nocturne before finally getting shut down by a hacker. Small dashes in, gets one on the missing, and it looks like LNG go a little bit too close to the sun. They dropped 2 kills after going for a very aggressive invade.
Well, it wasn't quite the patented Agarin, Nocturne, Orianna, surprise out of nowhere one-shot combo, but they did both press R, and it did work out. So let's see if that might give them a chance to get the feat of warfare here. It's actually a big deal, and I might have just jinxed it.
Oh, nicely done by Sheer, waiting for that flash to be, or sorry, waiting for that Valkyrie to be issued by Smalls before flashing in for that easy decimating smash to set up 1xN for his 2nd kill of the game.
Yep, and again, totally just caster cursed them right there. I really thought that they could have been able to do that. It feels really good, Grapes. You must know what I'm talking about when the enemy team gets the first 2 kills and then somehow your team gets 3 kills in a row and you hear that dopamine sound of that feat of warfare. I mean, gosh, I really thought they had a chance there of doing it, but yeah, to be honest, Grips, I think SMLZ, I mean, hopefully he doesn't watch the LPL English because I'm about to flame him right now. This guy looks pretty washed, man. This guy looks washed.
I mean, this guy was playing maybe a decade ago at this point.
Yeah.
In the LPL.
He's the oldest guy in this game. Pretty sure he's like double the age of Sheer, if Sheer's real age, you know. Not to be a conspiracy theorist or anything, but, you know, anyway, besides the point, I mean, we got to see SMLZ step it up and, you know, click a little better, click a little faster maybe, you know. Just show us what an 80 carry can do, man. I mean, you're in this Demacia Cup. This is a cool place to be. You got some fun matches on your hands, you know. You want to show that you're one of China's best 80 carries, whether you're past your prime or not, you know. So we'll see if SMLZ can come up with something, if Smalls can cook for us at least a little bit. But, you know, he's kind of been a bit of a liability so far.
Just goes to show. Hey, some of our native ADCs in the LPL, Starry, 1xN, doing it against some legends in LWX and Smalls here. There's finally that Nocturne Orianna combo. We got one, and it's going to take Bulldog down. Nicely done by FRK. What will the response be on the other side, though? Cosmic Binding from Missing does not connect. Quickness is flashed away from, and a nice Tempered Fate from the Bard will make sure that there is no more retaliation and store. But FRK do get their combo. They get the enemy mid laner. Could have maybe turned their sights towards the Herald. Wink threw a bit of a gleaming quill at it, but will end up backing away, and now Kroko will be the one to start the objective.
They finally read the instructions, the formula, the blueprint. Just press R and press it twice, and they pressed it well, and that's exactly what I'm saying. If you pick the Syndra, you are just so vulnerable. There's just nothing you can do there.
Bulldog not going to be here, but looks like Sheer will be. Missing already taken down, though, as Fearness is now issuing that grand challenge onto 1xN. But Sheer, very tanky now in this front line, going to use that Unstoppable Onslaught and tank up a boatload of damage from FRK and make sure only that 1 kill goes over.
Yeah, and you know what? This is the kind of thing where the gold lead might not paint the full picture here because, again, Fiora just being so effective into the Scion.
Oh,
being
scatter!
down a little bit of gold's no
Beautifully
problem,
executed.
but that's the problem.
1xn with the true shot barrage as well. It's been a tough day to be a Corki here in this one. Spell after spell after spell being thrown at him, and LNG equalized the kill score again.
Yep, deja vu right there from Smalls getting picked out. Even looking the same way, whether it was the mid lane or the bot lane. Pretty much every time the camera's on this guy, he's just losing hit points, man. And he's just getting obliterated and blasted. So hopefully Smalls is going to be able to keep that middle column of the KDA at 2, man. Because, I don't know, man. I really want to see this guy step it up. He's the Unk. He's the Chinese double lift in this series, and come on, he's got to have more.
Try again. Dragon going to be secured by Kroko. That sole point for LNG, and Hacker will go down. They tried the Nocturne combo this time with little results. 1xn gets one, Bulldog gets the other, and it's 2 kills and the Drake for LNG.
Yeah, that does not quite look right. You're supposed to hit the carries, man. I don't know what the heck that Nocturne Ori combo was, man, but that was boosted. That was reportable, man. Bulldog literally took 0 damage, man. Come on, man. You guys got to do better than that.
3,500 gold lead now for LNG. We'll take another look at this again. There's a Nocturne Ori, but I think importantly, the Crescent Guard was issued quick enough by Kroko, which meant that shockwave damage didn't end up hitting.
Yep. Kroko took no damage. Bulldog was literally not even struck by the combo. And with 3 dragons to LNG's name, FRK hanging on by a thread right now. With that being said, there is always a chance to win when the Otacon spawns, man. Even if you're down 10k, 20 kills, every objective, doesn't matter, man. I have seen the impossible, the miraculous take place. And so if you're FRK, that's the god you're praying to right now, is Mr. Otacon himself.
Gonna force some fight around there. Maybe have Fearness go on a bit of a split pushing rampage. But at this point, with Sheer getting pretty strong at this on the Scion, might be difficult to try to push through. A big beefy boy as himself, already with the upgraded plated steel caps. And that Bramble Vest, and of course the Sunfire. A lot to look forward to for LNG. A lot of it right now is 1xn, right? You take a look at his gold. 2 items, 2.5 items, nearly having the completed Manamune as well. 2.7k ahead of his opposition. And that's only going to continue to grow as he gets some of that shared gold for the mid-tier 1 also dropping.
Yeah, you know what? I was taking a look at the gold advantages here for LNG, and I saw that glaring difference in the bot lane. And I was trying to come up with some kind of a scheme where FRK might be able to come out on top in, kind of a fight like this. And I was thinking maybe they could target Bulldog once again with the Ori Nocturne combo, just given he has no flash. Problem is, it's coming up any second now. And he's got the Seeker's arm guard, so there's just no good targets here. How can you play?
And the Otacon's already been started up by LNG. You said that FRK maybe want to fight this, but they are maybe going to be in some trouble. There's that Nocturne Ori only onto the Ezreal, and he does not even take half of his health. It's already going to be the Otacon secured and Hacker taken down. And a really nice Tempered Fate from Missing will continue the fight and continue the win for LNG. 3 more kills into their back pocket. Fearness doesn't even take the tier 1, and it is all LNG in this best of 3.
And that is going to spell doom for the Cats, the Pandas, and the Uncles. That was a very hard-fought start to the game, but it seems that come mid-game, they just weren't able to hang. Grapes, they weren't able to hang. They don't know game like that. They're not nimble enough. They're not young enough. I don't know what it is, man. Maybe those Unk hands just can't click right, or those Unk brains just can't think right. But this is just not looking right.
Give credit to Hacker. He had a chance to steal that one away. But Kroko just has been the better jungler here today. Maybe it wasn't yesterday, but has made up for it in a big way. Nice stun from Missing as well. Had a great game on this Bard so far. And LNG looking like they are going to be on their way to an advancement to stage 2.
Yeah, you do love to see it from the overdogs here in LNG. You know, I mean, there are a bunch of cool guys, you know, sort of making their LPL kind of roster debut yesterday and today. You know, they didn't really get to have the most climactic storyline yesterday, so you know they would come into the series, and I'm sure they're all expecting to walk away with the 2-0 win. So, you know, this is exactly what they're hoping for. I want to make it as clean as possible, and let's just see how clean they can be in terms of sealing this deal and finishing this game off. They do tend to have checkmate here as far as I can see.
We're going to get another fight, and actually a catch-out, as Bulldog will get shut down, as an Noctanori combo from Hacker and Cryin does work this time. But a 3-man Tempered Fate, the True Shot Barrage over the top. Oh, they just set him up to knock him down like bowling pins. 1XN's got a triple kill. He's looking for the quad on a Wink as well, but he flashes away. And it will be Kroko to seal the deal instead. 4 dead in the bottom lane for FRK, as LNG once again come out swinging.
I mean, that was just pure art right there. I could not have put it better myself. The missing Bard ult is completely set up 1XN to just knock them over like bowling pins. That was just beautiful right there. That is exactly the type of combination you want to see from your bot laners there. And now this Ezreal is a force to be reckoned with, a 1K bounty to his name, and I am not too optimistic that FRK have any hope in hell of claiming that bounty.
Yeah, I don't have any hope that Fearness is going to live through this one either. As here comes Missing once again. Grand Challenge issue, not even a single vital proct. As he will go down for the 3rd time this game without picking up a single kill. Baron not even available, but they're still towards the top side of the map. And it will be enough to take Missing down again with that Noctanori combo. Scout of the Week does land on a 2. Sheer frontlining to his damnedest. He flashes forward, lands the decimating smash, and Cryin will drop once more. Bulldog getting back on the board. It's 15-6 in favor of LNG.
I mean, you do got to admire the gusto going for the Orianna flank TP, but that's just not quite it. I mean, you slayed the bar.
Tried to go for the flank,
SMLZ is
but he was getting flanked himself by 1XN. It's another kill going over. Kroko going to close things out in a 1v2 of his own. The Crescent Guard will take down a Wink, and only Hacker remains for now.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing a lot of gray screens for FRK this game. And gosh, I mean, I was hoping they subbed in a new player. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they did. But, I mean, gosh, by the time they play their next series, I would think they might have to change something up, man. These streamer teams, as much as they look good on paper, I guess they just don't have as much synergy, as much practice, nor as much current experience. That's more of a matter of the past. And so, I mean, yeah, just because it looks good on paper, you can't judge a book by its cover, can you, Grapes?
Definitely not, at least in these sort of events. The team with the experience in terms of scrimming together, playing together, might just have the upper edge time and time again. As LNG make their way towards the Baron, they should be able to take this one down. Now we'll see if there's any retaliation after the fact. There's only 2 members actually on it. It's Kroko and 1XN, but that seems to be enough for the rest of the team to go for an engage of their own. The Unstoppable Onslaught will cut Cryin off for the rest of his team, and Missing will be able to land the final blow, his first kill of the game, as everyone's getting involved now for LNG.
Yep, and I tell you, Grapes, this should be the final march. Not only do they have the Chemtech Soul, they've got the Baron as well. And I tell you, this Ezreal's inventory is not balanced, because once you get the Shojin, that's an extremely big power spike. But the Shojin and the Last Whisper, I promise you, this Ezreal is going to be doing some ridiculous amounts of damage at an insanely high speed. And I mean, look around, man. There's just nothing to be found here.
He's not doing damage to champions the rest of the game, because the game's going to be over. Kroko and Missing are 2v5ing around the bottom lane and winning at that. And Kroko gets himself a triple kill before the rest of the game ends. Utter domination for LNG. They win the series 2-0 and advance to 2-0 in the group stage.
And, you know, those streamer teams, they gave it their all, but they just cannot hang, man. They cannot hang. They got to take notes, maybe from near airport, maybe from Los Ratones, but this is just not quite it, man. Back to the drawing board for these guys. Well played to LNG. This is exactly what I wanted to see out of my boy Bulldog, out of my boy Kroko, and out of your boy 1XN.
Yeah, I think just a very impressive performance overall for LNG. You have to take these last 2 series with a slight grain of salt, as they were against the teams that definitely had all the odds stacked against them in our streamer teams, ZSM and FRK. the name recognition is there, the coordination and maybe the preparation, not necessarily as much. But that doesn't matter. If you're LNG, you gotta be feeling good about that win. And despite the Game 1 loss to Ultra Prime, you guys got FF'd on, won that series, win this series now against FRK. Very few situations now for LNG to get knocked out of the group stage, and just to secure and make sure that that is the case. They have a big series up against Team WE. That'll be happening tomorrow on this stream once again, so make sure you tune into that. I'm sure that's going to be a really good one.
And good news for a guy like me who just loves to watch this star-studded roster of LNG. You know, again, it doesn't necessarily is what meets the eye in terms of these guys being stars, but again, look at this kind of clever plays out of them. Remember, I was really loving this play, surprising the Fiora with the Bard Ezreal portal up into the top lane. This kind of reminded me of the first series when the Misfortune snuck into the top lane bush, if you know what I mean. Seems like something we want to keep an eye on in this tournament, is sort of ganking top lane as the bot laners. It's a very interesting approach, and it seems to be very effective.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, yeah, that didn't even really happen at a time that made a ton of sense. It just was made there to catch the enemy top laner off guard, and that definitely was the case for Fearness there. As we get a look through some of the rest of these replays and maybe just reflect on the overall day that we had in the second day of Demacia Cup. We have LGD overall getting the 2-0 over ThunderTalk, OMG getting the 2-0 over ZSM, and LNG getting the 2-0 over FRK. As they had a, you know, it's a pretty good showing for some teams that, again, did not have the highest levels of success last year. That is what this first stage of the tournament is all about, grabbing the 6 teams that did not make it to the playoffs last year and bringing them into a group stage with some of these streamer teams, have them battle it out, and then once that ends up finishing off, then we'll start to bring in the other heavy hitters to wrap up our group stage, and that's going to be very exciting as well. And I wonder here, Fulls, if any of this momentum that they're going to be getting from these wins could potentially now move into how they perform, you know, in the next stage.
Yeah, again, it's very interesting, as you say, that, you know, the starting format of the tournament for the Demacia Cup here is to sort of showcase those teams that were on the lower side of the LPL that didn't quite make it to the playoffs, that were, you know, kind of the scuffed teams, to be honest. And, you know, just from the performances that we got to cast tonight, you know, again, of course, you know, you got to take it with quite a grain of salt, just given that they're playing against the Unction, the streamer teams. But, to be honest, regardless of that, just based on the overall mechanics, the plays, the way that they were being cohesive as a team, I really think that OMG and LNG do have a lot to offer, and that they might be able to contend with some of those bigger dogs in the LPL. I mean, not quite the BLGs and the ALs of the world, but I mean, hey, they can probably punch up a little bit, man. Maybe make themselves a playoff contender this season.
Hey, it's one step at a time here for a roster like LNG that is 5 completely new players banding together and trying to make something out of a roster that frankly did not have the sauce in 2025. We'll see if they do end up having it, and again, a lot to look forward to as we have a highly anticipated matchup between them and Team WE tomorrow at the same time that this series did air. But before that even ends up happening, we got 2 more series of a 3-so day on our 3rd day of the Demacia Cup, so make sure you stay tuned right here. Same time, same place, twitch.tv/LPL English, or of course LPL English on YouTube. You got OMG taking on ThunderTalk, FRK against Ultra Prime, and then wrapping things up with Team WE against LNG. But that's going to do it for our results today. Fulls, it was a pleasure, man. Welcome to the show. Hope you had a good time. And hey, we're going to see you a little bit later on in this week as well. So you have not seen the end of this guy delivering the high quality knowledge on the LPL stream.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast and an honor to be a part of the broadcast today. I really enjoyed being alongside you as well, Grapes. You're my GOAT, man. Well played to you. Well played to the teams we got to see and showcase today. And I'm looking forward to the future here in the LPL. Again, I think some of those series coming up are going to be super intense, super exciting. And as the tournament expands, goes deeper in, you know, with the format, you know, unleashing some of those bigger dog teams, you're going to see how these guys stack up against them. Really exciting Demacia Cup format. I'm here for it. I love it. We got the snow map. We got the holiday vibes. Everything's nice at this end of the year, and we get to see a little sneak preview into the 2026 LPL.
It's going to be fun, and it's a good way to set your table and get yourself prepped for another great season of League of Legends here on LPL English. Thank you again, Foles, for joining me here today. Big shout out to our other crew in Llama and Blockster as well, and of course our wonderful producer, Rare Adam, who stayed through it all. My name is Grapes. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Demacia Cup, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 3.